don't know, man. That's the thing. You can't look. If you look, it's like messes up all the juju. You know, I need to be.
How do you even know if you're getting any at that point then, though?
Well, I got it linked. You know, link your Facebook account, your Twitch account.
You sound
not clicking it good.
You have a laptop running in the back just to like get the points as well.
Well, yeah, but I need another one. You know, it's like a perpetual motion machine. I get infinite laptops.
Okay.
You gotta be drops maximizing.
Yeah, drops maximizing. We're a little too locked in on that. Let's lock back in on the broadcast actually and take a look.
I'm setting up some stuff.
The schedule that we've had for 2020.
Well, I had to do Preds. I just tabbed out to do Preds, and I did everything but Preds.
Yes, and what better way to welcome the Chinese region back than taking it to Hangzhou for Champions?
I mean, this is
exciting.
Chat. You know, we played through all of stage 1. You know, finding the top 2 teams in each region. They're here to compete. In the
who's the first game? Falcons versus.
When we finally get that cross-regional competition.
Who?
You know, there's always a lot of drama. NA and EU trash talking each other. Who is the second best region? Let's be honest, the Koreans are scary, man. Falcons and Crazy Raccoon.
It could be China.
All right, once again.
All right, chat.
That is scary. That's a threat on the hometown crowd.
Later, we're so excited.
I'll do 30-minute Preds, 30-minute Preds, 30-minute Preds, 30-minute Preds.
Here to compete for a little prize pool that we've got going for us. And not only are they competing for that stage 1 crown, but it's also $225,000 so far. But you guys at home can actually continue to contribute to this prize pool with a really sick skin that we have online here. It's the Emily
I bought it.
Skin.
I don't even play Juno, but I bought it because I like supporting esports.
Spectacular, Johnny.
Yeah, it's very unique. I love it because Juno as well, you know, usually you have like most recently the galactic skin, you know, all space and stuff. Now
I got fruit punch. You guys want some?
So I think it's a truly unique Juno skin.
Yeah, don't forget to do Preds, dude.
And support the tournament. Support the prize pool.
Exactly. You know, supporting OWCS, awesome to have that integration in the client. Shout out to the devs for that one, and the skin is looking good. I might start playing a little bit of Juno. I gotta.
I know Zoe's sad, but I think she's good too.
We're on like a different.
Yeah, so there's 6 games today. I might leave before the last 2 because it goes to like 6 a.m. my time. I think we're gonna watch all of the normal bracket, and we're probably gonna skip lower bracket so that we can stream again tomorrow.
In LA, we've got a man on the ground over in China. Let's say hello to our on-site reporter, Danny Lim.
Danny.
Oh.
What's good, everybody? Danny Lim here at Hangzhou for Champions Clash.
Whoa,
guys.
look at everyone.
And we got some great fans here in Hangzhou, China. Are you guys excited? Yeah! Oh my God, just hearing that makes me excited, guys. I'm going to be around the arena shooting a lot of stuff
Hell
for
yeah,
all
dude.
of you guys at home. So don't worry,
This is
I got
hype.
you guys. So for now,
I love Overwatch esports.
Jayo, when I say 3, 2, 1, we say Jayo together, and then we're going to wrap it
Yeah,
up.
but
Are you
bro,
guys ready? Yeah? Okay.
clearly,
3, 2,
the last lower bracket game starts at 4:30 a.m. and that's not considering any delays, any pauses, any map 5s or map 3s. Also, this is the weirdest part about the schedule.
Changes to competitive Overwatch.
Look at this. So first round, look at this. First round is all best of 3s. These are all best of 3, right? But first round lower bracket becomes becomes a best of 5. So I don't know why these are first to 2 and then these are first to 3, even though they're still the same round. So I probably won't watch those ones. I don't want to be up until 7 a.m. bro.
And also, when you do the bans, the first team who bans, they pick a hero, of course, of one of the 3 roles, and that same role cannot be banned by the same or by the other team in that same map. So you can also use a ban as a bit of a protect. If you really want to play Winston, you could protect the Winston for that map. So there's a lot of strategic nuance in the ban system, and it's really, I think,
makes no sense. I don't know.
A lot of the players push a lot of these teams to play much more innovative and open styles.
Yeah, and on your screen right now, you're seeing the bans from EMEA in stage 1. You can see that on the bottom right on your screen right there. And you can take a look at some of these bans in the tank category, for example.
It won't be too bad for the rest of the tournament today. Today's the only only rough day. We'll probably be, because these days will be easy.
So you can kind of see a pattern here for EMEA, but as we go over to North America,
it won't be too late. It's like every day ends pretty early except for today and tomorrow. So I guess not really, never mind.
So don't get too excited there. But you're seeing these different regions
I play for the Dallas Cowboys.
different bans going into this tournament. So that's another dimension, another question. Like, what bans will we see from different regions in this tournament?
BP versus once again, what I think was probably going to be the best game of the normal bracket. Then
a brand new ability perk system, which has been shaking things up continuously.
Nightmare Team CC should be okay game.
I feel like has been pretty significant when it comes
and
to
Space Age is probably going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I think one big example we could look at is Ana's perks.
Yeah, Josh.
Ana has been, I think, really revitalized with these perks. You know, in the pro level, you're going to see a lot of people taking that biotic bounce. You know, what the pros can do with this is really impressive. Bouncing the nade off walls, you know, really upping the skill potential for that nade. And then, of course, Shrike getting, you know, as everyone calls it, let's be honest, double nano. You know, to be able to put a nano on yourself and your ally at the same time, it really lets Ana get a lot more.
Yeah, don't forget to do creds, man. I want the casino booming, dude.
Farming ultimate by charging ult, you also are getting your perks online and sort of growing your power level. For some of the other heroes too, there's a lot more diversity. You could see different picks coming out, you know, shaping your hero to the demands of the match at hand.
The double nano. It's really cursed.
Oh, also,
you dive in
our preds are based on maps. So this is map 1 preds.
I selected Brig in this category as well because I think Brig is another hero that was already strong, you know, going into the
That was
tournament.
snackies you guys got for the late night apply sleep Overwatch party.
The morale boost, that's a minor perk, for example, Inspire lasts 3 seconds longer when activated by the whip shot. So you just get more healing all around for your team. That's really beneficial for a hero like Brig, for example. I think Winston would be another hero, for example. That's really good perks. You can either, you know, go with the chain lightning, for example, get a lot of chain lightning damage in there. And I think these perks will boost these individual heroes and actually have some effect on the team.
Apparently the meta is really diverse right now, Clarity, but with Winston and Cass being really dominant. So that sounds like a good meta to me.
A bit of an Ana Brig Winston.
Yeah, right there. Jake just said it. Ana Brig Winston is the meta shaping up with a little bit of Cass, obviously Sojourn, Cass.
Here in the tournament.
Well, speaking of teams, let's check out who we're actually going to be seeing across these 3 days of competition. Any surprises here, Johnny?
They got snacks, dude.
For me, I gotta say that.
Let's dim my lights down a little bit.
The number 2 seed for EMEA. That was a bit of a surprise because going into this year, you would have highlighted teams like the Ultimates, you know, with Kevster, Kai on it, like big
I
star
can't really
names,
tell on the
right?
cam, but
Twisted Minds is another really good team.
I did my camera.
In EMEA, but instead it was Qadsiah who secured the number 2 seed from EMEA. But a lot of proven players
3
on
wins?
this team, like
Yeah, probably.
for example, Labda, who you're going to be familiar
still
with,
fun to watch, though.
as well. So you know that Qadsiah, they have the experience on the international stage, of course. But then putting it together, the fashion they did in stage 1 was really impressive, and curious to see what they do.
I think SSG could be really good, dude. I think
Absolutely. I mean,
I think Kellen on Winston is really good.
Sugar
Free is fucking peaking right now.
From each region, though.
I'm also really big on VP, man.
Well,
hell yeah, Cupid.
Chinese
Are they good?
I know that we've got Once Again and Team CC coming into the fray. Tell us a little bit about that Hangzhou Spark core.
I think she's doing good. She's replacing the big dog, bro. Replacing Zoe is not easy, but I think she's doing good so far. Obviously, she's following a script, but
playing in front of the hometown crowd in China, I think this team is going to be a treat to watch. They were really impressive to me at the Esports World Cup last year, and that was in a spot where they didn't have that much practice. That, you know, now with, of course, competitive Overwatch coming back to China, this is a real opportunity for them to show what they can do on the world stage. But they have some tough foes to go up against. Luckily, it's not just Gushui. They've got Shy and Leave on the DPS line, and I think these two, they're just incredible to watch. Shy in particular on the Sojourn, it is a walking highlight reel.
Oh, the games haven't started yet. Probably started like 50 minutes.
I can't wait to see what level they're playing at.
They are slow, bro. They are.
Super good at DWC, but they beat Team Falcons.
But the thing is I always say this, is that the Korean players have more of an advantage. They do. Because in our region, EU and NA, we play all of our games online until LAN. But in Korea, all of their games are LAN in front of a crowd. So their entire season is on LAN. They play in front of a crowd together. They get used to each other on a stage. They get the LAN jitters out of the way. They learn how to play with the hype of the crowd and the energy of the crowd. While NA and EU play their first games on LAN ever when you get to LAN. And not saying that makes them... I'm not saying that like is helping them so much, but it is an advantage, bro. It is. It is.
Pressure for these Chinese teams to be competing in front of the home crowd, but let's move over to EMEA. We've got Virtus Pro, who is undefeated.
Because like,
stage
let's say
season,
a team is evenly matched, right? Let's say a team is evenly matched. If this team has no crowd jitters, they're gonna win. They're gonna win. It's always gonna be like that. You perform differently in front of a crowd. Your energy level changes. Your nervousness. It's just how it is. It always is.
Just an incredible mechanical level.
The lights are too bright.
That you know him for. But I think the combination of Vistola with this rising superstar in Jaewoo coming
Now
in.
you guys want some of my Cane's bread?
With the coach like thinking, you know what, I'm going to take a chance on this guy. I'm going to give him a shot. He seems really motivated, and well, that chance has paid off. This has been a breakout season for Jaewoo. I'm expecting.
I have to hide my screen really fast.
I mean, to be fair, this is probably the biggest stage he's ever played on, so the pressure will be on. But
didn't Neil Armstrong have one nutsack
in these crucial scenarios?
Yeah, and I mentioned Qadsiah before, the #2 seed from EMEA, and you know, some of the players on this roster. Checkmate, an Overwatch League champion with Florida Mayhem, of course, in 2023. Labda as well. One of the best Flora players we have in the game, you know, really so good in that hero. But it was the Sojourn we saw in stage 1, and we're mightily impressed by the fact that he took it to players like Quartz, for example. But how did Qadsiah get it done? It was aggression. They played so fast to the point where even Virtus Pro, they struggled with the aggressive playstyle coming out from Qadsiah. So I'm kind of wondering, going into this tournament, from Qadsiah, will we see similar aggression throw off some of these other regions in their matchups?
Definitely something to keep our eyes out for, but let's hop over across the pond and talk about NA a little bit. We have Nightmare and SSG who secured the top 2 spots.
Yes, it's one map. One map. This Preds for one map.
Season though, and Jake, it's pretty crazy that this Nightmare roster denied Team Liquid the opportunity at their land after their long-awaited return as an org.
Can't believe there's no Liquid.
How much went into Liquid and SSG for neither of those teams to be the 1 seed here? I think a lot of it comes down to, I mean, this guy.
The first child that falls asleep.
His peaking, I mean, he's had
gets a foot job.
Highlights in everything.
Dude,
I've seen.
The new host is doing good. I feel like
the best we've ever seen from him. And this is
she's a host, so she's not supposed to give like crazy opinions.
Incredible. And alongside Zira, who has really come into his own. We saw him in Stockholm last year.
He's just setting up,
but I think he's really just
like the conversation is good.
Player. The Genji, I think, probably is going to be his signature. We might
apply some lube. Let's go, Teddy.
I'm really blown away by his Tracer level. I mean, Tracer has always been that bellwether hero for flanker players, and really what you need to play.
Dude, I remember when I had a sleepover with my cousins. They said the first one to fall asleep gets pranked, and I was the first one to fall asleep, and they put mustard all over my face.
Qualifying as the #1 seed out of NA.
I woke up with crusty mustard on my face, dude.
The #2 seed from NA, but
it ain't funny, dude.
It doesn't really feel like a #2 seed, Jake, because this team is stacked, and especially if we are going to see dive compositions in this tournament, they have all the individuals to put up incredible performances. I think this might be a top 3 team. You have Sugarfree on the Tracer.
They put their dicks on my face.
Some of the best damage players in the game. Kellan, of course.
Your cousin?
Winston is his signature hero, and if allowed to play that Winston, he's going to be able to bring it on the international level as well. So SSG, the #2 seed from NA, don't underestimate them. I think they could go really far this tournament.
Man, I love hearing that. I love hearing that. But we saved the best for last, let's be honest here. And probably the favorites to take home the Stage 1 title within the Asia region. We are got to talk about Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Jake, tell us a little bit about Team Falcons. You know, they're the defenders of the World Finals champions.
Yeah, you know, this is a team that has won most everything they've touched, and if they haven't won, they probably got 2nd place. You know,
and Brave for his haircut looks good, bro. Look at him.
From the time they were put together,
dapper young lad, ain't he?
You don't get players like this on a team. If they get worse results than top 2, honestly, this is a team that like could break up. Like that is. Anything less than, honestly, frankly, #1 is a disappointment for Falcons, and that is a ridiculous amount of pressure to be under. I feel like maybe the most pressure of any team in the world, but they're also maybe the only.
What if Reinforcers started barking out of nowhere?
That can continue to deliver these knockout performances time and time again in the biggest stages of Overwatch.
And so, Crazy Raccoon, the other horse in this 2-horse race in Champions Clash here, Jake. And you say all that about Team Falcons, but Crazy Raccoon has most of the time had the edge in this rivalry. They did lose in Stockholm in our 2024 World Championship, but they won in Dallas. EWC, they had a great success. So Crazy Raccoon going into this tournament, we had a couple of balance changes. Mauga is not as good in this tournament. And
what if Jake and Reinforcers started making out mid-analysis? Hold on, let me imagine.
So Crazy Raccoon,
that would be so crazy
for them, considering the balance changes we saw going into it.
I love that. I love that. Well, with the best of each region competing in a double elimination bracket for Champions Clash,
Reinforces 6-7
matchups. And when we take a look at this,
yeah, don't forget to do Prez. They're gonna close soon.
What's your favorite one you're looking at here, Johnny?
What, is that a job in Violet? I don't know.
There's a couple here that look really good.
He's cooking.
But just seeing once again.
Yeah, okay.
I can't wait to see Leave and Shy.
I'm excited for VP versus once again. I got VP.
It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait to see how they fare.
Am I blind? Do we not know when the next round starts? It starts at 10. This is the pre-show.
To rely on their brawl, their poke compositions, and so how do they match up against once again? That's going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I agree, Johnny. I think that's going to be super exciting to see VP and once again clash. Honestly, though, I kind of have my eyes on this Team Falcons Qadsiah
I'm so
match.
excited
As
for
much
it.
as Falcons are insanely powerful and
I
strong,
wonder, Qadsiah could maybe upset.
coming to coach Qadsiah. So this is a team that has made incredible strides.
The only reason that I'm not playing in this tournament is because I wanted to make it fair for everyone involved.
Like necessarily the superstar, like world-beating rosters that other teams have, and so I think everybody probably has to put some respect in the name for Qadsiah. And then you talked about that level of aggression. I think there's a chance for them to make some kind of a crazy upset and really just shake this tournament up off the rip, really.
Well, yeah, now that you're talking about Qadsiah versus Team Falcons, actually, let's take a look at today's schedule after we've checked out those upper matches, because that's the game that we're going to be starting the day off with. For you guys at home, just so you know, the first 4 matches of today will be a first to 2, and then once we drop down into the lower bracket, it will be first to 3 for the last 2 games. And so super exciting things here, and now that we've, kind of set the tone for everything, right? We got to get into some fun predictions.
What's up, Fearless?
We prepped a little bit of a segment for you guys called Tomorrow's News Today, and basically where the 3 of us came up with some headliners of how we think the action is actually going to pan out during day 1.
I'm going to have a little bit of fun with this one.
Yeah,
I'm just going to let you guys know.
Have a little bit of fun with it. Yeah, I didn't know this was supposed to be based in fact, but...
All right, look, we're making predictions about the future, Johnny. I got a ghostwriter. I don't know. I'm not.
You got a ghostwriter?
Yeah,
you didn't put this one up yourself?
I'm not responsible for whatever my text says.
Okay, well, Tomorrow's News Today, Jake, take us away.
It's a nightmare scenario here in China. It's in front of the hometown crowd in Hangzhou. Team CC fell to North American #1 seed Nightmare in a blistering 2-0. Nightmare seem to be finding their sea legs after a tough run in the Soup Cup, but they still have a long way to go to claim their ultimate goal of securing the championship here in the Champions Clash. Today, they face off against the 7-foot-tall gaming warlord Lip, along with the rest of Crazy Raccoon.
I don't know if my voice is going to be as good, but we have liftoff. Crazy Raccoon launched themselves into orbit of the upper bracket finals after a swift 2-0 victory up against Space Station Gaming. This match may have lasted longer than Katy Perry leaving the stratosphere, but now SSG find themselves face-to-face with an asteroid belt in the lower bracket gauntlet. The ride is about to get turbulent with the Chinese teams on home ground standing in their way.
Pre-popper. Hanbin is officially and has been. Papa Smurf was sorely missed in Friday's matchup against Qadsiah when Checkmate and co swanged their way around the lackluster Team Falcons dive that saw the tournament favorites bomb out for the winner's bracket. See more on page 12.
Oh, okay.
Dude, if Qadsiah upsets Falcons, though, that would go crazy. I think it would be because of your newspaper article. I think you would have to take credit.
He's manifesting right now, actually.
Yeah. Look, people these days, they just want the engagement, so it doesn't matter if it's true. So, people might interact with my article, and then, I'll be front page.
For the
wait, Jake, just wait. Yeah.
Speaking of content, though, we got a fun game coming in for you guys. If you guys tune
Qadsiah has been the upset team. Like, they've been the team that's like a no way they beat this team. What the hell? No. I don't know. I guess we'll see, bro. Look at the Preds on the screen right now for our chat. 89 to 11.
5 answers are. If they get 3 wrong, that's game over. So we're gonna start with an easy one.
Okay, let me do this.
The people. I got my finger on the pulse.
There's only 8 teams in the competition, so it should be, in your favor. But I want you guys to name the team most likely to reverse sweep at Champions Clash.
Did you just take the best teams?
Okay.
Just the best teams, Jay.
Okay, I'm gonna.
But then they would have to be down first, too.
Yeah, well.
BP.
I'm gonna put out there Crazy Raccoon.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Crazy Raccoon. We got one.
Only 8%.
Yeah, only 8%. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Well, I'm gonna double down on my theory. And say Team Falcons.
Okay.
Let's see. Another one.
22.
You're killing it right now. You're killing it.
Man, I'm just really. So here's the thing, right? It's obviously, Laxy's my best friend in the whole wide world. 30 months. Give me a sunshine in chat. My thing is for these teams, for the teams that aren't Falcons and Raccoons, they have to be playing up, right? These teams are beatable.
Yeah,
but the other teams need to be playing at their best.
Like, I think the true correct answer to this is Qadsiah, but I'm not sure if the teams,
Okay, you'll give your go.
It is
I'll
Qadsiah.
go SSG.
SSG? You're locking that one in? No? Okay, 2 lives left. 2 lives left. You guys were, you were on track for a flawless run.
The thing is, I think Qadsiah is what my answer, but I don't know if that's what the fans would say.
Oh my.
So I'm gonna say Virtus Pro.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay.
Damn. Nightmare?
On the whole line.
He knows the audience well. He knows
Okay,
the
there
audience
has
well.
to be an NA team in there, so I'm going Nightmare.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Do they get the last one?
Oh, okay, Johnny.
That's what I'm talking about.
Not bad.
Start.
Augers.
Nice
Easy
start.
win. Easy win.
Great teamwork, guys. Great teamwork, guys. Well, that is going to be it for Overfeud, but I know that we have the opening ceremony coming in.
Oh, the
I
openings.
see that we've had
Who is
some
DJ Khaled?
Scales like up in the back and whatnot. I'm predicting
Who is it?
maybe we get some thematic dragon stuff.
Who is it?
What do you guys think?
Who is it?
Look, I have no idea what to expect.
Guess appearance.
Should I go put PJs on for our sleepover? Should I put PJs on?
I'll be down.
Put me on. Let me play. Let me play. All right, no, guys. Let's be honest here. Is once again gonna win this whole thing? That's the real question. That's what's on everybody's mind. I feel like low-key. I've been hearing the rumblings as a Winston meta, cooking, brewing. I just feel like Qadsiah is going to take over. I feel like he's going to just unleash the Primal Blade.
He's gonna take over.
I think he's going to take over the tournament, period. That should be the opening ceremony. It's just Qadsiah
naked.
primaling people in the practice range.
Go
That's what I
PJs
want to see.
Yeah, I mean, you have that. You have Qadsiah, a fantastic dive tank. But then you have the 2021 Overwatch League MVP in Leave, who's just like...
How do you even remember that, bro?
I've been around. I've been around for a long time. But yeah, Leave is just like insane on so many different heroes. Like the Flex player, of course. And, on Tracer can take it to some of the best Tracer players in the world. And then you have Shy, of course, who, biased. My favorite Scam player. And we saw, for example, in the 2022 mid-season madness, how Shy popped off for the Hangzhou Spark in that tournament. Can really carry a team, right? And I think this meta as well, if we're going to see like a dive meta with a hit scan, Shy can just take over. Like there will be no big shields in the way, just like shoot them.
Look, hit scan is great, but I want to see Shy and Leave on Torb Sim. I want to see the Torb Sim hazard meta.
No, we got the Zarya at WC. I don't want to see it anymore.
It was all right. Look, I'm just saying the Torb Sim comp goes crazy. The fact that is
why are you saying
that we
this
finally hit a meta.
What are you saying?
Come on, we hit a meta where you play Torb and Sim together in a pro games.
What is bro saying?
Okay. He's overcooking a little bit. But while we wait for the opening ceremony, we're actually going to take a look at the Season 16 trailer. Stay tuned.
Oh.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough. And we're diving right in.
Back, look at my PJs.
They nearly pinched the win this round.
Yeah, it's past our bedtime. My stitches are like coming out of my fucking mouth, dude. I can feel them. They're annoying. Hi, Cropway. OMG. Chat, what is your predictions? What are your predictions for the opening ceremony? Yeah, I'm done now, basically. I'm fully healed. It's just I have holes in my mouth still. Like there's healing. Up in the mouth, I wisdom teeth surgery like 8 days ago. Hi, Nuclear.
It won't matter in the end.
Or pie. But there's like a stitch stuck in my mouth, like it won't come out. But I don't want to pull it because I feel like that's like weird, right? Like it's like coming off, but it's like stuck like by like a thread. I feel like I'm just gonna wait.
I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here!
Here.
Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined
Daft
power
Punk
can
out of
stop
retirement to open up her
them. We are the
OWCS.
heroes of heart.
I just got chills.
Brigitte, the heart of strength. Amelie, the heart of grace. Kiriko, the heart of passion. Freya, the heart of courage.
Yeah, Hope. These skins look cool.
And I am Juno, the heart
I like
of
them.
hope.
Dad, you guys want me to buy you the skins?
Take down the
That heart looks so cool. Chat, make your prediction on throughout this entire watch party. How many people are gonna come in here and talk about Marvel Rivals and how we should play Marvel Rivals instead of this game? I think over 10.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked.
That Hanzo skin looks sick.
You are under my guard.
Oh, you're right, Femboyzilla. I forgot. That can look sick.
Season 16 is looking really hype, guys.
It is.
And Johnny,
I'm
I
hyped.
saw you in
So
the
much content to make.
trailer the other day on socials. Tell me about the game mode.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was just playing some Reinhardt. You can fly as Reinhardt. I mean, I've been asking for that balance change forever. So I'm just thrilled that it's in the game. Yeah, it's tons of fun Stadium. I've really been enjoying playing some
Roblox
servers and stuff like that. So I can't wait for Stadium to drop next week.
I'm a broken build enjoyer, and I love, crafting the most.
Okay, what was the
Yeah,
most
shout out to
broken
the
build?
bunny, bruh.
I feel like we're not. Look, I'm saying I found a Cassidy build where I was just like right-clicking for about 30 seconds. So I think that felt pretty good. I don't know how it felt for the other team. I'm gonna say maybe
was not
less
fun.
good. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say
30 ammo.
they didn't like me fan the hammer, breaking the Rhine shield, and killing him in one right click. I think
Bro.
maybe Johnny didn't enjoy
What
that.
did I do to deserve that? Like really. But then, yeah, I mean, Junker Queen was one of my favorites as well.
Yeah.
You can like reset the shout.
It's 10 p.m. for me right now.
The Carnage as well. So.
Time is it for you guys right now, chat?
Fun. I can't wait.
Got 4 minutes for Preds. If you have any money, get them in.
I mean, we got the hero
We got
band coming in
1.5 million on Falcons.
Every time hero
Oh,
bands
Qadsiah for 350.
like, a visceral reaction is like.
I've been waiting for
so excited.
years to
What are you banning?
ban out whatever my opponent's best heroes are.
How will you know?
Oh no.
I actually wonder. I don't know if you get to see their names.
No,
and
you
stuff
don't,
first.
you don't.
Okay, well then.
So you got to ban.
What would I ban? Just as a pure vibe check?
I'm going Mercy. I'm sorry.
Now, who you
See,
banning?
that's a weird take. I feel like Mercy.
That's
I'm a
random
tank player. Like, give me speed. Give me Juno. Give me Lucio. Get me in the fight. Mercy, I'm sorry. You don't help
I think I'm gonna ban Tracer. I think that's the ban.
What?
He's a drunk top player. Makes sense.
Wait, that's wild.
Insane take. Ban Tracer?
That is an insane
Good,
take. That
good
is an
camera
insane
work so
take.
far. The production's good on the show so far, chat.
I can't wait.
Better
I
than
can't wait
DreamHack
to hear
Dallas,
what's
I
gonna be
think.
in it.
No.
It's going to change.
Better than the last
Absolutely.
major event.
Right, so I'm looking forward to
Absolutely.
it.
Oh no, last major event was
We do wanna get
EWC.
into the action. The opening ceremony is coming in hot here for Champions Clash.
Hello,
Let's
love.
check things out live in China.
Whoa! Yo, that stage is sick! Oh yeah, I'm so glad it's a middle stage. Bro, middle stages are so much better than like stadium seating. When you're in the middle and you're surrounded, it's so much better. It's so much cooler. Yeah, like Dota. Pretend it's the opening ceremony. Oh shit. Hi KSF. KSF, you were my dream the other day.
Ho, ho, ho!
Day on God was we fucking. Yes. Thank you KSF for the 32 months. What's happening? Wait, who's performing? Is it DJ Initiate mission Hangzhou. Cat type Y, yes. But it's actually pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna say it. I think that every single land shouldn't be in America. I don't give a fuck, bro. Our crowds blow. It's packed in there. Whoa. Wait, dude. The production on this is actually fucking sick. This is way better than any event we've had for the last year. Wait, what? Bro, the last event we had, DreamHack Dallas, was delayed 8 hours because the internet wasn't working. Wait, this is sick. What the fuck?
Hello.
Let's go. Oh, we hear the echo, but it's okay. I'll rock with it. Woo! Wait, they fixed the echo immediately. Chinese production can't get better than this.
都能听到、看到、感受到我们杭州的热情。再来一次，你好，杭州！
你好，杭州 I heard it.
And welcome to the champions class. 欢迎来到2025守望先锋全球冠军赛。Coming to you live in the heart of China.
He switched to English. I thought I started understanding.
International battles.
Bro, I thought I was understanding what he was saying.
在杭州电竞中心为您带来本年度第1届的 OWCS 线下赛。Over the next few
I
days,
thought I started understanding
we'll
him.
go head-to-head in a collision of strategy, skill, and sheer determination. 在接下来的比赛日当中。
He might be switching to a bunch of languages. Because he is the host, and it's a global event.
Across 4 fierce regions,
is he doing like 8 languages?
China, and Asia Pacific. 8 teams have conquered their corners in the world.
That's the
and
goal.
Now they're here gathering in Hangzhou face to face against each other. 来自全球4大战区，北美、欧洲非、
This is already so sick.
以及亚太
，Raccoon was there.
8支队伍已经各自称霸了本土的赛场。今天他们齐聚杭州，将再一次进行巅峰对决。This is where legends rise, rivalries ignite, and you become part of history.
Oh yeah.
这里是传奇诞生的舞
Why
台。
is this so hype? I'm actually so excited.
交锋的战场。
Let's get those. Skittles is the first one to sleep at the sleepover. Prank him. Prank him, John.
Will hold the crown as your OWCS first stage champion. 在一切尘埃落定之后，有且只有一支队伍将会成为 OWCS 第1阶段的总冠军。
What's up, Days?
So whether you're here joining us in the arena or watching the live stream online,
that's us. That's us. He's talking to us.
Please gear up, get loud.
Get loud.
Road to glory is beginning now. 所以，在场的所有观众以及在电视机前的你，让我们开足马力。
Yeah, let's rate his drip. I don't know. It's loud, but he rocks it. You know what? I think it's good. It's a little weird. It almost looks like he's wearing an outside vest. You know what? When it zooms out, he looks good, though.
And now let's welcome the 8 teams to the stage.
Wait, he has arm zippers. That means if he wants to get his arms out, he can.
And first, let's welcome the first seed from EMEA.
Wait, his production is so much better than anything we've had.
Number 1 seed from
DreamHack Dallas was so shit.
Stola was proven it so many times on the international stage. Known for playing brawl and poke compositions. Jaewoo, can he be an impact maker? The young star.
No, crowd is not dead. It's packed.
In this Champions Class.
Everybody, I mean, bro, it's in China. Overwatch is literally the biggest game ever. There.
Qadsiah coming in here, the dark horse team from EMEA. Impressive results for these players.
Look at Landon.
Team coming together. Lambda in particular has had a massive showing this season.
We got 8 coaches or what?
A lot of teams, 2 championship performances. Can he do it again here in China?
From North America, seed number 1.
I'd have a panic attack. No way I would make it here. Too much crowd pressure. My first time playing on stage at Overwatch League, I literally I tried to tunnel vision so hard on my monitor and not look at the crowd ever. I didn't look at a single person in the crowd.
Prodigy for this team. Has fantastic performances in the Tracer role. How will he be able to compete?
Those are nice jerseys. I like their jerseys.
Second seed from North
Oh wait, they're
America,
introducing all of the teams right now.
Station Gaming!
OMG! LeBron!
SSG, surprising to be the second seed, but I don't
There's
think
Hunter.
it has cowed them.
Wait, those
one
are sick
little bit.
jerseys
These players have
too.
massive experience on land. They've got incredible chemistry together, led by their main tank Kellen. This is a team.
They're
that
gritty
can do
guys.
incredible things,
I made
but of
Secret
course,
famous. Don't
you
forget
gotta
that.
get on the ball.
He's nothing without my gritty. I'm just kidding. Gulp.
Falcons, the #1
Oh my God, he's so
from
handsome.
the Asia region, and our 2024 world champions, of course, an unbelievably stacked roster.
Who's the
This is
coach
some of
for
the
Team
best players in the
Falcons?
game, looking to add to their legacy this weekend.
That guy looks familiar. Oh, cool. Oh my God, Shu.
Always a joy to watch this team. You never know exactly what
Shu
they're
is
gonna
6'7",
pull out,
handsome, and the
except
best
that they're
on
gonna
it ever.
execute it
This is not
immaculately. This is
fair.
a team that may be the second seed in Korea, but you can bet that they are a threat.
That in Korea they're calling him Shoe Ply. Don't forget that. That's what they're calling him. Oh my God, they're freaking out. Oh my God, the home field advantage.
Getting rowdy for once again, the Chinese super team, and truly one of the most entertaining and beloved teams in Overwatch esports history. What can they achieve here in China?
Oh, their jerseys are cool too. He wearing PJs. That guy's goated. That guy's goated. That guy's wearing pajamas.
Had a tough road here, of course, with the incredible
He's prepared for the apply sleepover.
Hometown crowd behind them, they can make some upset victories and make a splash here in
Team CC kind of sucks.
Let's begin the clash.
Yeah, once again is the good team.
让我们期待他们在比赛中的精彩表现。
But the production's so much better than DreamHack Dallas. I'm glazing. We should have every LAN in China.
Easy does it. Absolutely on fire right now. A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the
I have chills. I'm not even playing. I have chills. This is so sick. Only complaint I have is the time zone. Oh yeah, bro, they're in China.
What an incredible opening ceremony. I know that crowd sold out within minutes once tickets went live. What was your favorite thing, Johnny? Because I thought the Tracer Recall AR was sick.
Yeah, I mean, I just love how the crowd really got behind the Chinese teams. To no one's surprise, of course. But, you know, once again, they've been a fan favorite for so long, but that major title has eluded once again. So you're thinking, with the fan support in China, could they perhaps get over the hurdle?
Maybe, but we gotta lock in on our first matchup of today before we get too hyped about the
Pred's
Chinese
closed.
teams. We've got Team
Pred's
Falcons
closed, chat.
versus Qadsiah
What were
coming
our
in hot.
odds?
And I know that we, locked in our predictions for this one. I have a sneaky suspicion.
Chat, what's your pred? Let me do my preds. You know what? I'm not gonna get spicy. I'm not getting spicy. I'm locking it in. I'm locking it in. 2-0 Falcons. I'm not feeling crazy. I'm going 2-0 Falcons right away. That's all I got, bro.
I think they would need to have a massive overperformance.
I got 2-0 Falcons. Don't do something crazy.
Strike some fear into the heart of Falcons to get that done. But I think there's just a shred of a chance here for me, Johnny.
Shred of a chance. Wow. Look, it's Team
I think there's a shred of a chance. I think. Listen. Our Qadsiah is being coached by Junkbuck. If Junkbuck's coaching, anything is possible, and that's dead ass.
Okay, but this is not the one.
Because Jake is the one who's spicing things up on the desk.
Don't forget that Chalk won when Junkbuck was on the team. Don't forget that.
They could.
All right, well, be objective, okay? No.
And Team USA won when Junkbuck was on the team for World Cup. Don't forget that.
It's so exciting to watch from this Qadsiah
I'm just saying.
I saw Labda in the World Cup a few years ago. I was like, okay, he's really good. He's like a Pharah one trick, but he's really good. But he just plays Pharah. And then just this season, he's playing
Gumba's
Sojourn
dead. I don't
some
know
of the
Gumba's
best
at.
players in the world, and taking them to task
They also had a secret weapon. That's true. That is true.
I want to see what Lab
KSF. They had the red button just in case.
With all the pressure on him. I feel like this could be the guy for the tournament, and I mean, fair, they're going to need that to go up against Falcons because Falcons has a lot of
#need Jake.
I will be looking out for the playstyle from Qadsiah because I mentioned before, obviously, the aggression we saw from Qadsiah, and often when you face the Korean teams, you're never going to have a chance if you take it slow and you're like jockeying for precision on the flanks and stuff like that. But if you run it down mid, maybe there's a chance there. And that's what Qadsiah did so really well in EMEA. I'm not saying that to like, you know, make fun of their playstyle just running it in. That was really efficient. Like that was the way to play. The
thing is though, is that Qadsiah was really good at Mauga meta.
Here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If saw Mauga get nerfed, of course.
I think,
but still though, that kind of like aggressive playstyle, that could be.
I don't know who's their tank again. I know it. I don't know if Bro can even play Winston.
I mean, what can he bring from the coaching role as far as like the hero band?
The thing is like I said, this meta is a very intricate meta. There's a lot of different heroes. Apparently, it's a very free-flowing meta. A lot of tanks are being played. A lot of Brig Juno, Brig Ana. I think some Cass. I think Winston's the most popular. And I don't know, bro. It could be coaching diff sometimes. You could have big bans. You never know.
Rock solid strategy to beat players like Proper and Stalker. I feel like you almost can't.
Dick looks sleepy. I mean, they probably are jet lagged. They fucking.
Need to come in here with
they flew to China.
Stealthy strat that they have prepared. Maybe a way to take.
I don't know, Shadoinky. Booty Cheese, 17 months. Can we get an OMG in chat for Booty Cheese? And Roman, 8 months. As long as 7 months, it was 8 months, dickhead.
2024 finals, of course, where going into the tournament.
He does look tired.
Pretty much collectively said that in scrims, Twisted Minds was the worst team coming into the tournament. But then they actually really impressed us because they came out and they played this amazing far composition and no one was really ready for it. So Qadsiah, they do have aces up their sleeve. We'll have to see if they pull them out.
Yeah, I think it's a lot on the line there for both teams, right? And it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
5v5 easy to coach game plan for 66. In a way it is, but the reason that 5v5 is harder to coach because in some ways can't coach your team against a team that's just better at 5v5. Like, what do you do when you have a shit tank player? Nothing. Your tank sucks dick. But in 6v6, you could try to get one of your other tanks to play better and to create space and off angle better and just to have better tempo. But in some ways at 5v5, it's hard to outcoach if your tank just sucks.
But it won't mean
pretty much Stormzy.
Claim the trophy here in China. You believe this is the first match. These guys, they're not even sweating yet. They're not even worried.
Oh, that trophy looks cool.
It's going to be an interesting
Labda, Little Balls, Big Dick 7, Little Bite 7, Lobotomy 7,
I gotta feel this one out. What are we gonna
Laboratory 7,
matchup? How will we perform and what can we improve, of course, later?
LeBron James, Big Dick 7.
A few options here. Let's see what compositions they bring to their first
Labia 7
at the Champions Clash.
Little Bussy 7. Lamb Beef Dumpling 7.
Wow, we've got quite the David versus Goliath matchup to start off.
Walmart Basketball Barbecue Decoration 7.
Champions Clash. It's going to be a super exciting one.
He's a W name.
I mean, there's no one better to
I should name myself something cool
here for our first matchup of today. Let's toss it over to Mitch and Matt.
What are you spamming in my ear?
Thank you very much, Ash and the disc. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty exciting game to kick us off with, right? Falcons, of course.
My God, I love them. I want to kiss them.
4-0 by Crazy Raccoon to come back and win in Asia now.
W shirt from Uber.
The dark horse of dark horse.
W shirt.
Yeah, and I think for Qadsiah, you know, obviously the entire desk picks Falcons, as they probably should. The argument here for Qadsiah, though, is that you have to.
I'm surprised Mitch isn't half tucked, and you're right. He's usually Mitch is usually a half tuck meta. You're right.
At every point they've exceeded expectations, right?
You're right.
You didn't expect this team to come out of EMEA, right? You kind of look across the field, right? You know, Pep's very strong.
TM,
we looked at Twisted Minds, Ultimates, right? This was kind of like almost the last team in that kind of.
They were fourth in the group stage.
Yeah, that you would think would come out. So they've been. Really
I'm not rocking with. But you know, Matt. See, the thing is Matt doesn't need an outfit because he's so handsome. He lets the looks speak for himself.
To everything, but
oh no, they have to play Han.
Right, exactly. They just have to use one world champion instead of both of them in rotation. But look, this team still looks really good over in Asia. Yes, I mean, these guys are locking horns with Crazy
Dude,
Raccoon
he is
constantly,
not gonna
and it's
play.
always a close game. I love that Magic got into the B-roll here. Mad respect, brother. That's it. You shine out there.
He
But
got
this
into
team,
my FaceTime with Danny Lim yesterday, too. He was telling me he was hot out there.
yeah, I saw you tweeted today. He was having some kind of.
Be on
food
my
in
way to
LA, but
Glaze
he looked
apply
like he was
for a
having good time. But
bajillion
this team
dollars a day.
are the real deal for a very good reason. World champions, top team in Asia, and again, they've looked fallible to some degree, but not nearly enough for many teams to be able to put a scratch on them. Let's talk a little bit about our Qadsiah, though.
Just realized Asian people can't really grow beards.
And Landon, and then surrounding themselves with these really
Decent
promising
observation.
players that emerged here from the Saudi E-League and looked incredible. I mean, Ziad is someone I'm particularly looking at. Also,
That was a
like,
doubles
Landon
ban.
with a bit of a role
Dude.
change inside DPS.
Shred and Landon.
That has been probably the most impressive thing, because think about some of the other hit scan players inside of EMEA.
No,
how
Asian
strong
people
they
be
are.
having beards.
Lab is a player that we
I think
Asia
Asia is in a clean shave meta right now.
Here in stage 1 and looked absolutely lights out, like going toe to toe and actually.
Bro, the
beating
dude in
some
the middle
of
looks like
best soldiers
Sleepy.
in EMEA. This is another step up, though, right? Like, as you go into international play and you draw a team like Falcons early on, this is another level.
And I'm talking Ziad here, but Tread apparently is in the starting lineup. You saw
Not
him walk out onto the
derpy.
stage. This is a play that obviously we'd seen in rotation with Ziad, right? Ziad being more of like the diva kind of player. Tread, you know, filling some of those other roles here. But this is a team that was so underrated, but they've got incredible power at DPS. We now understand that. Landon is a rock-solid player alongside
I think
Raccoon,
facial hair is
incredible backline
sometimes
here.
messy
This is
and
the kind of team
dirty
that,
if you don't keep it clean.
Again, in a first to two, you know, it might be tough to see their quality depending on how this Falcons roster comes out of this. But there's been a lot of chatter, Matt, about the meta and what it's looking like right now.
Now, like,
One
Mr.
thing
X
that I'm
rocks it,
hearing
though.
coming out
Mr.
of
X
scrims
looks
of
good
what
with the
teams with
beard.
Bootcamp in Korea is that the scrim results are all over the place. It's really hard
As
to
they
draw,
usually are.
but like more than ever.
Right.
I won't use the verbiage underused, but you can't take anything or too much away from what the scrims have looked like here.
OT
But a lot of
opinion
teams have
spotted.
been
You know,
playing Winston.
I think thinking about another man's
Falcons, right,
testosterone
it's
is
team
a
that obviously
low
hasn't
T.
really, you know, always gone for Winston.
I've
Some people
never
know
thought
it's
about
been
another
a little
person's
bit of a
testosterone,
preference
now that I
to go
think
towards
about
those
it.
flex tanks. We've seen him pick that up, the Hun Binston, as it's been dubbed. So I'm curious to see, maybe that's why Tread was seeing here in the starting
Some of
lineup.
it also probably dictated by the map pool.
What's up,
right?
Drac?
Different map pool here for the main event.
There's
here
no
at
like.
I've been
must
thinking
dive
about their
maps in this
penis,
map pool.
though.
We're gonna bring it up right now. So
What's the map
you'll
pool?
notice there's no
Kings
Jabal
Row,
here in those maps.
Kings
We
Row
can
and
also
Lee
start. I
Zhang.
think
We're in
Circuit
business.
Royal there
Let's
at
go,
Escort is
dude.
really
W map pool
interesting.
already.
Can force poke compositions entirely. Also, Ilios has been snuck back into the map pool here, of course, which is a control map, Matt, that kind of dictates a little bit of dive at times. So, you know, I think, you know,
Kelvin
some of those
is the
series that
LeBron
start with
James of
Ilios could look a
Overwatch.
little bit different
Mr.
to those
Apply.
that start on Lee Zhang or Oasis.
And when we did NA, right, a lot of the time it was like Esperanza 24/7 we saw there for push. I expect to see some different things here throughout this tournament.
Yeah, stadium only.
You can definitely make an impact throughout the map pool with your, you know, hero bands as well. In terms of what ends up being played, I think look at Circuit Royale, like you mentioned. That'll be one that's kind of like contested, I think. If teams really don't want to play dive, I mean, you can play Winston there, but the sightlines and just the way it plays definitely plays better for some of the more poke comps.
And I'm looking at EMEA teams to almost prefer to try and go in that direction. In the past, those have been the teams that have been known as the more off-tank style teams. VP loves to play a poke composition. That's one team that I feel like would go there on occasion. So keep an eye out for that one as teams, you know, if you drop the first map, right, and you're an EMEA team, you might want to go over there.
Well, I'm also curious, you know, you mentioned a lot of Winston play potentially. There are some
scrims
teams that
has been
just,
a lot,
there are some teams that just aren't really great at the Winston, where I'm curious what they turn to with Maga.
What the fuck does
kind of,
Tread play?
Getting obliterated with the last patch, you know, just kind of sent to the Shadow Realm for just probably a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Maga fans, he'll be back.
This map pool literally favors brawl comps.
All three.
Yeah, but in 5v5,
Yeah,
Winston is a brawl
But no,
character.
I
You just
think
jump in
potentially
and
you're looking
bubble
at,
and
like,
don't die.
Right? Hazard or Risa. Or Risa always is like on the fringe being played. So
There was a whole.
Yeah,
there a
Tread
whole
was the guy who was banned, I
period of
think,
time
right?
Where Hazard and Malga were getting like their health and armor proportions changed and actually swapped between them. And whichever one had the more armor, it became the meta tank of that sort of period of time. So they were very, very close and getting a lot of little tweaks because obviously they're pretty similar in that they both want to brawl, they want to take space, but they're relatively
Oh, no,
close
that was
range. They have
emo.
disruption, displacement, you know, and obviously an ultimate that, you know, probably Malga's a little
Who comes
bit
out of the
powerful
East and West in
hard to
basketball?
avoid,
Lakers,
obviously.
Celtics.
So, you know, we might see it creep back in. You know, we talked about these, like, you know, as we look ahead to our games today, because we're going to see everybody in first to twos, by the way, where every map really matters. I'm bringing that one back from 2019.
That's throwback.
but they actually matter. They actually matter here. You know, we've seen North America always trend towards like the main.
This is not 6v6. Oh, they picked Li Zhang. Oh my god, dude! All of OWCS we watched, they played fucking. I forgot what map it was. It was like
with Nightmare, right? Like
Oasis the entire time.
Towards the end.
Not OKC, but did you see OKC versus Lakers? That last game they played?
Come in is I think
JJ Redick is in their ass, dude.
Kind of mixed results all over the
place. Oh yeah, it was Samoa.
Teams like hiding bans from each other, different map selections.
OKC sucks.
You might take one scrim against a team a little bit more serious than another, knowing that you might have to play them. They're on your side of the bracket, so a lot of that, I think.
I'm an OKC hater.
Today,
I don't like Abe Lincoln
between these teams of how I think.
And they had Josh Giddey.
This is real. You just saw a
the Lakers D is getting exposed.
I
hope their dick gets exposed,
tilts his monitor 45 degrees away from him.
That's actually such a hard poster. Hanbin's Wikipedia, all first place. That was Aura.
Like an easy introduction. So, yeah, Hanbin's setup is pretty bizarre. There's Landon for you, of course.
Do you think he tried to log in to delete the Paris Eternals?
Oh my god, he was on that team.
Yeah.
That is great. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Paris Eternal. I mean, hey, they had a stage win. You know, they did. Wow, that is. I had scrubbed that from my memory. I'm going to be honest with you. So, Lijiang Tower, obviously, you know, this is the kind of map where we can have some wins.
Is that May?
Market, but again, you know, if you're a Qadsiah, you might be even considering, you know, Tread's hero pool in the past.
Wait, is Leave on once more?
We've seen a bit more.
He is.
Right. Whereas Ziad was the diva option on this team.
And this crowd is no joke there.
Dude.
I mean,
hell yeah, dude. Man, I love when there's like lands in Asian countries because they be cosplaying and stuff. When they look in the crowd at DreamHack Dallas, you see like 30 dudes named Steven.
With Overwatch League ended up getting like a live event.
Yo, DRGS, thank you for the 4 months, my brother.
We had a homestand. We had a homestand in China.
I think one. So
and it was awesome.
Both,
like a
Kelvin,
major
both.
International, like a final or anything like that. Like it was really Overwatch 1 days. That happened.
Last time I was there was for APAC Premiere in 2017.
But the one thing though, like when you think about like Overwatch World Cup, like the Chinese.
Hey, I was in that crowd too. Not too much now. What's your real name, Obi-Wan? Is it Steven? Ooh, Sim Juno ban.
Sim here from Falcons.
Okay, so they don't want Falcons to play Brig Juno, but that allows Falcons to play on a Brig though.
It's just such a strong ultimate.
So
it feels like
Bro's name is O'Brien.
Without having
I rest my case.
As much, because obviously teams been boot camping in Korea, they've all been happening on the Age server.
The majority of DreamHack fans were stinky.
Like this in order to protect a certain DPS, but we've seen Sim on Night Market especially, right? She can obviously get you into play pretty quickly and strong in those front lines that do want to make use of shields.
But in theory, though, the Sim is like really good in combination with more of like a brawly style tank with like a Maga.
And we've seen Torb Sim comps not so long ago.
Yeah,
that was
real.
Mixed about a bit.
That's true, but it could be also like a DPS protective ban, right? You get that initial ban, you can remove some of the pool that doesn't allow Qadsiah to kind of go.
I think I'm gonna watch the first 4 games.
To the support pool, so.
Juno is an interesting follow-up ban, I think.
Obviously,
you'll see her get mixed in here and there. She really shines in comps that want to make good use of being clumped up together inside that orbital array. So it might imply they're trying to avoid going into against a brawl style here.
Wait, that trophy's kind of dope.
So both teams may be angling to eliminate one particular style here.
I mean, you're going to see they probably swap out for Lucio, though. I mean, you pretty much say that with confidence, right? Like, Lucio seems to be a much pick in terms of the speed when the Juno's not in the game, right? Juno.
Yeah, I think next game's going to be a really good game. I'm really excited for next
Lucio,
game.
But still, just having the utility that Juno has on top of the speed is really beneficial.
Oh my God, look at
I
Lip.
expect to see some Lucio
oh my God.
early on from both sides.
Moments away from kicking off our Champions Clash here.
I just felt Lip's aura through the screen. I'll check. You're right.
Number 1 seed from Asia, Falcons, current champions of the region versus the perennial dark horse.
Genji, Malga, Sojourn, Kyrie, Lucio.
And you thought he was gone.
Oh boy.
Stories about his demise may have been too early.
Exaggerated.
Yeah.
It's Malgan time, folks. And of course, Lucio Kiriko compositions here.
Damn.
Mirror match now. We're going to have proper on the Genji versus
So now you actually think that the Sim ban...
I don't really mind Malga that much. As long as they play Genji. As long as it's not a Sim meta and instead it's Genji. Oh! GG.
His way through our Qadsiah.
End the game.
Leaving nothing.
5K. The first fight of the tournament. He gets a 5K.
Rundown Okay, buddy.
Just making it look so easy.
That's it. He's got the momentum. It's over.
Just touch down in Hangzhou and get a 5K to start off.
I mean, look. In games like this, it's pretty simple for Proper to be able to
do
lower? So, right? It's just when Falcons gets up against like Crazy Raccoon, right? Like you're not going to see the same type of result.
I would have loved if Proper gave me a chance to warm up into that instead of just
I want you guys to be able to see the cameras
more
though.
Of those they came from. Here come the stops now. Tread a little bit low, and again, it's so important to keep that Mauga healthy in the front line. Harbin though is chilling. Chiyu does get picked off though by a railgun, but Tredy's down. So frontline advantage here for Falcons, and you know they can snowball an advantage like this. Qadsiah sadly feel a little bit outmatched outside of the opportunities that Labda has been looking to open up on this Soj.
Well, this is interesting
because
he
stood in that. Hello?
You would typically want to play, right? Like a composition like this. But I also feel like this is okay for
Good
Falcons.
camera work
like,
so far.
totally
Just spectate our game.
Well,
whoa, the map! The map has flags on it! Look at that! We've never had that!
Come back with double support ult here and flip this rather easily.
What the hell?
Puts out Qadsiah in this position now.
We didn't even have that in Overwatch League. What is that? Yo, it's all over. That's so cool.
Falcons is well utilized, but they also commit a beat to that fight.
They ended up stacking.
No, they have unique skins.
Rushes basically at the same time.
Bro, that's so sick. The map says the tournament.
In terms of getting towards that sound.
Oh, did they see it? Probably not.
Has the luxury being able to drop that, but now for Falcons, you don't have any support ult to deal with
that's
this
sick though.
On the other side. So potentially you're looking at like Stalker, right? Can you get a
it might be spectator. Whoa, I think they do see it though because we can see their skins. Maybe. Oh, you know there is no skins. You're right. Nah, it's.
Disengage, but there's no opportunity for
that. Audio delay.
A huge pick without needing to make use of the sound barrier. Labda, of course, takes the perk that gives him 150 charge.
Played for Proper.
So easy enough to get those insta kills. Falcons have to disengage, and Haku still commits the sound barrier here. Falcons have done enough to draw it out because they used both their DPS ultimates.
They probably can't see it.
Overclock, and that forces the sound barrier out. And this is actually great for Falcons, right? Because you can re-engage. You know exactly
where
you're
here. Checkmate Blade though.
And you can
play slow until
it's gonna be Checkmate going down.
It's okay. They have Cage Blade for recontest though. They have Cage Blade for recontest. They do have perks. Yeah, they're playing with perks. Qadsiah wins this next fight. You go for Cage Blade.
Which means Harbin was never going to go down. And that was
Blizzard devs too lazy to make it spectator only mode. What the fuck are you talking about?
Now, honestly, Checkmate has to go in with the rawest of raw.
I don't even know what you just said.
Cause him to get bowled over.
You're gonna have Cage Fight plus Blade, right? That was a pretty popular combo.
UPMO ICL Jit.
Utilized, but you can create so much distance here between the two teams, right? Falcons would control the point. You just need to keep it contested.
Wait, no Cage Blade? They caged and then bladed? Yeah, this game's over.
Trent at least is able to get a cage fight in play, but only Harbin was in there, and frankly, Falcons don't need him to finish the job. Classy work for Proper, a second deflect kill for the round, and it has to seal the deal.
God, what a kite from Falcons, though. They all kited that cage so well, they gave up the point and just the recontest. The tempo, they're just better.
This will be a point here for Falcons early on. Lambda gets one with a railgun shot, trying to make it interesting here towards the end, but that sound barrier should be enough. Where Checkmate ends up using that blade, has to go basically all the way down the hallway by the mega health pack, gets boot back, and then now you're stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Are there 5 winner barrier banners in the top right with dozen 3?
On the opposite side, you have no chance of kind of going after the support line as well.
Brawls, maybe.
You can just create so much distance being able to control that point there.
Qadsiah, in theory, can wait for Falcons to take some space in the middle part of the map and give Checkmate an easier killing field.
Okay, bro. They might be spamming the banner a little bit. It's everywhere.
They don't have a good setup for Checkmate. You're right. He has to play. He basically needs a Sherpa to access the backline.
And we'll see potentially a
Bro, it's on the blimp. Look at the blimp up there.
I would say more popular this year than I feel like at any point throughout Torb's.
It's on the fucking blimp up there, dude.
Yeah.
Perks have made a big difference.
That's
Obviously, sneaky, getting this sneaky stealth.
Nah, that's good, bro. They should do that though. That's
Genji on the other side. Like Proper's Genji is so.
This is sick. I like it. I like it.
This is probably a better game here for Qadsiah.
Crazy Raccoon banned Stalker's Farah.
We need to put every land in China, bro.
They did not want to see it. Qadsiah maybe not ready for it, but it is going to be a little bit scary to deal with.
Low-key did fall off.
That you can remove Checkmate's turrets from play, but if Labda keeps shooting like this, it might not be an issue.
He's continued his strong soldier.
Dude, if I was playing it, I would get distracted by these things. They make the map look different. Your eyes don't adjust to them.
That's going to allow Qadsiah to get control.
I feel like this comp looks honestly really good though for Falcons. It feels like everybody's in one of their best positions. Proper back on the Tracer.
Yeah, you don't see it
again. As well. Labda has to respect there as he tries to play by the bridge, but is wary of the concussive blast, knocking him off. Still will play from the outside, and Falcons actually can get a flip going on Virtual being grouped up and forcing Qadsiah off.
I would agree that obviously Falcons is on a lot of
Kyriel from landing first
picks amongst all of their players.
Oh, good
but I think the just pace of this game is much more comfortable for Qadsiah.
I think Stalker needs to swap.
But I would say probably much
obviously it's good into the tour, but I think it's rough to play into the Diva. I would like to see Stalker go. Stalker just go Soj here, then you're on Soj Tracer. Or Proper go Soj and Stalker go Genji or something.
Definitely going to start to be an issue. Of course,
I'll put my left testicle on the fact that Stalker is going to swap here.
Definitely pretty brutal in the brawl fight.
And if he doesn't swap, they're going to lose the round.
They want Stalker to soften people
no,
up.
Proper goes Genji, and then Stalker's going to go Sojourn after his ult.
Obviously a better look here for Falcons because the Genji was giving a lot of problems to the Qadsiah backline. I think just put pressure on Landon and Haku to be able to keep each other.
Wait, he gets the armor, chat. He doesn't have. Wait, does he have the? What perk is that? Oh no, he's moving.
Oh my goodness, yep, he's on the move. Buddy.
He's on the move.
Allows him to move while in barrage.
He's on the move.
Labda and Checkmate get flattened.
And it just feels like with the Genji in combination with the Pharah, you're just way more all in, right? You can just go hyper aggressive with that Pharah, putting down damage from above, with the Genji and the Diva combination, and just speeding up the process for Qadsiah. I think that's where you force him to start making mistakes, and when you can get
he's gonna swap, bro. He has to swap. He's gonna go Sojourn. On Chat Soul, he goes Sojourn.
It's the damage, but it falls as a result. Checkmate, though, sent careening off the map, and this is good for Falcons. This is positive tempo for the blue side.
No
team
shot,
in
he
control
stays.
of the point. Harbin just backs away and will allow Tread to get a remake, but there's not a lot else to work with for Qadsiah. They just have to regroup.
That's dead.
Yeah, and it's Team Falcons actually going in behind Shio's sound barrier, right? The sound barrier over on the bridge into the overclock that comes in from Labda.
Damn!
Just push directly on into it.
See, that is land deflex, bro. I mean, you can't
True.
that is ridiculous. That's 3 deflect kills for Proper over the course
Oh,
of this
they're
game
actually
so far.
on land.
DreamHack
DreamHack Dowers was fake land. They were on like 1 or 2 ping. They're actually on land this time.
Falcons, you play
Damn,
close. You
yeah,
have
0
ping.
ping.
Use this blade basically in there.
A lot of esports tournaments now are fake land. Most of them are. They're like 1 or 2 ping. They're getting spawn cam.
Harbin's on the follow-up and catches Haku with consummate ease.
Why? I don't know why, but a lot of esports lands have been on. It's called fake land basically. It's like 2 ping. Yeah, I played Tracer and Genji on land. It does feel different. It feels like for some reason when you're playing online, like 90% of all of your shots hit people. Like I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like it registers faster.
And it's going to be a Falcons map #1 win in a pretty commanding fashion. Now, Qadsiah had their moments.
Like it felt like,
there was never
you know, the hit marker sound. It felt like the time between the sound was closer.
And I think if you're Qadsiah, there's probably like 4 or 5 things you want to ban going into the next map. You only have one choice to go with. It's going to be very difficult to get this next map.
I mean, out of the gates, you're in Amalgam era, right? So already. You
Alright,
have to worry about
new Prez are going in.
How can we trade damage effectively?
New Prez for map 2. What is he drinking? That secret Diddy missed right there. What the fuck did he just drink?
Excuse me, that charge defensively and expose
that map 2 Prez are going up for Falcons versus Qadsiah. Oh, I should have let it play so you guys could see it. My bad.
That first fight. Labda for me is a bright spot for Qadsiah.
Yeah, I would say he played pretty good. I mean, as good as you can play with the amount of pressure and everything kind of going on positively for Falcons, and then Qadsiah kind of falling apart a little bit.
Just got a 5K in the first fight. Proper, I mean, what more?
It's got to be so defeating.
That do Prez 50 minutes.
Yeah. It probably, if you're going up against Proper, it's like, yes, the legends are true. You know what I mean? It's not surprising to you if you're on the receiving end, I feel.
But this is what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame with Qadsiah, where, like, great, you overachieved, I would say, in EMEA, right? Coming out and qualifying for Hangzhou and Champions Clash here. But what do you have at the international level, right? I think this is like a great, obviously, test for this team, especially playing Falcons early on, right? Like, where are we as a team?
Where's my parlay? Anywhere.
Potential for this.
Who are you guys betting on map 2?
I think there's a lot of room for them to grow.
Well, you're playing against an opponent now who doesn't make unforced errors. You've got to put Falcons under such a degree of pressure where they start to make those mistakes, and then you can capitalize on them. They don't just get served up to you for free. You've got to make your own luck, and that's why you.
Wait, Bronze, did you ever do your parlay? Did you commit to it?
Pick someone like Chio off at the start of the fight.
That bronze, you didn't place it? You're a bitch.
Look, I mean, even the disengagement from Falcons when they go down a player, 2 players, they
gotta ban you for that.
They're always negotiating from a position of power on these maps.
It never feels like they're truly out of a fight. Like, it always feels like regardless of what happens, they have a chance to potentially.
Unreal Glaze session, by the way, but it was a great showing.
I mean, it's a deserved Glaze session, I would say. As Falcons looked extremely strong. Where would you want to see Qadsiah go to? Yeah, Circuit.
Although it is Hanbin. And
hey, shout out to the YouTube chat. I don't know if anyone's watching on YouTube right now, but if you are,
there are a lot of teams who actually play, like, would rather go Suravasa than any of the other.
Yeah, we always see that control in the Suravasa sort of. I mean, it speaks highly.
This is the NA special.
It is the NA special.
Control Suravasa.
Yeah, they should go push. I agree.
Little 1, 2, 3.
I hope someone goes Junker Town, dude. Honestly, a lot of good sniper maps in this map pool. I would love to see sniper duels. Honestly, I feel like 5v5 we haven't got a lot of Widow duels.
And you can play from just around the building corners and be pretty punishing there. In the past, we've seen teams struggle.
Thank you, Bronze. 35 months. We got a glorp in chat for Bronze.
Out of hit scan sightlines, but I think if you're Qadsiah here, Tread staying in, you gotta ask yourself, what comps are we trying to play? Are we a Malga team? Are we trying to sort of force that, or was it just that one round? He's obviously not quite as robust on a map that has environmental kill potential. Like,
here's my mindset if I'm Qadsiah's coach.
You could take Circuit.
Clearly, we can't win the Malga mirror because we look like turkeys without beaks that round. We go to a different map, and we ban out the Malga, and we try to win somewhere else. Because there's just no fucking way.
Against Falcons is probably still going to be trying to create situations where dive has to be played.
Well, they get first ban too, right? So could you play a map that is like a Route 66 and ban Diva and try and force them to play Winston, right? Like,
isn't Alcad the troll comp team, kinda?
No. I mean, if that's, look, you're just picking the best.
They played Malga because that's what they're good at.
If that's your expected path, that would be one way to go.
I know it's odd. We're talking about Winston. We've not seen any of it yet, so I understand why people might be a little bit quizzical about this.
Quizzical.
This is a little bit of what's
emerging
from
big ass word.
The scenario over there.
Okay, rate that word.
Suravasa.
And the word usage.
A little bit of the NA special on our hands here.
I mean, we're looking at a map here where, like,
I think that was
very
fire.
reasonable to play. We've like seen a lot of Torb Sim comps in those maps. We've seen Hazard comps in the past, right? You can play the Orisa style sort of brawl. What I want to see, if I'm an Qadsiah fan, hypothetically, is them try and pick a composition they think that can actually beat.
I'm about to hit you guys with a word. Get ready. Quintessential. Come on.
Suravasa, we've seen a decent amount of
Come on.
throughout it.
I mean, yeah, Qadsiah.
Come on.
Still play Malga, right? Yeah. So, and you'll notice obviously like the.
You watch all the games. I think at least the first 4.
Some extra like healing against targets that have like critical health, right? So they're like focused on not brawling so much, but trying to get that healing up because it could be an issue sometimes.
Wait, Malga Genji banned. So Falcons ban Malga probably because they want to make sure that Qadsiah can't play it. Then Qadsiah banned Genji probably because they want to play. Okay.
So the first ban is Qadsiah.
They ban Genji because they want to play Torb. And the only other flanker you can play if you ban Genji is Tracer. And you can't play Tracer into Torb. So that's going to force them on a comp that they want to play. They banned Genji to try to get them to play Tracer.
Right, so it seems like...
Bro, who the fuck is playing Sombra, bro?
Nobody's
playing Sombra.
Seeing them, like play Diva comp on this map would be very reasonable. We've seen teams also try and play like the dive style setups here as well.
Assimilation.
It can definitely find you some value. So a lot of options here on Suravasa. But again, when you think
Team
about
Liquid does, and where's Team Liquid right now, Shadoinky? Where is Team Liquid right now? All right.
Just an unbelievable hero, right? I mean, he can provide so much, like, has insane, like, escapability, right? Like,
I do Preds. I'm a closing in.
The double dash, right? Able to just kind of get out.
I wonder what they're going to play. Here's my prediction. I think Qadsiah's going to come out on the same comp, Malga, Sojourn, Torb, Juno, Brig. Not Kiri anymore. Maybe? I don't know.
And this is I
think they only play Kiri Lucio because Juno's banned. I think you. Oh no, you're right. No, Malga. Ram, yeah. So Ram,
either China or from
Torb,
so from that,
Sojourn, Juno Brig, or Diva.
Pretty much straight from the outset. But also, you're probably gonna have to play a team like this. Like second, if not first, right? Like if you
look at that! I was right. Besides the back line,
you're gonna have to play
Kiri Lucio.
There is no cakewalk to a fight.
Oh, but wait, are they gonna play Juno? I think they're gonna play Juno Lucio. Surely he goes Brig, right? He's just speeding. Oh no, Kiri.
Hardby is going to be on the Winston. I was talking about this a little bit more. You'd be surprised to see that, I guess, knowing what
I like the Winston more than the Diva personally. I think you can take more space, you play more aggressive.
Still beating the Diva style. Yeah, it's still the
Diva's good at peeling the Pharah though.
Picked up the Torb here, so checkmate on Torb's an odd look, but it does give them.
Proper on Pharah this time, Stalker on Sojourn. That tells me that Proper's gonna go Tracer soon. Last time it was flip-flop.
Especially because Diva's really good at taking those duels as an offensive.
Nah, maybe he doesn't go Tracer. Maybe he goes
against the Pharah. You really want to try and control, like Proper obviously.
What does he go
here instead of Stalker? And yeah,
wait, they go Diva? Tracer, I was right, Tracer. Yeah, Proper's definitely still in his prime. But why the Diva?
It's not amazing against the Torb, right?
Maybe the Diva's better than the Winston, I guess.
But that's been banned, so this is not a perfect option, and Proper will have to play.
Proper would be on Genji here if it wasn't banned. Good ban from Qadsiah. Close Prez? Oh yeah, let me close Prez.
We talked a little bit about it pregame, and we saw how dominant Proper was in map number 1, where at least so far seems to be pretty impactful. Trying to build up here towards a rail gunshot, just trying to fire it across, but it's going to be difficult to kind of dive into this Torb Diva
I don't know.
So folks, put it in the back of your mind.
I actually think Qadsiah had great bans and comp pick here. I think this is a junk buck diff right here. I'm not even playing. I think this is a junk buck diff. Good ban to force them off of Genji.
They're still going to come into the fight here with
play the Diva, play the Torb Sojourn. Of course, Proper on the Tracer, which is not a good hero into this comp.
Wasn't in mech when he killed Checkmate. He legitimately just killed that guy with the blast.
Hanmin got 2 kills as Baby Diva, and now I'm getting mad.
With Falcons, as regardless of the scenario, that time both teams end up dropping their Kitsune Rush. Hey, you still got Proper alive on Tracer, you got a chance.
I'm not seeing things, right?
No.
All good.
I guess the Kitsune Rush fire rate increase on the Bunning Blast is really hitting different.
High value there. It's,
Baby Diva Emong Stadium build.
Is it worse than a hammer kill?
No.
Qadsiah,
it's
not.
They just need one fight here, though, man. I mean, they're going to have probably like 2 cracks.
Live against Chio, good pick.
Still continuing this hard start. I mean, the Chio's got the sound barrier. This is a huge advantage.
There's massive, man. That massive ultimate.
Labda's great at Sojourn. Oh, here we go.
They're just going to finish the job, and Labda's been dishing it out. 3 kills. This guy, born for the stage, apparently. A verifiable land dragon. Comes out and dismantles.
Nice, man. I want it to be a good game, dude.
Sojourn, it seems like it was a waste of the talent. Just blocking it far and just running it down is...
How stubborn is Proper on Trade, but he's not working? The thing is I don't even know. Why did he... Oh. The thing is, I don't know if he can swap off. The best hero to play into their comp is Genji, but Qadsiah had a great ban to ban Genji. Maybe you can play double hit scan, but double hit scan is so shit into Diva. Like, he's kind of stuck on Tracer. I mean, maybe he gives a try on Pharah, but playing Pharah on this map into Diva Sojourn is just like suicide. Great, this is a perfect map pick, perfect ban from Qadsiah. This is junk buck in the mix. Echo.
Finally gets on the fielder. It's gonna be a trade though.
I don't know why Echo's really not that good. Probably less burst.
Okay, bro. Come on.
Entry wouldn't be bad actually.
With the Bunny Blaster, then does it with a self-destruct of all things.
Yeah, maybe mirrored the Torb. And then Qadsiah goes Sim.
Take this first fight.
And with the sound barrier early, I actually like the way that
Qadsiah
played it, right?
Are they going to swap Ram?
The self-destruct to kind of mitigate some of the aggression that was going to come through from Falcons.
Diva Sim Sojourn.
In the end,
Mr. Krabs, I am so confused.
So, Sim, if you can keep this Sim alive, that's always been the thing with Sim. Really glass cannon hero. If you
I mean, Sim does fuck up Diva a lot.
Diva has no way to mitigate the damage of that Sim beam, right? So you become quite devastated.
I think Checkmate got isolated briefly.
But Proper is so free now. Proper gonna get 6 kills this round. This fight. There's one.
There's
2.
The switch over towards the Sim seems audacious here for Qadsiah, but
nice, Labda. Labda and Shredder playing great.
His Harbin tries to lock it down. Double back to his backline. Fielder's able to stay alive.
I don't like that. I like the Tor pick way more.
D-Mech, but Tread out of Mech is getting kills as well. A Bunny Blaster fans, who are eating today?
Haku's back here as well. Labda still
I like the Tor, man.
Qadsiah not out of this one just yet.
Labda locked in. Little balls, big dick 7.
Qadsiah have to spend pretty heavily in order to get this. Qadsiah Rush committed to that fight, but hey, we're coming back on another lap to overclock.
One thing I'm also looking here for Qadsiah is the
Qadsiah's not bad at all, by the way, chat. If they lose this game, it is not because they're bad, it's because Falcons is so good. I think Qadsiah can make a bottom bracket run. They're good, bro. You got good tempo.
If you're going to play this
good comp swaps besides the sim. Labda is in his prime on Sojourn right now. Labda gets Stalker. I mean, Labda's dipping Stalker right now this game on Sojourn. He's shitting on him. Yeah, first game of the day.
Fielder gonna fall now, and this will be Qadsiah with 2 consecutive fights, putting Falcons in a do-or-die spot for this second flashpoint.
But Falcons, they don't end up using their beat there. They actually, force them back.
3 fights, no sim wall. I feel like he's not getting value. Maybe the sim is just there to peel the Devo off of their Sojourn, and I mean, that does work.
Into the Kitsune Rush, they can use their Kitsune Rush after, so Falcons still in a pretty good spot.
Here come the Falcons now. Checkmate wants to try and set up if he can. Kitsune Rush here from Lana, but a sound.
You know what? I see the sim. I see it now.
Harbin's forced to self-destruct here, and he gets
Labda, dude.
Out of Mech. No chance to climb back in now.
Oh!
Leading from the front.
Labda, let's go.
This is crazy stuff. Hey, this is what we saw though in EMEA. We were like,
yeah, dude. Qadsiah upset a lot of EMEA teams. Dude, they're good, man.
In EMEA, like
Sombra, they go Sombra. Sombra Trace. Okay, now they want to full dive it. Now they want to full dive it.
Yeah, from a region that features
like why? Like why? I don't know why you guys were hating on Sombra before this game started. I told you guys that Sombra's a good pick.
Stalker also switching over to the Sombra here. Wholesale changes now for Falcons as they go to an echo-based composition. Already getting
what's up, Frankie?
Qadsiah again, well, dead taxes, and this guy getting a first kill in these fights. Force back a little bit now. The Kitsune Rush is deployed by the Falcons, but it feels like a bit of a feign. They don't really have the sticking power to follow up on that ultimate and turn it into a point.
Wait, what was the pred again?
Falcons comp change, like the Jose.
Never Stadium? Did you play it, Frankie? That shit was fun, dude.
Echo.
Well,
I love the Winston swap though.
They're trying to make it hard for Tread to bowl Hanbin over. Obviously, like there's the alpha damage that you can deploy there as a D.Va is very powerful, but Prob's having to get rid of Checkmate at the start of this fight. You're gonna notice it.
But the Saudi players are just good at Sojourn, dude.
Pretty extensively here.
Nah, not really fitness.
They're going to have an advantage here for a bit.
I would love to do something with esports someday, like coach, caster, analyst, something. I love Overwatch esports, bro. I got motion. Nah, you'll get in there, bro. It's just connections. I think there's like a request thing to invite people to the Discord. I'll request you. There's people in that Discord that don't got no motion.
You probably get the beat out on the other side. And I mean, who knows kind of what happens in a fight like that where, yeah, now you go back. The Torb was really effective against the
I feel like I'd be good on the desk.
Sombra can obviously like hack the turret and take it offline for.
I feel like I'd be good on the desk.
But still, it's not.
Back on the Torb.
I'd much rather see the Genji here, right?
Okay, we have a EMP available for Stalker now. Hack the turret first, take it out of the game with a quick virus application. And then look for Checkmate, who gets hammered in that front line.
Nice.
Even he, not enough to stop Team Falcons with a sound barrier.
He solo EMP that guy?
Side of the fight just to ensure things are locked up nicely, but Labda's here yet again. Another
Labda, man.
He's still ready to fight. He has an overclock to work with as well. And you notice that Proper's trying to stay out of his line of sight by playing from behind the pillar, but you can't avoid this guy forever. In he comes, sticky bombs go off, and Proper falls to a disruptive shot. Labda, though, had to commit so deeply to get that kill, and Harbin lays waste to the rest of them.
Yeah, I really love that fight for Qadsiah. I think
Fielder.
Obviously investing both support ultimates.
Labda swaps over to the Tracer. Oh, to the Cast, actually. They want to play the strong back line. I like that pick. It's a great pick against the Sombra Echo. I think Stalker probably swaps to Sojourn here. Pilla kill, thank you for the 7 months, my sunshine.
But you can render Sombra unable to translocate away. Yes.
No coaching comms, only in between games. This is a really good game, dude. Holy shit.
Labda is just, I mean, he's good for 3 or 4 every fight. It's not right.
I think Qadsiah can beat VP. I think Qadsiah can beat SSG too. I think Qadsiah is gonna make this. I think Qadsiah is gonna make this tournament interesting. I really think so.
Yep. The switch over towards the Echo, composition. I think there's a lot of hate for the D.Va. Probably hard for Tread to be as active, to be as busy in this fight now.
I mean, you get tagged.
I think you swap off Sombra here.
And then Virus. Like, there's a lot of burst damage potential that you can't really predict. It just kind of happens out of nowhere.
Okay. Labda gets Hanbin again.
Active for checkmate, but once again, it's Labda that opens up the fight. I think the idea is probably, Matt, to take some of the pressure off Hanbin that Tread otherwise would apply. But after that, you're still going to deal with an overload.
You don't have to, Mr. X.
Also, with the 150 power,
what's up, Kai?
Charge is going to work you down very quickly.
If Hanbin goes in onto the D.Va, right, and you have the focusing beam, the hack, and things go down, and you can keep Tread up, it's going to be hard for Hanbin to get out, and that's kind of what
I think Qadsiah is out.
Bro!
Zarya sucks right now.
If I'm Qadsiah,
bro.
We win this map, I'm like,
bro! He's feeling it!
Keep it rolling.
Man,
let's go!
There, by the way, for Labda, just dealing it out. Takes that
the momentum, he's hitting his stride, baby.
Like I was saying,
Haku beat it there though, bad beat. This is Falcons fight to win here. If I'm Qadsiah here, I'm losing this fight. I like this, I like this, I like this, I love it. I like that. That was a good fight. Perfect fight from them. Force beat. Well, no, they let them cap. That was troll. That was a great early fight, but they let them cap because of Stalker. That was a really good fight if they didn't get that early percentage. They got so. Oh.
Even before this stagger is done.
Oh, there's no map. Oh my God. I would have kept him alive 30 seconds longer.
Probably another 15% on the point out of that. Just staggering the D.Va out for that long, where this next fight is
okay, he's locked in here.
I mean, you win this one for Qadsiah, with all the ultimates that are probably expended on both sides. You probably
this meta's good. We're in a good meta right now, for real.
Losing it, though, probably sends us to a final round.
Yo, fuck the replay. The fight's starting.
So that previous fight here where Labda was...
Yo, the fight is starting.
And that's also where they keep Tread alive, right? And Hanbin not able to make it.
The fight's over!
This time, Labda not quite as successful. It's a duplicate of the D.Va for proper. So very durable looking Team Falcons there. And Tread once again will be forced to hang around too late like the estranged uncle at the Christmas party. Stack it out for all eternity to get Team Falcons to 2-2.
We're going to point 3.
It's really necessary, Gio. It's really the stagger that buys them a lot of percentage.
Honestly, I like the cast. I like the cast. But he's feeling Soj right now. He shouldn't swap.
Qadsiah much more competitive here in Surabasa in map number 2 is hacking by.
I like the replay system though. W idea. Just the timing was a little off, you know? I like that they have that. Oh, Labda, man. Proper should go Soj here. Dying first every fight. Such a good Genji ban from Qadsiah. I know I keep mentioning it, but it's keeping them in the game. Oh, they're choking. Stop.
He's just making a beeline for Labda. That time it is Stalker as well as Primal Rage here from Hanbin. That's Tread going to be reset.
If I'm Labda, I'm throwing my mouse at Checkmate's fucking head. I haven't seen him in the kill feed once.
I feel like Qadsiah needs a fight win in such a desperate way.
I like the perk take here for Hanbin that gives regeneration to those under the projector barrier of Winston. Yeah. Pretty handy for Profit.
Early fight from Falcons. Great early fight. Haku matches the beat though. Hanbin throws like a dumbass. Checkmate's turret gets his first kill.
Get over towards the point. They took a fight pretty close to their spawn.
He hurt me. He hurt me.
And a cap happening simultaneously will get him on the board.
Come on, man. But Falcons hits their ult spike first. They're gonna get their EMP first. They're gonna get their Curio first. Tread bomb incoming.
Towards that EMP rather quickly, but with how Labda has been playing
Labda, dude.
You think he's gonna get a pick?
Watch your head, man.
Shield to work with. Hanbin obviously is not deploying the barrier. He's committing to the fight. You've got to try and take space away from the
fight. I would fight. If I'm Qadsiah, I'm in. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go, push. It's a 5v2. There we go, man. They hear me.
Get up to north of 65% here on the point by the time the next
back up.
ends up kicking off. But this next
Labda's actually King Von right now.
Maybe Falcons end up using like a Kitsune Rush quite early and then disengage, gives yourself a better opportunity. But
Walker has the EMP though. Oh my God, Checkmate has come. No ults here from Qadsiah. If I'm Qadsiah here, I got no ults. I'm no ults from Qadsiah here. I stall the fight out. Kite this Curie ult, force EMP, we win the game.
And it goes proper. Once again, thinking of the backline, but he might have a juicy morsel in the form of Tread, who
where's the EMP? Get them the EMP here. No.
That's
bad news, Bears.
Just burn on down. Falcons have got a decent climb, so I'm glad they're
Why
trying
did
to ration some of these ultimates out a little
fought,
bit.
bro? They kited and
there's
allowed
a lot of spots here where
jump off the map.
So you can actually
fucking
get a quick
Haku thinks
reset
he's
as opposed
fucking
to
funny,
that previous
Astro.
point. So they end up not investing that
Going
much
for
there.
boops in a
Qadsiah
time
ends
like
up
this.
investing nothing. You come back, double support. I mean, you have all 5 ultimates here to win the game. I mean, this is the best opportunity.
Oh my god, 5 ults versus 4 ults. This is all timing. This is all timing, and who goes first? They go. He Suzu'd it! Stalker miss! Haku has better beats. We touched the point.
He's knocked out of the mech in fairness, but will return to Echo form soon.
Yes! Group point, stop splitting before I get mad. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Chio's off the map now. Checkmate returns to the point as Qadsiah will set up. The Falcons only have
Let's go.
players left to work
Let's
with.
go. Landon saved the whole game. Landon Suzu the EMP. Why did Stalker uncloak in front of Landon? Is he stupid?
He is dominating right now.
I'm shooting, boys. I'm shooting.
He's like, bro,
That was the misplay of the game. He uncloaked in front of him.
Even Tread's looking at him like, bro, you were just dominating, man. As that is one where, look,
Labda.
it goes down to the final
Labda.
but almost
Killed
every
it there.
flash
Let's
when
go,
was, like, in
Qadsiah. I'm
control
hyped for
or,
Qadsiah.
like, it goes-
Holy shit, that might be the biggest upset in application points history. 8% on Qadsiah. $1.3 million on Falcons. Look at this. Look at the odds. Look at the money. 390K from Zek. Dude, the economy just got dominated. The economy's gone. If you just won a lot of money on Qadsiah, you better put it back in the pot, by the way. I want the casino booming. Don't sit here and don't put it back in the pot. I'm gonna get mad. Damn. Alright, chat. New Preds, map 3. Map 3, don't forget this. It's Falcons pick. Dude, what a perfect map from Qadsiah, by the way, dude. The hero pick into getting them to ban Mauga because Tread's a Diva player, by the way. They got them to ban Mauga so that Tread could play Diva. Then they banned the Genji so that Proper has to play Echo. Because the right pick into that Torb comp is Genji. You play Genji Sojourn. But they're forced on Echo some weird shit because they banned the Genji. W play from Qadsiah. And Landon with a crazy Suzu, bro.
And make it possible here for Stalker to finish these kills, but very quickly
If I'm Falcons here, I'm banning Diva. You would think you banned Sojourn, but you can put Stalker or Proper on Sojourn here. Maybe you do ban Sojourn. Falcons are way more flexible. Get Labda on something that, I mean, Labda's good at other heroes, but really the only character that he carries on is Sojourn.
You don't have a Diva with a D-Matrix to eat this.
Nah, you don't ban Torb because I think they played against the Torb on Lijiang and they beat the Torb. The Torb's not the problem, it's the Sojourn. Maybe you just ban Sojourn.
Where Falcons uses some of their abilities, goes on in, tries to put pressure on the Diva. Anytime you could keep him alive through that, that was a fight win for Qadsiah.
True, ban the Torb, goes Soj Tracer.
I was trying to sell y'all on Qadsiah.
You ban Diva or Sojourn here?
Now it's like, I mean, look, obviously Falcons, they have map pick and first ban. Going to be a massive advantage here, right? But still, to put yourself in this type of situation for Qadsiah, you have to feel great.
What if you chose a map that was more dive appropriate and banned the Diva, right? Try and play Winston Mirror.
Wait, you think that's what?
Yeah, don't forget to do Preds. Come on, we have way more money.
Going to be banned here. So, do you care that much about going up against the Torb comp?
Do you ban like the Torb ban for Falcons feels silly, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it kind of, because then you open up support and tank for them on the opposite side. I mean, that would dictate much more of the composition.
You shoot at the top of your chat. I think he just Suzu'd it, Kino.
They're not going to play Soj.
Do you ban Soj?
Right? Ban it.
Yeah.
Right. There are some. Oh, God.
Who do I go here?
On any of these maps?
I might go. You definitely don't go push if you're Falcons here.
Esperanza?
No. Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, look at
you might go Junkertown here or Root. Maybe you go Root, ban Diva.
No. I don't think you can really play the echo there. That would be.
I don't think you're going to play.
Really
I don't know.
Sight lines on those remaining maps.
Circuit feels like something you would have said Qadsiah would have.
Definitely don't play Sigma.
Right. So like, yeah, do you play one of the push, right?
I think you play Mauga or
have in NA and EMEA.
or Winston.
So we'll be Runasapi. So they go with the push. I actually think
Runasapi, really? I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, man.
You know, we talked about before. It's pretty fire friendly. I'm looking at these
the
bans,
way that Lab is playing, if you pick push and don't ban Sojourn here, you're trolling the whole game, in my opinion, because the way push works, first picks and trades win the game, and if Lab is able to get 1 or 2 kills a fight, even if they lose that fight, they ban D.Va.
That she plays, but
ban D.Va.
Look pretty good in that regard.
Force them to take the Malgamir.
They did it. They went for
Not
that.
a bad idea.
Again,
not a bad idea.
I don't feel like this is a particular Winston.
They banned D.Va because Shred's a D.Va player.
Just Mauga, right? Like if you wanted to play Mauga here, this is a map in the past where when Hazard was in the meta, we saw some Hazard.
But still, man, Sojourn's so strong on push. Push
again,
benefits from trading. Even when you lose the fight, as long as you get 2, you can always recontest faster than the team that has the bot. And if Labda can keep locking in like this,
because well, I mean, your Pharah is just playing lights out on Sojourn, so why make a change?
Never gone back.
And for Falcons, right, I guess, like, what, you get rid of the D.Va. This puts you in either, what, Mauga, Winston, at least from what we've seen so far, that type of territory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, it's gotten a little bit spicy. I would say,
spicy.
Were Falcons to be unleashed into the lower bracket, that would throw the entire thing into chaos. I mean, you just, you'd be even more scared of losing those first games here. But, again, the D.Va definitely was an issue for them. They tried to play it at one point, and they look at like what the comp ended up looking like for Falcons to try and limit the effectiveness of Tread. Like the fact that we're looking at a Sombra being picked up there in order to try and harass the D.Va. Also, we saw it.
They lost
against the Torb Tires, hacked them, virus.
They lost the Malgamir on Lijiang because in KOF you don't really have a lot of time for your Sojourn to get a pick because the map is so close together. But wait, they can't ban Genji.
I mean, if you play Mauga here, right? It's
this is gonna be a rough game.
Mauga, Sojourn, Genji potentially for
Genji is really strong into the Sojourn comp,
man.
The
Genji, you would play the Torb, right? In response,
I think we can. Like, if I'm going to throw us back to Control Center, the first round we saw. I think the Malgamira definitely favored Falcons. I think how they
with the Genji in the mix.
Yeah, I think how they played the Malga's life in the front line was really good. Obviously, Proper was looking unleashed.
Genji isn't as good on push as it is on Lijiang Tower, though.
Mauga head-to-heads.
Yeah, Preds are ending soon. I'm going to end Preds soon. We got $1.5 million on Falcons, 500K on Qadsiah. Listen, this is anybody's game. If you want to come up on some money,
if you told them that before the series, they probably sign up for that. Like, they're probably like, yeah, we'd be totally fine with that being the way this series goes. Like, low chance you win it 2-0, but to get there to a final game in a Mauga head-to-head, you probably take that.
I think a question a lot of people might be asking, hearing this discussion, is like, why do you not care so much about the Torb if you can play Genji? Like, why does it feel so much better than playing a Tracer against this?
It just
or
feels
burst
like
damage
Genji,
and deflect.
You can get rid of that turret so fast.
Stupid.
It's just so much more devastating on the back line.
What does that say, chat? Any translators?
Mauga, like, let's say you're playing Mauga with it, like the stomp comes in, the Genji dash, you can just burst down some of these targets like so fast. And then look, Blade is really effective, right? When you can use that Blade.
Mega Torb Soju. I don't think Falcons plays the Torb.
With it, just being able to force something out, much better, obviously, than like a Pulse Bomb in that type of scenario.
Labda might be on a Viagra.
Falcons players. I mean, so many world champions.
Do you think they expected this series to be close? If you were to, like, give them some. They would obviously, if we interviewed them, tell us, yeah, this is going to be competitive. But like, if you gave them some true serum, like, would they tell you?
There's actually a great storyline behind this game. Do you guys remember back? It was like 2022, 23. I'm gonna hope Johnny can confirm this for me. The game where Jungkook hits a shatter on Havana as the Outlaws beat the Shock. Right? Was that 22? 23? That was like, okay, 21. Oh, buddy, okay, I'm old. That was like the first time that the Junkbuck and 9K duo like split up and had to play against each other. And that was when Junkbuck actually won the first of those like student versus
there's like 30 Kirikos in the crowd.
9K goes,
everybody
goes
cosplaying.
on record and says,
I don't like watching links right
go
now.
up against a junk bug team first.
In between games we can.
There's always
like,
some really good
actual
strategies
games.
that we are generally afraid of, that we really respect. There's like these two coaches go.
Wait, who? Wait, someone else was drinking the Diddy Mist?
A long time. Actually, it was the Krusty and Junk Bug sort of duo.
Yeah, probably Duck Van.
Obviously, you know, still 9K's like I respect this guy a lot. So, you know, I can't see not only with incredible, I think, players that have kind of come out of nowhere. Many of
how long you guys gonna stay up, bro? You guys are gonna stay up all night with me, dude.
For Overwatch, it's insane. I mean, it feels like every year we have new players out of Saudi that just come through. And there's one thing to like do it in EMEA, right? But then you see it at Overwatch World Cup. You see it like a spread really across of EMEA. Like there's so many talented players.
I'm so glad you brought that up because
plays tonight. Every team plays tonight, but I don't think I'm not gonna watch the lower bracket games, chat.
That grand final.
Even though the lower bracket games might be really good, I think I'll probably call it.
In Hangzhou, we'll obviously slightly different teams.
So
it's going to be, I think, Farway might have been on the Chinese team. He's on CC here, but it's going to be great to see them playing. In the next matchup, of course, we've got Virtus.pro versus once again, which is going to be great.
The crowd there is going to be insane.
I mean,
SSG plays Crazy Raccoon.
It is just incredible to see.
Next game should be so good.
Regions, as we've considered them in the past, finally brought back together, and even after a year break, it looks like once again haven't really skipped a beat. So very excited to see them come out and what looks like a bit of a Winston meta. At least it's one that allows.
Crazy Raccoons and Falcons are favorites. I don't know. Or next game, I think once more probably,
dude,
or once again, whatever.
This match being a potential upset in the first round would be crazy. Like, would reset everybody's expectations of the tournament, the bracket, how things go. You start to look at
there's no way I stay up until
look at the whole lower bracket
the lower bracket last game starts at 4:30 a.m. my time, and that is not accounting for delays or map 5s or map 3. There's no way I'm going to sleep, bro.
How does VP match up against?
What about like CC and Nightmare? That's a real wild card, right?
I literally
kind of matchup where Nightmare, and don't forget, are the #1 seed from North America, right? So in theory, have that more favorable starting matchup based on seeding.
About it,
you just never really know.
I have such a good sleep schedule right now, and I want to stream it everywhere else.
That lost to a T1.
Maybe I'll just lay in bed with my headset on and watch from my fucking bed. I'll put my headset mic in and lay in bed.
I mean, Zeta Division's there as well, right? The depth there, I think we're seeing in that region is crazy. But here we go. Runasapi had a cider map in his first of 2. He's on deck.
This is fairly similar to what we saw in Control Center, but because the Juno is banned early on, right? We saw like Lucio in play, so you're not going to play the Brig with it, but now you see Brig in the mix.
Juno, Brig, Torb, Sojourn.
Proper going to
the Genji, bro, the Genji's so good in this comp. It's so strong if you play it well. If you can, if Hanmin can follow up, or if Hanmin can get good slams with proper, it's over.
They were playing Lucio, right? So Brig actually adds a little bit more of a defensive mechanism into it.
And hopefully we can talk a bit about our perks. I never got so
out
early. Lanther though is there. Look at him on this off angle, and no one's really attending to him right
now. Stalker gets checkmate though. Audio desync a little bit right now, but it's okay. We can't do much about it.
Looking for a fight. Somebody, please give me blood. Anybody. Not to be. There's Tread now falling in that front line.
Well, proper in the Genji.
It seems like they're just really strong here. Falcons at playing this style of play as they will get the bot moving into Qadsiah territory. Qadsiah gets on it for just a second there, so they get 3 meters on the board. But Falcons early on, it's a pick from Stalker. Getting checkmate, obviously pretty massive. We talk about how impactful that Torb is in this composition and the style that they would like to play it. So losing him early on.
Now I wonder why.
For Qadsiah.
Absolutely.
They played Juno Brig on this map and not Kiri Lucio.
A little bit about sort of the whiplash knockback to slam into the wall to get the extra damage. It's always fun to see.
Well, I guess it was because Malga was banned last game.
Has built that up. So we'll see if the Brig really makes a big difference now as the
Proper blade
comes on in. Sharp and
gets the turret.
Always is. Just inanimate objects falling to the blade so far, but Checkmate's turret is out of the way. At least there it is. Eventually, Qadsiah buckle.
They need to fix the audio before Daddy gets mad.
Move both healers and leave Tread.
I don't think it's not me. I don't think it's me.
They're going to get close to taking checkpoint here. There's been no slowdown. That was the orbital ray there used for Qadsiah. It is a rally invested there for Falcons, so don't have that big Brig ult here for all of the ultimates coming in for Qadsiah, but you're going to be able to fight with your orbital ray and cage fight. Like, that's a pretty nasty combo in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Trade here in that front line now as the orbital ray comes down. He
wants to try and
get clear of it. Of course, the damage boost can be a bit of a problem, but Haku is not allowed to escape. fight for trade is made use of, but again, you can break through it pretty quickly. As the Molten Core is a deterrent for Falcons, but they do happily take that close fight.
I think, man, if Qadsiah could ban the Genji here again, that would be so good.
The player of the match to like a player on an individual hero, like just proper on Genji is the player of the match. Yeah.
Don't worry
Only when he was playing Genji, that's the player of the match. As right now,
yeah, proper Genji is so gross, man.
Into Qadsiah territory, they're gonna go play the sim. So we'll see now if this makes any bit of a difference. But it seems
I always root for the underdogs because, like I said, chat, this entire tournament, the teams that aren't Falcons and Crazy Raccoons need to play up. These, if they just play to their skill level, they're gonna lose. They need to play better than they usually do. Like, you know what I mean?
First of all, get rid of the TP. Remove that mobility now away from Qadsiah. It's time to go.
Copper Blade.
God, easy come, easy go, I guess, and Proper just whips it out once more.
Oh my God.
Easily dealing with
Genji either broken
or
unplayed. How come they don't push it further? Because if you push the card further there, your backline's at a really weird position. They're gonna push it further here because they have small. They have like the map advantage. But if you push it way too far, then your backline will be fucked.
Play offensive, right? They can't just kind of play that neutral around that corner. The clock would just end up rolling down.
Although Genji is just better with comms. Yeah, Genji gets better. Genji is a hero that gets better when your team plays with you. You gets checkmate.
There it is. Morale boost taken for Fielder, so Inspire lasts for 3 seconds longer when activated by Whip Shot, which is amazing when your flankers can dip in, get the Inspire proc, and then have extra healing for extra time.
Fielder is speaking right now. You know if Fielder's talking, it's GG.
You know, pretty competitive in the first map.
Man.
Obviously take map 2, but Falcons asserting their dominance here towards the end. Not the way that Qadsiah would have liked to see this one potentially end, as it'll be Stalker end up using the overclock.
Can you guys tell that Matt is gearing up for a match finish?
That's okay. Not many points even got put into Falcons.
2-3. And look, if you know anything
back a little and stretch.
You know anything about push.
Damn.
You're gonna need what? 6 fights, 7 fights to go the
that
opposite
dude.
way.
We've seen it. Statistically, though, one of the most unlikely outcomes that you can imagine here on this kind of map. Harvey knows caught inside the cage fight. Now checkmate also going to throw a wall up here.
Also, Landon is much better at Kiri than he is at Juno.
To their credit, they don't spin the rally or overclock in doing so.
All right, chat. We've seen crazier things.
Is that Falcons obviously going to have the close spawn still, so they're going to get another fight probably around mid-map per se. Maybe even a little bit closer if they get like quite aggressive around the corner here, kind of going up the slope. Then you're going to get another fight before checkpoint. Then you're going to get a slowdown with checkpoint. Then you're going to get another fight, right? So it's like, and you only
weird
have so
engagement tread there.
They're going to need to be perfect for Qadsiah.
Got him though.
Maybe they can be.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Pretty much, you know.
Breaks some ankles, but Stalker's ready for him. Railgun straight to the dome.
Lab to quiet this game, and it's because of the Genji, dude. Proper's aggressiveness on the Sojourn makes it to where Labda can't just sit here and look for picks all the time. Proper.
Okay, I've been a little bit late to the party there. Still, Fielder's going to try and dive on in here and see if they can get rid of Tread, but he's too healthy.
Rally from Fielder. The audio is so desynced right now, it sucks.
Straight away here by Stalker, and Fielder is going to commit the rally, so without Proper, they offer him up as bait to look to try and start a good fight, but that Sim is motoring. Checkmate, though, can't quite topple the Titan that is Hanbin, but Laptor's there to help. And reach up and deal with him. But time is ticking down.
Don't trade.
Have some positive momentum, but Proper's back in the fighting. Hope to find more than just a one.
Pretty much all Falcons needs to do now is trade at least 1 or 2 kills. And look, there's some keep fighting. Look, this is what you do on push. It's like that trash flawed game mode. Because as long as you trade, the other team can't do anything. As long as you get 1 or 2 kills, you just come back and you get, look, they gained nothing from that fight. They got no space, no points on the board. And it's a trash game mode. As long as you trade, once you gain the lead, if you can trade, you can never lose. No, 66 wouldn't fix it. Maybe a little bit it would fix it, but it's really just the game mode is flawed. Look. Look, they're getting trades. They're not going to get any space. Watch. They're not going to get anywhere.
Falcons just trying to turn this in the muddiest game possible and bleed.
They're going to get a couple meters and they're going to touch.
A little bit of a mess there towards mid-map, right? At this point,
And look, they're back. They got 3 meters. And Hanbin's back. That's 2 fights in a row. 2 fights in a row that Qadsiah won, and they got no meters because of it. If this was KOF, they would have won the game. If it was payload, they would have capped the point. It's just a trash game mode.
So we'll gain regeneration when he's on an objective, which is the bot in this map. Trying to make use of that now. Of course, this trend is going to fall first. Not a great sign at all for Qadsiah. The rest of them, unfortunately, like dominoes, must follow suit.
GG.
Sorka didn't even need a rail to claim that fight.
Impossible for them to win.
The ultimate. Unfortunately, just not a fight where Qadsiah's Sojourn could make the difference.
And it's a huge ask for Qadsiah. Like, this is why it's so important not to fall behind in this type of fashion in push. Because you're asking them to be perfect against such a difficult opponent.
What Mr. X said, push requires you to play perfect. You need to kill all of them without trading, which is impossible in 5v5. Proper touch to spawn doors, GG.
Have been silenced in this first game of our Champions Clash. They're going to be shut in spawn as the bot looks to try and get home. Sorka has a round to make use of it now as Trent wants to step up and make a stop happen. Has to play though from behind the
Labda's on Widow.
The Widow making a try and bail his team out. A second kill. Surely not more than that as Proper goes looking for the Widow. Labda has had his time in the sun. He's had his fun and Proper is here to put this game to bed.
Shout out Labda, that was cold though. Shout out Labda, that was cold though.
Hanbin charges out to try and regain control of the bot. With only a minute left, Qadsiah
they're not gonna get any meters. Look how long Hanbin's stalling.
Alive here on that bot would have just been time delaying as
and look,
now checkmate will go.
They're not even gonna do anything.
So a flat
I don't know. Can you check if YouTube audio is desynced?
Hanbin getting that close spawn, so you're gonna get another fight here towards that mid map.
50 seconds to play. Orbit array at the disposal of Landon here, and Team Falcons don't have any big ultimates to rely on.
Look, they got back to the middle, and they're fighting again. It's trash. Yeah, this would work in any elo, as long as you guys get back to the point as fast as possible. They're not gonna push card here. Now you probably should just actually no, you push bot here because they're gonna have enough time to touch anyways.
17 seconds left. It's the final stand in this upper bracket for Qadsiah.
And that's a fight win there for Falcons through the orbital rate and rally on the opposite side. That is nasty work here.
Thank you, Nolo. The team that's losing in push, it should make the bot sprint like Usain Bolt. If you're down, if it's 140-7, it's impossible to come back unless the bot sprints. They should do that. GG, good game. I think Qadsiah showed good promise there, bro. They probably just played the first or second best team immediately out the bat, and I think they showed great promise there. I think they easily make a lower bracket run. I think they can beat any of the NAEU teams if it's a good game. I think that was a great showing from them, honestly. And the only thing it takes for them now is for them not to let that game affect their mental, because that game, you know, it's fucking Falcons, bro. What are you gonna do? You gotta say whatever, GG, go next, let's just beat the other fucking team. The only thing that holds them back from the rest of this tournament is if they let that get in their head. All right, chat. Virtus Pro versus once again.
Not really. Not at that level. So
I'm really excited for this game. The Chinese region needs to prove itself worthy of playing in this tournament. And VP also proven themselves worthy of playing on LAN. They were flawless season from them online.
At the start of the Champions Clash, let's head to the desk here and break down our very first match of the weekend.
Well, what a matchup to kick things off. Not quite the 2-0 that we thought it was going to be, Jake. Qadsiah.
That 30-minute preds, VP from first once again.
This is still a good start for them. As much as it's the loss, like, let's be honest, beating Falcons would have been a shocking result. Huge.
Yeah, I don't really watch Low Tier God, though.
It puts wins in their sails. It shows that there's a lot of teams in this tournament who won't be able to take a map off Falcons. So I think
China didn't play last tournament. This is China's first OWCS.
That being said, I mean, this 5K from Proper to open the match. Talk about.
I mean, yeah, they didn't play.
The most Proper Falcons moment of all time.
They haven't played like a year.
First fight of the tournament, and I just eat you all up for breakfast.
Yeah, and then we went over to Suravalsa. I mean, loved that.
I'm lowballing once again. Oh, okay. He's trying to fuck up the odds.
Essentially proven that you're able to deliver.
He's trying to fuck up the odds. Hi, Hyrule. That Preds are up once again versus VP. I'm not gonna give you my Preds yet because I feel like if I give you my Preds, chat usually just Preds whatever I Pred. So I'm gonna wait until some Preds are in, and then I'm gonna give you my Preds so that chat doesn't just copy me.
The Mauga composition against Falcons, you shouldn't feel too bad about that because this is essentially, you know, the best team in the world on their best composition, the one they play. Proper MVP, much deserved. Matt talked about the Genji performances really shown in this series. Falcons, they dropped the map though, but Proper looked fantastic on the Genji.
Yeah, Proper always such a threat, you know, on pretty much anything he plays. The team often just like flexes completely around where he can have the most impact, and well, there's a good reason for that. And I think the Genji is probably the most explosive hero to see and on because, you know, talk about feast or famine, Proper very consistently eating well in these big fights, you know, with the pressure on him, all the resources given over to him. And
once again, yeah, China team.
He delivers time after time.
I mean, you go YouTube.
That map loss, definitely not the ideal hero to see and on because, you know, talk about feast or famine.
It is better.
Very consistently eating well in these.
1440p. I got chills just now.
Resources given over to him, and it's for good reason. He delivers time after time. Like you said, that map loss. Definitely not the ideal here, but Falcons, these guys are elite. They played so many times.
I'm happy with that game from Qadsiah. I think they showed good knowledge of the meta. Listen, chat, you know when a team looks lost, bro. That was not a team that was lost. That was a team that lost to the best team in the tournament. I think I got high hopes for Qadsiah.
You know how things are going. Who are they going to be facing up against as Team Falcons obviously
so if
in the upper bracket?
That means that Qadsiah plays whoever loses this game. I think they can beat VP or once again. I think that lower bracket game is going to be sick. I think Qadsiah can beat VP or once again. I think that game should be good.
Who's landing where?
Who's landing where? Oof. I mean, wow, this is going to be a very interesting match too we got on our hands here.
We'll see if I stay on and watch it, bro. I feel like I'm gonna be so tired.
I really struggle to like pick one of these teams because as much as I want to see once again come out playing some dive heroes here, you know, VP has looked fantastic playing the Sigma composition. The Stola has some really
Grand Finals is on the 20th. Grand Finals on 420.
You know, I'm not really ready to call one of the favorites in that matchup. We have to make Preds, so...
It'll be later, it'll be later. Yeah, we definitely will, So, don't forget our second match of the day will be Virtus Pro versus Once Again. We're gonna head to a quick break, though.
Evil Pack God Big Chungus, Glorp. Why is it always Mauga during internationals? Probably because it takes a long time for us to get here, and when the meta breaks down, eventually people realize that Mauga is just the best. Also, brawl, a good brawl meta will always shine above a dive meta because that's just how it works, and Mauga enables all the best heroes. Mauga enables a good Genji, Mauga enables a good Sojourn. And whichever tank doesn't die is always going to be the best tank. It's that simple. Alright, chat, now we're waiting. Everybody get naked. You think both Korean teams in grand finals? I don't know. I really don't know. It's likely.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘입니다. 지금 2025 챔피언스 클래시를 시청하고 계십니다.
Welcome back, everybody. Team Falcons made a stamp for our first match of today, but before we get into match number 2, I actually wanted to talk to you guys a little bit, because if you think you guys have what it takes to make your way into the OWCS, you guys have to sign up to compete in Season 5 of the Overwatch 2 Face It League. And for your chance to make it to the main stage,
I don't want any Korean teams grand finals. Why? I don't mind both Korean teams. Here's the thing, chat. I want the highest level play humanly possible. And the highest level play humanly possible, whether you like it or not, both the Korean teams. Take it to the judge. Take it to the judge.
Look, they got no time. These teams got to start reviewing. They got to get on to the next game. Falcons, the winners interview. Come on, wait till the trophy comes out. Then we start to talk to them. You know, they're not interested in any of that just yet.
Yeah, let's get on to the next match here then. Virtus Pro.
Kind of low-key getting Legacy Glaze, and I forget what happened to them at EWC. Lenny owns those guys. True.
Jake. We spent the entire pre-show talking about Dive and Winston, and we've been hearing about all these.
Wait, no post-game interview is a W, by the way. Speed up the process of getting into the next game. I don't give a fuck what Proper has to say. He's probably going to say that team sucks dick, we're just better. W production. Obi-Wan, 55 months.
This amalgamata, and I think they're going to play it as much as they can. Like, that's what they beat the world with. Like, of course, they're going to try to bring it out. But I'd expect to see more diversity. I mean, these are going to be two very interesting teams with, once again, wanting to play a lot of dive, a lot of main tanks, Vistola's strengths on the off tanks. I think this will be another match to really indicate more how the different teams from different regions are.
Thank you, Obi-Wan, by the way. 55 months. You're a crazy man.
Hear Jake say that, you know, Mauga.
Look at the 55-month fish. He's so cute.
Falcons, you know, both of those teams have loved to play that hero. So now,
no, I like interviews too, but not when it's 11:28 p.m.
But they could also play the Sigma, for example, the Diva.
And it's past my bedtime.
In the past, but once again, loves playing dive. So if once again place Mauga in this matchup, then we maybe didn't have the right prediction of the meta going into the tournament.
What can I say?
No, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, right, before we get too far ahead of ourselves.
My fish got a little thing on his head. It's a bulbous.
But when it does come to this Mauga, I mean, were we really even expecting this pick to come through for a lot of these teams, considering the nerfs that had just come out recently?
I mean, it's a surprise. We didn't see it at all in the promotion relegation, where we did see a couple of the new teams that are going to be coming up out of that Face It League and into OWCS in the next stage. I was like very heavy on the dive, a lot of Winston, Hazard, a little bit of Diva, a little bit.
God, don't read the new Preds, man. We have like no money in the pot. We had like over 2 million in the pot last game. Why do we have no money? Hello, wake up.
First match. But I do think I'd be pretty surprised if once again, maybe Virtus Pro a little bit more likely to lean that direction. I mean, Vistola is so mechanically strong on tank. I think that could be a good look for them. Play around Jwoo's Genji and really enable him to pop off against this once again squad. But I think the real question here is like the Virtus Pro performance on land. Guys like Jwoo has had a huge breakout year, has been a star performer in Europe. I would say the best flex DPS in the region right now. However, this is on stage in front of the hometown crowd for the opponents in China on land. I mean, this is like a real moment for Jwoo to show, can he really keep up in the basically the maximum possible pressure a player could be under.
I love that show. I love that show because we got to actually talk about what we're expecting when it comes down to this matchup between Winston and Virtus Pro.
Say shit?
I'll kick things off.
Or shout.
It actually kind of pained me to go up against once again in this one, but I did vote 2-1 for Virtus Pro for this. I think that it will go the distance in this first to 2.
That doesn't make sense though. That I love that show.
Did in the EMEA.
I was going into this Pred, and I, you know, before the tournament had started, I was thinking once again, I was thinking this would be a comfortable meta. I think they would play it, but honestly, watching that last series,
she said shout.
The amount of Mauga,
that's what Cus to be saying. I started saying that because of Cus to be like, good shout, good shout.
I think I take Virtus Pro as well. I think if Vistola can keep the game in his wheelhouse, it's really going to be that clash of styles between can Qadsiah get his heroes to dominance, can Vistola force their strategy.
Dude, I'm a dickhead. If I'm VP, first map, I'm banning Winston. Fuck Qadsiah.
Guys like Jwoo and Vistola, even to go up against the best Chinese team here in Hangzhou.
Well, I mean, it feels bad for me in this scenario because I'm predicting against my European brethren in this instance, and I just gotta go with the hope.
I'm rooting for VP. I want VP to win. Because I know everybody like Qadsiah.
Not predict.
I like Shockwave.
They got even shy. They got Qadsiah, and yes, I mean, part of it was because you know, going into the tournament, I thought we'd see more dive, but
I played Black Ops 4 Zombies with Shockwave before. The map where it's on a boat, what map is that? That map is so ass. That's around 32.
So impactful. I hope, because again, they're a bit of a wild card. We haven't seen them in quite a while, besides the qualifiers, right? But I really do think that, once again, they are capable of some insane performances on the international stage. We've seen it time and time again. You know, thinking
bro, if Ace leads you, don't go all in on VP and gonna crash out on Phone.
Thinking about the World Cup, for example, like
on Phone,
these players keep surprising us. And so going into this tournament, I'm really excited to see how they're going to stack up against some of the international competition. But I'm not counting them out. I'm just simply not overlooking the fact that they definitely have what it takes to take down some of these top seeds.
No, that's definitely fair, especially with the home crowd energy standing behind them there as well. But we're going to toss to a quick break before we come back with our next match.
Another break, don't make me mad. You know what? We have 3 minutes. I'm enabling a fire sale on TTS. Ohm 44. TTS is now $1,000. And you know what?
Watch One Piece.
I watch One Piece.
York in my shit RN.
I just enabled every single voice on TTS Monster.
Mount healed you like a real one.
Every single voice on TTS Monster with this enabled. TTS fire sale until the game starts.
Hit the flight emote.
Hi, Ruben. Ruben, you're a famous actor now, dude. Ain't that crazy?
Don't let me catch you lacking in these streets.
You got your big break. Next step is getting touched in Hollywood.
You are.
You get 5 gifts to celebrate?
I be bouncing on it.
What the fuck did Blue just say? I love hogs so much, I am a hog OTP. That's not me. Like, I don't know who the fuck that is.
Ooh.
Reply, did you know the Google Tic-Tac-Toe Impossible More was made to never lose, only to draw or win? Blink blink glorp. Why did you say that?
I'll fucking win. He's a bitch.
Zegbegend.
Ah! I didn't look. I wasn't paying attention. I thought I had the left side. I tunnel vision on the win, and I forgot about the loss. I wish I was Savannah James for a day. That does kind of sound like me.
That's crazy.
Chat, I have to tell you that sometimes I look at Paul and think that he's very cute. It does kind of sound like me. Wait, is Blue...
win.
I think Blue is bugged. No matter what you say with Blue, he just says something. Blue is just like, I don't know what... Blue is bugged.
Do you think that I should spend 800 on cases?
God, don't forget to do Preds. Don't forget to do Preds. They're closing in 15 minutes.
Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on. Come on.
Happy Nyanstoy Brances.
What?
Dakota Station.
Wait, he's not speaking English. What? Oh, wait, I think I changed Blue's voice.
I'd be bussing it down.
I think I changed Blue's voice to German. Wait. Wait, no, it's English.
These beaches love the true and are no and
The new DPS is Kids Hot.
New DPS is Kids Hot? Huh? The apply nerd is struggling a little bit. Hold on. He's trying to... Skip the apply nerd!
Reacting. Reacting.
A taste of poison.
It's a multi-ball! You and I have one extra testicle. I like 10 minutes LDP.
Something's not right here.
What's going on out there, guys? We just gave them that one. It was pity.
Oh my god, there's Ruben!
Okay, the Zarya is frying us.
Celebrity sighting. He was just in the chat. He was just in the chat.
I'm basically just spectated to Nano Boost. If we group as 5,
My god, we have celebrity in the fucking chat, dude.
I'm just gonna heavily invest all
Kinda
into
nervous.
my weaponry. Every
Chat, we are
single
not
I'm just gonna be
friends.
a
I
DPS
only
machine.
care
You
about
disappointed me. You
donos.
really should say, you know, how you guys doing?
Make sure they're healing orbs though.
Definitely not.
Alright, let's do it.
These bitches love lead to O-end or no-end fucking. With them dwarf boys you gone. Get fucked over Varys and robbed as these hoes love Ace Legion.
Me and you.
I've got you in my sights.
I love all of my chatters and I deserve 100 gifted.
That sounds just like me.
Oh my god, apply. I'm so drunk. Apply. What you doing right now? Oh my god, I'm so drunk.
Away from me.
Homemade 48 chat, we need these preds galore.
Fist bumps on land. You a high five. Fist bumps on land.
Cardiac arrest. Arrest. Arrest.
This is like chat. It's already a 5-minute delay. This round is going to start at 11:20. It's 11:40. This last game isn't going to start until 8 a.m. my time. I'm going to sleep.
Chat, if you join my Discord, you will get a free tour cam.
That is low-key glorp.
Overwatch actually pays me to promote them. I think that Paladins is by far the superior game.
I mean, it's not during deadlock.
Fuckers, dude, fuckers, dude, fuckers, dude, fuckers, dude, oh.
Chat, I am coming for you. You cannot hide. I will turn you all into Sojourn players.
Gov, can you please bet on these predictions? I'm really broke right now, bound.
Bound.
Please remember that I need you all to get oiled up for me. It fuels me.
That is true. That is true. Now, what are your theories on why they're delayed? I got one. Goose Slay's taking a shit. Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this?
Post-match interview. Great job today. How are you feeling? 일단 시작부터 좀 어떻게 지금 어떠신가요, 심정?
이겨서 기분 좋습니다. 이겨서 기분 좋습니다.
이겨서 기분 좋습니다. Right? Hanbin says that he feels great because he got the win. I mean, I do have to.
We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires. They pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, we would have $500 million. Doesn't mean $1 billion.
I paused TTS for a second. Don't send any. It's not gonna work. Unless you want to get scammed, go ahead.
그게 아니었죠. 2대1로 승리는 승리지만 2대1로 승리하셨는데 그 2세트였던 수라바스에서 어떤 문제점이 있었나요?
일단은 저희가 밴할 때 30초 재는데 이게 좀 생각보다 30초 되게 빨리 지나가서 잠깐 정신 저희가 좀 못 차렸고 첫 경기여서 그래서 근데 그 안에서 저희가 더 꼬인 것도 많아가지고 그래서 오히려 잘 꼬이지 않았나 다음엔 안 꼬이니까 그래서 경기였다고 생각해요 다시 졌지만.
I think the bottom line is it was a good match. That's why it was 2-1. And also, I think the big problem that we had was the ban system. We had 30 seconds to pick our bans, but that 30 seconds went by really fast. And I think that was one of the big problems that we had. But I think it was necessary because we needed that so that in the next matches to come up, that we won't be having the same trouble as we did for the first match. And yeah, like I said,
what if Hanbin said them motherfuckers suck dick? We was trolling map 2, and that's why we lost.
자, 두 번째 질문으로 이제 오늘 승리를 이제 이기고 이제 계속 올라가고 있습니다. 이제
That could be what they said.
지금 우리 챔피언스 클래시에서 이 팀만은 좀 다시 좀 이겨보고 싶다라는 팀이 있다면?
이 팀은 이기는 거 그냥 이기고 싶은 팀. 뭐 라쿤밖에요.
Don't forget to do Preds.
그 원석인 그 구세의 팀을 좀 이겨보고 싶습니다.
Hanbin first said Raccoon, and then he changed his mind. He said he wants to change his mind and he wants to beat once again, and he wants to face off against Gushui and beat Gushui as well. I feel like that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Gushui versus Hanbin. Are you confident that you can?
I need to go flush my holes. BRB chat. I'm turning TTS back on. You guys entertain yourselves.
항상 있는 편이고 자신감이 제 무기인데 자신감으로 한번 도전해보는 거죠. 뭐.
I'm definitely confident. Confidence is one of my strengths. It is one of my weapons that I have as a player. So with that confidence, I'm confident that I could get the win. All right, Hanbin, high five. Great job.
Paul Atreides, son of Leto Atreides, Duke of
Nice to hear
Arrakis.
from Danny and Hanbin. And I mean, I love how he asked him who he wanted to face up against, who he wanted an opportunity to beat during Champions Clash. Nearly answered with a tale as old as time with Crazy Raccoon, but excited to hear that he wants to go head-to-head up against once again there, Johnny.
Yeah, they had that moment earlier this week. I forget exactly what the quotes were, but Hanbin essentially reached out to Gushui and was like, oh, Winston GOAT. Like my Winston hero, or something like that. So, Hanbin has been studying the Winston.
The reason the game is delayed is because of the complex nature of running a large-scale esports event. Many people must come together in order to present the video to your home personal computer is here. I hope this helps everyone understand
I think that's
why
something of a grudge match, right? With in the esports World Cup last year, with once again coming in with like very little prep or practice and still being able to upset Falcons.
Chat,
I mean,
we are
that
playing
stung
Marbles.
for that team. That's a team that
play to get the
came
fucking
into
here
that
to earn
tournament,
some
wanted to
skins.
be a competitor, and wasn't even in the final 2 at Esports World Cup. So I think
Question of
getting
the day,
revenge here in the Champions Clash on the home turf for once again would be perfect for Hanbin if they can do it. I mean, that could be a scary match. That could very well be the next match. If once again, of course, take this upcoming series, they're going to be facing Falcons in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they definitely will be. But before we even get on with our matches and whatnot, if you guys are just tuning in now, I want to give you guys a reminder to link your Blizzard and Twitch accounts to get that opportunity to pick up some of these sick drops that we have here for Champions Clash weekend. You were talking about the loot boxers earlier, Johnny.
Yeah.
What's not to love with them?
Yeah, exactly. In just 1 hour and you get a loot box. Also, keep in mind, these drops change every day. So, if you want the May skin, you gotta watch 5 hours today.
Before they
inspire
your finna P and
know what to do. There'll be new drops tomorrow.
We're here to commit. Thoughts, Jake?
I hope we see a little May come out in this tournament. It feels like the meta is not going that way. I mean, it's pretty rough in a Maga meta, pretty rough in a Winston meta too, but a little thematic May. I hope somebody brings it back.
From Canada, They played at Circuit Real, for example, with the Sigma. So, You know, given that we're about to see Virtus Pro, maybe we'll see that. Because Circuit Real would be the map that Virtus Pro most likely would pick. It's like Vestola's, you know, home map.
I don't want to like spoil this for people, but like, I'm pretty sure Circuit Real is a Winston map right now.
They played Sigma like this earlier against Korean.
I mean, I think VP is probably not going to play Winston. Like they can play Sigma and you can probably win with it. However, I think like a really good team with Winston, Genji, Ana is like it's very hard. It's a very good matchup against Sigma in particular. If you get to third point on circuit, like Winston's better for sure than Poke. So
fire sale is ending.
It's fair.
30 more seconds to get your fire sale TTS in.
Banana.
Look at me 546. Okay.
Banana.
Dude. Shut up.
Banana.
All right, I'm closing, or I'm not closing them, but the price is going up.
Banana.
Hey chat, should I eat some gags or make some ramen to end the night? DS for the help.
Fates of Junbin at Dallas.
That 3 minutes, 3 minutes left.
It's a classic.
Come on.
Hey, fair enough. Hey, fair enough. But
Hey, Matty, I'm here to tell you to put otherwise supply will ban you from the chat. Alert so don't miss
But we will be right back with our next matchup, Virtus Pro.
Another break. Bro, this game isn't... This tournament's not going to end till next fucking month. I'm continuing the fire sale.
I made a boss call. Overwatch is now terminating 5v5, and all who prefer it, we will only play 6v6 now. You're welcome.
Why does it talk just like me?
New? Oh my god, apply please. Keep the fire sale. Please apply. I need this.
What up, Asterisu?
Penis in my ass.
Apply. It is I, Xi Jinping. Come to China. Beijing needs you to coach the PLA's new Overwatch team. Hopefully, our great people enjoy a new Chinese century of Overwatch.
Look! Chat, fire sale's on. It's $1,000 again.
Hey, it's me, Winston, and sorry for delaying the game. I'm a little busy, and they're gonna play me every game.
I think blue is bugged. Hold on, I'll be back.
I said, hey, what's up, hello? I cook crack in every part of my home.
Die ist Mondfinne.
Does this mean Overwatch is back?
No.
Jack, preps are closing in 30 seconds. If you have money, put them in.
What is up, Ace Lead You? Are we on games?
Banana.
Oh, great. Here we go again, dude.
Banana.
Banana.
Banana. Banana. Banana.
Banana.
Banana.
And let's do a little introduction to our rosters heading into this matchup. I know we're super excited about this one.
Banana,
Johnny,
banana,
you've been
banana.
hyping up once again to me like in the green room. I heard you on Plat Chat.
Oh,
like you've been going on and on.
Yeah, look.
What's up, chat? Today we're doing the Fuck Up Fan Contest. $75 to be signed up.
$75 sign up Fuck a Fan contest? That actually sounds like a good deal. Alright, chat, hold on. We're gonna watch this. I'm turning off the fire sale.
What is love? That you don't hurt me, don't hurt me no more.
In particular has really evolved as a player, bringing out a panoply of different heroes where he used to be maybe more confined.
Alright, chat, let me do my map predictions. I got
they have the
I got
to take it to once again
2-1 VP.
Silence this crowd in Hangzhou.
Yeah, I think
I got 2-1 VP.
Fantastic job of, like, working with this roster and figuring out what works for this roster. How are we going to use hero protect bans and bans to set up the Stola to have great impact in that tank role, of course, but also the flexibility in the backline. I think it's been really impressive as well. Fixer playing the back, for example, the Brig, but also Gala. Would we see the signature Ilari being brought out?
Banana OMGs. Dang, for 26 months. We get a sunshine in chat for Janana.
Because they are capable of taking down the best teams in the world when they're allowed to play.
Janana.
They have two incredible damage players in Shai and Leave, of course, the 2021 Overwatch League MVP. He was the best player in the world that year, of course. He's so capable of matching even the likes of Proper, for example, Stalker. We talk about these legendary damage players on the
AI art.
Leave can take it to them, and Shai, he can just take over the games like Labda did earlier in our previous series, of course, on that Sojourn. So this roster right here.
Did I overdraft and order a burger? You could play it off.
Hanbin won't get his ass off me, and now I can't go to the next match. Currently working on a solution.
What level of play are we going to see from once again? Because this is a team that
you use
hasn't
Klarna.
been able to participate in
Pay your burger in 4 easy installments.
California girls, oui, enfants jetables, des idiots,
so we haven't seen that much gameplay from once again. What is their practice been like? What level are they playing at? These are unknowns. We're not quite sure.
Lebron.
Yeah, it's a big question there, right? Because even just talking about the practice that you were mentioning there, Johnny Jake.
Hello, Apply. I believe you know what time it is.
How much practice and prep that you've
Cthulhu, 6 months, half a year, my best friend. Thank you so much, dude.
I think with the Overwatch servers coming back to China, it's definitely been a big moment for the scene to kind of rebuild. But I think one of the challenges for once again is how far ahead of the region they are. I mean, honestly, the qualifiers, anytime, I think pretty much every single game they played, they just stomped their opponents. There wasn't another team.
One map they dropped.
Okay, yeah. But no one is pushing them to improve and to hit their highest
I be your best friend
level.
too.
And now
Application I
they're going
showed you,
up against the best teams
Machado.
in the world. That can be a challenge.
I'm not seeing a sub badge next to your
Yeah, they
name.
definitely have been. Virtus Pro, undefeated team from the EMEA region.
Dude, a Jake TTS would be so fire though.
Will be standing in front of the home crowd.
Someone get
on them,
5 minutes of Jake talking and I'll make it a TTS voice.
As well, let's see them take the stage for a second match.
好的，今天的第2场比赛 ，Now match 2 for the day. Now let's welcome.
Yo, that guy's so hype. Match 2 for the day, dude. That was so fire.
Virtus Pro, the #1 team out of EMEA. It was hard fought to get here, but they were undefeated in that first stage. Just a shocking domination from them. All foes tested and conquered. Now they're here in Hangzhou, China, fighting to show what this region can do. And can they be successful against China's #1 team?
LeBron. Alright, no more TTS.
Once again, takes the stage in front of their home country fans here in China, of course. We talked enough about their potential, but how will they fare in their very first matchup? Going up against
Steve looks nervous.
it
GG.
won't be an easy task.
I can already see
They're
it.
capable of taking them down, but will we see the execution be on point for once again?
It's going to be interesting to see this litmus test, it feels like, here for once again making their stamp back into the OWCS for their first debut since the leagues ended up swapping things out here. So I'm really looking excited for this matchup between the Giants of China and the Giants of EMEA, sorry. But I gotta know, you know, throwing it over to Mitch and Matt, what do you guys think for this matchup?
I can't think of anything else than getting to witness the
no more TPS. I'm gonna mute the next one.
International stage.
Lock in gaming time.
Hey. Doesn't matter how many times. It could be once again, twice again, thrice again. I'll still turn up.
What? What did you just say?
Give me front row seats, bro.
I am cautiously
Who's breathing into the mic? Did you hear that? Was that the simp guy?
Play. But I also think that if there's a lot of Malga, like we saw early on,
best coach, worst coach,
he's a tough opponent to get early on here. So, although you got a little bit
Buck's
of like
a good coach, Krusty's a good coach,
for once again,
Gumba's a good coach.
I think
the others are overrated.
People. I think it could be pretty difficult here against VP.
I mean, what I'm hearing, you know, from the teams that are obviously these guys have been playing against each other a whole bunch, is that this once again roster. It's been a year off competitive play. Obviously, not being able to play the game at all.
If you give me your boss's number, I'll actually call him and tell him you're sick.
Obviously remained, and they've come back, and people are saying, you know what, they're still incredible at the game. Leave, Sai, Gushue. I mean, this team's kind of doing it all. You know, very much, you know, almost entirely that same look that we saw from them, of course, not so long ago.
Percentage of straight up dog shit coaches in high level, 80.
Right?
No,
and it's not
90.
just a year off for them. It's like a year off for like the entire region, right? So they obviously put together a team that has the most talented players in the region, lots of chemistry already.
I'm so serious.
And you started to look through the CN qualifier.
They don't know what they're talking about
at times in terms of the play. So it's really difficult to gauge where this team is
There's
at.
definitely not a ton of depth in the Chinese
When
scene
I become one, I'm too smart.
Right? I think
I would confuse the players.
For this once again team, they were able to make their way through the qualifiers pretty comfortably here. Obviously, someone we're looking at is Mew. You know, a player that maybe didn't, you know, have the glory of this team in the past, is sort of brought up and is the fresh face to this team. And we've been waiting to see how these guys like dice up against other regions, because we know
should be on now.
that this Pro have tested themselves at the Suit Cup, and look, they made it to the grand final and they got thoroughly drubbed. It was like 4-0, not the result they were looking for against a T1 team that is not even considered.
When the luck never. In my opinion,
Korea, right? So these guys.
The worst problem about Overwatch coaches is they try too hard to make their team good, but the goal shouldn't be to make your team good, because that they don't have. That's not. You can't visualize what a good team is. The goal should be to win the next game. No coach most coaches, unless you're probably a high tier team like Crazy Raccoon or Falcons, most coaches are just coaching to make their team better. But they should be coaching for them to win. And you might think, but apply. If they get better, they'll win. No, they won't. No, they won't. They're going to get into the game and they're going to lose.
Like, hey, they have their own version of you and me. I'm the really tall one there.
Don't let them wear suits.
I'm the really tall one.
Wait.
What is different? What is different?
Yeah.
He's wearing a suit, brother.
Hey, we gotta get them.
You can wear a t-shirt.
We gotta get them some hoodies. We gotta get them some hoodies out there, man.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the Chinese respected broadcasters wearing a hoodie? Can you imagine any respected broadcaster wearing a hoodie?
Yeah. Jake's worn them before. Johnny's worn. Literally, the entire show.
I'm just saying, man. No shit talk to nobody. If I had Team Liquid's roster, we're at LAN.
It is.
I'm letting everybody know.
Pick.
If I had Team Liquid's roster in my grasp, I'm going to LAN.
Obviously, VP can play a good amount of Diva. You see the Farrakhan for VP. Interesting set of bans.
I mean, it's not surprising. You're targeting Vistola here. You do, like, teams that want to play Winston are generally trying to avoid dealing with the Diva, right? To the extent.
Oh, who is VP's coach? They have a good coach too. I don't know who their coach is, but they have a good coach.
Here's the thing, though. Let's say once again wants to come out play, you know, Winston, right? Maybe Sojourn, Tracer, whatever, right? VP just turns around and plays
Smash.
Malga, Sojourn, Torb. What do you favor in that matchup?
I mean, the Sojourn Torb is pretty good.
My opinion, I wouldn't have picked up Knife. I think it seems like it's a rule that every NA team meets a random Korean player. I don't know why they picked him up. I don't get it. If Knife's name was Gerald from Wyoming, he would be playing on I don't know whose team.
In so many ways, it's very exciting to see them get out onto the stage. Virtus Pro, I
probably
think
some nerves here though for them. Like we talk about VP, obviously, like a huge moment for them.
The only banned hero once. Farah Diva banned W bans.
This team has been gone for so long. Their first big event is in China, where an international event for Overwatch. I mean, you see how packed it is there. There's probably a lot of pressure on the
Nothing's wrong with Knife. Knife's not a bad player. I just don't think him and Tree do well together. In my opinion, you should play to your strongest player, and Tree is their best player. And I think putting Tree on Sojourn is troll. Even if he's good at Sojourn, you should use his hyper flexibility the same way that that Falcons uses Stalker. They should use Tree that way. But instead, they put him on Sojourn, and Knife plays 30 different heroes that he's not good at. He's not even budget proper Stalker. I'm big on Tree. I think Tree is one of the best players in NA easily. And I think even though he's good at Sojourn, and Sojourn is the highest impact hero, I think limiting your team to him only playing Sojourn made their team predictable. And they also played ball for way too long when the meta was clearly shifting to Winston Mauga. I think they just trolled. I'm sorry.
Also, I guess for this team as well, right? They were at EWC, so they get an invite there last year, so they do get that.
And I'm buying Admiral from SSG.
Second.
That boy can Lucio.
Saudi Arabia, and then back to that final season of Out. So very kind of a long breaks.
I mean, no trash to Vega. No trash to Vega. I think Vega's a good player. But how can you have a Lucio player who tweets things like, damn, please get me off Lucio? Get off the fucking team then.
Here we go. It's going to be an Orisa comp here for Virtus Pro. Once again, on a classic,
like, not that he's a bad player. I think he's good. Damn! Vega's good at everything that he wants to play. He clearly doesn't want to play Lucio. So stop making him play Lucio. Uh-oh. This hasn't started good.
So good at these types of compositions.
All right, this is the comp I was hoping to see once again on VP. This is, if I could close my eyes and imagine the most European comp possible, it's this fucking comp.
Playing Maga here, don't want to play a Sojourn of your own.
Dude, I was rooting for VP. Now I want them to lose.
With the Orisa. Orisa can definitely sneak her way into this meta and then also gain a little bit more mobility here with that sim.
Now I've got to make use of the sim here, but again, it's Qadsiah.
Oh my God, Qadsiah.
Right now, decided once again, newcomer Mew gets involved, though, when Fixer's already down. Virtus Pro had hoped to get this Orisa where she's needed most, but once again, ignore her and hit the backline too hard.
And this is the wildest part.
Oh, and they're setting up aggressive now too. Shockwave's gonna go cast here, maybe?
You could have told me any result would happen in this match, and you probably.
Oh, they're diving. I like this. I love it. Get in there. Jump in.
Getting off to a fantastic start. I don't love the VP comp, if I'm honest, though. I think there's probably better pathways.
I think they should play. I think VP should make it like a hybrid comp. I would like to see them just go Sojourn Torb. Maybe the once again ban really fucked them up here. They banned Diva. Vestola likes to play Diva here. That really might have fucked up their game here. Once again, could also be wasting their Diva ban though. They won't be able to ban Diva anymore the rest of this game. Oh my God, they're back!
Roll it back the years, folks. Then not a damn thing has changed.
Wait a minute.
Could you have asked for a better start?
And they're getting the momentum too from the crowd. Yo, Duper guys, super thank you for the tier 1.
He's cheesing on the decks.
He's getting on the next play to Hangzhou.
We're actually unfathomably back right now. It is crazy.
Okay.
There's the stick.
Okay.
No quite kill there fully, but the Trace has been a nuisance. The Virtus Pro are beating inside their own spawn. The #1 seed from Europe is already under extreme duress now. And Qadsiah hits a primal. An easy jump.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. The Diva ban.
Oh, buddy. Make it 3.
They got fucking rolled,
What
though.
a definitive statement here for once again. We're back.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Wait, just wait until the Diva comes out.
So it was actually a really nice Suzu from
VP
Solid.
didn't even
Fix
waste
it
their
alive.
Winston
That pulse bomb
ban.
actually connects.
You go into next map, you ban Winston, you force Gushue to play Diva. You have Vestola versus Gushue on Diva. That's a VP map win. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
For VP, you just gotta
I'm not convinced.
You got absolutely nothing going on there.
Yeah, brutal. Really couldn't get started.
It's
Jabu,
a
of
VP
course.
map pick as well, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, look. Jabu has been heralded as
Shockwave is
like
an NA player on an EU team. He's fucked. Oh, Shockwave is the most European human
the sim
alive.
doesn't have much space for that skill expression. This is like the most dive hostile composition you could imagine. Virtus.pro.
How does Gushue keep killing the turret?
Really trying to control once again and how they move and take space. But Shockwave's
Oh,
turret's already taken
did
down.
Gushue get the chain lightning thing so he can break the turret?
There's no long-range threat, though, for Shy, right? Shy is able to farm up these rails and just put down damage.
Oh no, he took the turret
with
perk.
really
Wait, that is
no
genius.
pressure.
Wait, that's genius. Now the Torb doesn't counter the dive comp because Gushue can break the turret in one zap.
Playing wins level Overwatch here.
I mean, there's no threat, right?
Vestola goes over to the
There's
Ram.
zero threat
Daewoo
other
should
than
go
what they
Genji
do.
here.
So Vestola going to go over to the Ramatra here. I think this is going to have some changes as well. I imagine you change out the sim here. So, yeah, so you're going to change out the sim onto the Tracer. So, obviously making a complete comp switch pretty much here.
This crosshair is ugly. I hope Shockwave loses now. He's pissing me off. What are you doing awake right now? What's it look like I'm doing awake, stupid?
This time is the casualty and Shockwave's got nowhere to go there. Just hits into the wall. We get another rail. Again, this Ramatra
I think that once again really put a wrench in Virtus.pro's plan here on this map, and now they're lost.
This guy is taking on all comers.
They need anything positive to happen. I mean, it's not really just on one player for VP.
If you guys don't know, Mew has changed his name 3 times because you're not allowed to be a pro player with a Pokemon name. They'll make you change your name for sponsorship reasons. You can't be like an actual signed pro. That's why Mudkip changed his name to Renko. He was Yveltal, then Xerneas, then Moo. Bro doesn't learn. He's gonna have to change again.
But it might not even be needed in this fight. Gala and Fixer already down. Leave.
He has to change again.
And plucks off the last remaining support player. Stick is good, folks. Vestola will fall as Mew finds the extra damage. And Virtus.pro are not on the level of once again.
I mean, this does not look anything reminiscent to the Virtus.pro we saw throughout stage 1 of the OWCS.
Bro, it took them longer to get on the stage than this match might last.
You said it.
Why did they take so long to get on the stage? Was someone pooping?
No. They're going to take that long. I'd like to see a better response here. But VP, I mean, you got like one last crack at this. And I mean, because you made so many changes, I mean, you're going to just have what? You're going to have your Annihilation to work with. You're going to have a Pulse Bomb here as well.
Man, what a good perk to grab, dude.
He's going to have Primal anyway. It's going to be fine.
Good stuff for Fixer. Stops Gushue on his way on in. Now the Annihilation's in play. Shy
True, maybe Mew works and not Mewtwo.
By Gala before he can get there. So Vestola gets his value. Sound Barrier also committed to that fight. And once again, don't have that big damage output from Shy. But
He might get away with Mew.
Health pack on the high ground and stay relevant. And he's managed to find Gala.
Like Xerneas and Yveltal? Like, who are you fooling, bro? That's a fucking Pokemon.
But who is going to match Gushue? Space created once more. Virtus.pro shattered and Shy is back in position to unleash hell.
And they get that first kill as VP, but they get absolutely no kills on the follow-up. It's just kiting there from once again. They work their way back onto the point behind this Kitsune rush. Hey man, this is you know it's
I guess good names.
There for VP.
I mean, if I'm VP, I ignore this map. I don't give a fuck. If I'm VP, I'm joining in comms. Listen, boys, everybody simmer down, calm down, relax. Get that map out of your head. It don't even fucking matter. We already know what we wanted to do. We want to play Diva. They banned the Diva. That's the end of the story. We play Diva next map. We whip them. Boom. That's all we need. That's all you need to say.
You can get on map number 1 as that'll be once again taking a 1-0 lead here against VP. But that just feels like a little bit of a statement, right? I know VP obviously extremely strong team. We know how they've played throughout the year thus far.
Again with the scenarios.
Once again, kind of like, hey, a little bit of a toss-up in terms of the performance you were going to see from them, right? We talked about how maybe CN not the strongest of all the regions right now, but man, they They just beat the hell out of VP.
It's not a question, I guess, of the region's strength, but what once again able to bring in.
True.
With a.
What happened to Lengza? He joined a gang.
He's been through some of the greatest challenges, you know, in the Overwatch world. It's probably nice to see them at least be competitive. I'm not so sure if that was what we expected, though. This was a dominant showing.
This team really, like,
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
So
Mark
like
my words, chat.
There's a lot of, like, we got to read chemistry, right? Like,
it's already there.
They're gonna
That Preds are up, Preds are up, Preds are up, Preds are up, Preds are up. 10-minute Preds for map 2, VP versus once again.
So, I mean, we know how good Gushue and Chai and Leave and the rest of the crew is. You can make up for it there.
And so, already, we're seeing a situation where Virtus.pro...
Do some Predators, do some Predators.
Fairness, that's not a band that, you know, once again, are going to have access to for the rest of the
That,
season.
don't forget, Falcons 2-0 Al Qadsiah map 1, and then Al Qadsiah 1 map 2. Never forget.
Looks the most effective on. But the answer to the D.Va ban is something that will have a lot of teams' ears perking up watching this game and realize that something simple as taking D.Va out of the game forces this contortionism into so many different
Words are marked, brother. That's a skill. Skill diff. All right, ABF. And then if VP wins this next map, you have to type apply. I don't know how. Your wisdom has transcended all of my beliefs. I love you so much. Here's 5 gifted.
Would you be shocked if it's anything other than a Winston ban?
No. I mean, it has to be
a Winston.
Ban Winston, force the D.Va.
I mean, lock that one in and then figure out the map.
Something we never saw Gushue sort of play in. And
simple shit.
Domestically, yes, but internationally.
If VP wins this map, I sub. All right, chat, you heard it. If VP wins this map, he subs.
Would be picking Circuit, banking on the fact that you probably can't play as much Winston, that you could play Sigma D.Va, and then for the final map, be able to potentially go there. And then give once again probably the option.
Oh, look at this video of once again, chat.
Sorry, yeah.
2-1 fighting.
Of you need to protect the tank role and then give us free option.
Chat do Preds, chat do Preds, chat do Preds, chat do Preds, chat do Preds.
That would be your trade-off.
That's a fair question, because as much as this once again team were so lauded and praised in the past for their play, they probably realize they've had to evolve now as well, just like everybody else with the game. In the past, you didn't have to worry too much about having that depth of different team compositions. Now you absolutely do. It's just evidenced by VP struggling in that map. So, mate, what else do they have?
And if you're something new, and if you're VP, I mean, it's a little bit of a gamble, right? You're basically gambling on the fact that you think you can go to
you ban Winston here.
Won't be effective.
Play D.Va, Sojourn, Genji.
Out of the game.
You get Jay-Woo the fuck off Torb. It pisses me off. Last game, you guys asked me, how come Falcons doesn't play Torb? Because if you have Proper on your team, you don't fucking put him on Torb. And if you have Jay-Woo on your team, you don't fucking put him on Sim. It's pissing me off. You ban Winston, you force the D.Va mirror, play Sojourn Genji, they're gonna win.
Keep showing us that level of gameplay, right? You try and play
Overwatch is a simple game.
Find things out.
People overthink Overwatch. It's a simple game.
Oh, okay. I mean, have a look at this.
Play what you're best at.
One of the Winston hostile maps, I think you still play him on definitely parts of Junktown. He's great on second, third as well. Obviously, you can make use of just that high ground area there as well. Circuit is the obvious choice, but perhaps that's the red herring in this sort of.
You guys playing that new RuneScape game? It looks kind of fun.
Features a little bit less of that verticality. You do have access to it in some parts of those streets, so you can play inside the stores, but maybe not quite as comfortable.
I guess the other alternative would be to pick Suravasa, the traditional map 2 pick. And then basically they're forced to either go for a game 3 push or one of those 3 escorts, right? Which you have Route 66, Junkertown in the pool, right? Which aren't.
I'm going.
That they're not the best.
We're having this, right? Bear in mind, we're having this entire.
What team do you have going out? O2. What do you mean, like losing upper bracket and lower bracket?
That's not. It feels like the safest bet, but it's not guaranteed.
No, I mean you would. I think.
What do you mean?
Oh, you got some stats up there.
The healing done. Oh, you can't see. 13k healing done for.
I don't remember.
7.4k for VP. That's just on healing because the backline was constantly dead.
And if you're wondering, that is 38 deaths to 4. Yeah, I don't have to tell you what side.
That's a 31.5.
And that was a comp diff, like undeniable.
31.5. That's pretty good.
Pretty damning indictment of VP's struggles in that particular match.
If you're on Call of Duty, Ricochet would get you out of there.
True.
Hey, Your cheat.
Does anybody get that reference?
It's the anti-cheat.
Oh,
They get rid of you.
like,
You
you
automatically
could have
ban
just
you.
dropped the classic. Oh, it was called E-Sick one, and I would have got that. But okay, that's a ricochet.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Cassidy perk, like
We're all waiting on VP in terms of like what route they decide to go to in terms of like their ban. I think we both agree probably the safest is banning the Winston. And then getting you to that final map.
It's kind of solid strategy, but not a whole lot to the games. It's early access. It looks fun. I love MMOs.
Winning the map would actually be quite fascinating because that would just tell you the level that this team is operating at across the board, right? I mean, they would be.
Yes. The problem is like we're assuming that like not being able to play the Winston is going to be a huge problem for this once again team, which might those aren't the bets for this one. Don't worry, that was the last map.
That already happened.
Yeah, that was a thing. That
Spoiler alert! Once again, won that one.
I mean, yeah, they're obviously they're looking incredible. I want to circle back because we didn't have a lot of time to discuss VP and what they are capable of. Because if we go to a certain kind of map, you do have Gala on this team, and there are some.
Don't like upgrade your dude.
VR is actually quite a powerful option.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to try and play a poke style, VP is definitely known to play poke. Those
Hi
kind of
Miriam.
comps, though, do require
How are you?
OMG. While also playing poke, right? We've seen what Shy's been able to show us here. Shockwave felt a little bit restrained in that game and obviously spent a lot of time on the tour, I think. So, but, you know, that's someone that you can definitely still put your faith in. He's come a long way since his, the last few years of play.
I guess another route would be if you're going to want to play Sim Torb, would you give her to Sojourn?
I mean, no, because you play against Farah again.
You definitely put yourself
Chat.
also in a corner where
Holy shit.
There's no option.
Do not delete Flappy Bird off your phone.
Right,
Once you delete it, you can't get it back.
I mean, yeah, you kind of like put. I mean, you could play.
Like you have to be really careful. Yes, you definitely can. I mean, like we've talked about it earlier. There are some like hit scan players that will be more than happy to go that way. Like Lethal, for example, will play Ash. We've seen it from Seeker on occasion as well. You've got to be careful. If you pick a map that's like very good for Farah, right? You've just like if you're against like Soj Farah, you're like Shockwave, for example, will have to deal with Shy.
True. W clip.
Respectively.
Who did I see was losing? Oh, I said Qadsiah was gonna lose.
In the arena. We'll be back.
I said VP was gonna win 2-1. I still stand by that.
Of the evening, don't go too far. It's once again going up against it.
I think Qadsiah might win once again. Beat once again. Another break. Who wins in a 1v1? LA Valiant apply or Mayhem apply? LA Valiant for sure. Mayhem applies a bitch. Estola might be jerking off on stage. You might be right. Might be right. What should we listen to, chat? Let's listen to something sophisticated. Like some nice jazz. Gotta do Preds. Preds are closing really soon. Hurry up, cuh. 2 minutes. Got $1 million in the pot right now. Big money to spend. Ghost Dog was goated. Ghost Dog hit rank 1. Mighty Man was trolling games on Reinhardt. That is for people who couldn't color in the lines as a kid. That was me. In coloring books, I never understood like what like the white skin tone crayon was, so I made all my characters black. Is that weird? I feel like when you get a box of crayons, it never comes with like the right color for like that you want to make a character. So I always have blue dudes. I made them yellow. There's Titus. You saw him? The new melee hero. You guys see it? I seen it. Titus. Gosh, should I be the #1 Titus player? I can't wait to play Freya. I think when the season first drops, I think we're gonna start the day off playing a bunch of Freya, and then we'll play some Stadium, or maybe we'll see. You're always the #1 player for a new character for at least 10 minutes. Low key. I mean, I'm deadass. I think I probably was the best Freya in the world for like at least 37 seconds. I think so. Like right before Tree got online. Yo, that Genji skin is sick.
Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you.
Okay, what is actually the delay though? What is going on?
I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love. The cavalry's here.
Cheers, love. Honestly, I think I blame Ray Ranta for the delay.
Only your combined power.
Chat, what are you guys doing right now?
We are the heroes of heart. Brigitte, the heart of strength. Amelie, the heart of grace. Kiriko, the heart of passion. Freya, the heart of courage.
Bro, I gotta jerk off. Can we hurry up?
And I am Juno, the heart of hope. Together, we will take down the hollow hearts. The full heart beam!
I run this show.
That Genji skin's gonna look so cool in third person.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked. You are under my guard.
Now, who you guys got going to the finals for the NBA? Oh, bro, we're still showing Crusher 99, bro.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime. Let's stagger. On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down. My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
Look at Paul, chat.
So bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
They're watching me.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
What is down?
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh my god, my Stitch just finally came out. I got it. You guys want it? I got it. Let's go. Finally, dude. 5 gifted. I put it back in my mouth. Oh my god, my mouth feels so much more comfortable.
Probably gonna trigger a couple of you. Post-nut clarity. Nope, sit down. It is no secret that I jerk off 8 or 9 times a day. And I do this because it allows me to be in a constant state of clarity. Okay, someone asked me a business-related question.
How much of my portfolio should be in crypto?
Let me run to the bathroom and get back to you on that. 64%.
When do you think the next recession is going to hit?
Uno momento, por favor. 2026 in America, next year in Europe.
Does all your money make you happy?
Come on. Come on. I said business questions only. If you're not in a constant state of post-nut clarity, you're in a constant state of pre-nut delusion. I'm now...
They put him on Larry, and Larry...
Dude, Larry Bird propaganda is hilarious.
His name in a different way every year.
Wait, they put Liege in?
Yes, so there you go.
And now Vestola's on Winston. Don't make me mad. If he stays Winston, I'm gonna get pissed off. If they played Ramatra and Orisa the entire last map, just for them to swap to Winston on this map, I'm gonna get mad. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Sigma's fine. Sigma's fine.
We'll give you an answer, I guess, like Diva trying
There we go. J-Will on the Genji. Okay. Now we're thinking. Now we're thinking.
You know, with the right perk, you can
I believe, chat. I believe.
From whip shot, so decent healing option, good for throughput in general, but we finally get J-Woo here.
Can I go Flo?
A hero that offers more skill expression options.
I was also going to say, it's a huge moment for J-Woo, right? You get dominated as a team in map number 1.
Good map pick from actually, no, never mind. I guess it's not a good map pick from VP. Even though Vestal, actually, I think this is Vestola's best map.
Right, moving forward. Scooch out, but Liga gives them an option here at Flex Tank, and once again, hoping to have the answer.
Is his name Legay? That's what Uber said. Legay. Isn't it Liege? Oh God, leave on Genji though.
Once again, give you enough rope to hang yourself.
And VP is fine.
What did he just say? Enough rope to hang yourself? W cast.
That's where the Baptiste would come into play. The dive comes in.
Uber just be saying stuff, bro. Fuck it. What they gonna tell Uber? They can't tell Uber nothing.
And that's where the
He's the best caster. What are they gonna do? They can't hire nobody else. He's the GOAT.
That just kind of huge beacon of survivability. Now
what caster is gonna say something like that?
The game, right? Where if Shy hits like a big railgun, you can go in on that.
It also doesn't get. It means that like the Genjis get to play so much closer to like the action. Easier access to backlines, potentially. That's why Liga's got his work cut out for him, and he's already dealt with fix-up. Rally here from you.
Bro, VP sucks, dude. Why would you guys ever say that VP is going to win this game?
No choice but to comply. So, I mean, that is both support ultimates layered on top of each other for once again. So, Gala will be able to build up towards this orbital array, and that will essentially be kind of free coming up. But Shy with an overclock, leave with a blade. I mean, huge opportunity here potentially for once again go early. It'll be J-Woo using the blade going early.
Shy trying to get away. Vastola ends up
Wait a minute.
The hypersphere though on the backside.
Wait a minute.
Lee hoping to reciprocate here, but only has eyes for the front.
Wait a minute.
Vastola does go low, and eventually Liga gives enough damage to topple that.
VP at their best is a contenders level team. Contenders don't even exist, stupid.
Once again, did enough in that fight, answering J-Woo's blade and getting rid of the tank.
And not much gain there though by VP. I mean, it essentially gets them back to the same spot.
I go Milk.
Around the corner, he'll be an overclock. Still actually end up losing that position. Hightailing it the opposite
way. This Vestola Flux is about to
Shy
feed families.
To find a play that's not playing from within its bounds right now, but that's a big ask. Fixes have been out.
He hit the Diva. Are you fucking kidding me?
Flux.
Good old. Oh! That rock was gross.
They spent heavily. But that checkpoint, that first checkpoint is looming.
I mean, I think they know that if they lose that there, you're below a minute. I mean, you might be looking at yourself going to the loser bracket just off of that, right? So you absolutely need to go as hard as possible in that fight. But pretty good defensive showing this far from once again.
I'm so glad that once again is doing good, though. I think if once again was shit, this whole entire tournament bracket kind of crumbles.
Obviously, goes without saying in a first to two, but with this comp, you've got to show your best. Leave there. Well, wins the
I didn't think they were going to be this good, though.
With a deflect to claim J-Woo. And Shockwave's overclock doesn't do too much except open up.
Shockwave is not having a game.
And it's going to be once again
the lights might be too bright for Cockwave.
And a lot like what I was talking about in the pregame of this, going into map number 2, you also save that Winston ban, right? So even for VP if you're able to win it for your odds in that third map. But
damn, look at the aggression.
Sorry, it is just fan service.
And they're the home team.
Script writers have inserted once again into our tournament to bring us joy. And Virtus Pro do get that checkpoint, yes, but there's a lot of clock to burn still, and that cart is slipping down the incline.
And you're not playing like a diva, right? So you don't have high access to get that high ground,
sitting
right?
duck down here. It's the most awkward part of the map to play the Sigma comp.
So you're going to be kind of just poked down as you moved up. And it's hard because you need to hold
I mean, EMEA is definitely a trash region. I'm sorry.
Have the HP pool to exist, but if you don't use them, you might.
I think Qadsiah is better than VP now.
Yep, absolutely pounced upon. Again, it's a Jaegu play that gives an opening, an opportunity for Virtus Pro, but Leave is ready to deflect any more pressure. Now with a blade of his own, he's going to look for a chance.
I can put Shockwave's girlfriend in. Shockwave has a girlfriend? Well, there's the problem, dude. I didn't know this. Peps drives a girlfriend now too, and look where they're at.
Hey, they got other plans. Shy will pop an overclock. You still have Leave here as well. They're going to end up getting Mew back in the fight here as well.
And Vistola's a little bit too late to the fight here. I mean,
well, the audio. Why is Overwatch always audio delay? Every single tournament there's audio delay. It's like what is it about Overwatch that always has audio delay?
All once again have to do, dude, is hold VP in place for long enough for Shy to work through their numbers. There's another rally coming up here for Mew.
And I gotta say, I'll love to hear the Death POV. I think once again banning the Baptiste here is such a great call.
Oh wow, they did ban Bap. I didn't even realize that. Now they're on Juno Sigma. Oh shit. What a great ban from once again.
Really dirty with 150 charge Sojourn.
I didn't even realize.
Let you work through those big healthy targets. Once again though, it isn't all
I'm not giving up my bet, bro. I believe in VP. I believe.
It's really just a stagger here now as they get caught out. But 40 seconds left in the game. VP have at least maintained some ultimates. This is very doable, but man, they've had to
rally available here.
Most importantly for VP,
no ults for once again.
Space, right? You're not constantly moving up towards this high ground. You can control this door.
No Ana in this tournament, by the way.
Walls, right?
They got through the worst of
bad.
it. Yeah. I mean, once again, have to
no
be
Winston
aware
either.
They need to try and bait a wall here for Jaegu. And that means they'll probably only have
maybe a little bit of Winston. Usually like Winston last game, I forgot.
Instead of being in an awkward position when they got a touch with just one on the wrong side of a wall.
Legay is actually playing pretty good in the Div, though.
All
right. VP gaining some momentum. The crowd's not on them. Every time they do something cool, the crowd is crickets. I'd be in the crowd like, go Cockwave, that's my man. Where's his girl at? I don't hear her screaming.
Some people take like the like the floaty perk here. Just, it can be effective in some cases, but now if Liga or anybody gets too close, they kind of held in place, hovered a bit, and then shot back. It's really bad if Leave gets caught by a raid of
what was her name from Could Have Been Love? What the fuck was her name?
There is so much poke, though. You have it a good amount of the time. It's orbital rank.
My man,
Once again, trying to get control high ground here, right? This is a really odd spot for VP to be in.
Okay, Gravitic Flux.
I like it. I like it. Get fucked, Legay.
Now that means once again, we really have to back away. Looking for a pick here, though, still. The win condition still revolves around trying to take Shockwave or one of these supports out of the game.
And if you're once again, is just stopping them from completing the map good enough? That's kind of what you're probably discussing right now, right? Play around this choke. This choke by the spawn, so difficult to get in. Look at this. Shy on the sneak.
This is not very shy of him. That was a crazy flank, actually.
That's exactly what once again we're looking for. Blizzard does get deployed, but it's a little bit too late in the day for Jaegu, such that the follow-up just isn't really there. Pistola busy.
Wait.
DPS are down for once again, but there's plenty of hitting power with the rest of the team. And that's the end of the line for VP.
That's all the push you need, bro. That's all the push you need.
Pretty good about their chances here on circuit.
Oh, that was a good push. That was a good push.
That we actually think is pretty good for VP.
Not horrible.
It kind of works out playing Sigma. No Winston out there. Liga has to come in here for Gushue.
And they didn't waste their Winston ban.
Hold on, bro. Strong here.
If VP wins this game, they win. If VP wins this map, they win the game.
VP can't,
easily. All they need to do is squeeze this out. Come on.
That diva pressure means that there's not like that pocket Zen option, which can be quite powerful, to get a Discord.
Fuck, bro, the once again ban was a chess move, dude.
Genji.
What a good ban from them, bro.
They could have banned Sigma on the other side. They could have banned Diva, right? Could have maybe taken away what you actually wanted to do.
I mean, Virtus.pro definitely do respect Ramatra's ability to walk up on these Sigma comps.
Yeah.
And obviously just kind of ignore him.
Ban tag again? That's not how it works. You can ban roll again.
Nemesis form does let you circumvent or just walk past the Sigma and ignore him outside of the threat of accretion. So Pistola also took the perk that Kinetic Grasp will reduce that accretion cooldown, because he's constantly, like, Diva cannot interact with accretion.
Yes.
Constantly want to try and stop her in your tracks. He's invested all of his perks into raw stopping power of people that try and walk up on him, but it's far more threat than just the enemy Diva. What if we get a...
And what do you think about...
If OA loses, then they can't get monkey banned. How?
On that part of the map, it makes sense because of the chokes.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Because then they can just ban... Oh, shit, you're right.
Everybody, once again, virtually can circumvent a wall.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Right. He's gore.
Still on the corner here, like catching someone out, just giving you a couple of extra seconds to get damage on Liga might result in a DMEC. That's from you. There's the wall that comes out, it just doesn't matter. He won't stop.
What the fuck was that?
The wall doesn't slow once again down for a second.
No.
So why is Mew low-key go to that break? Shades of me inside of him.
I mean, you see you using the bash, just getting into that space, and like,
plays very similar.
Like, as fast as possible.
Someone I know.
To like lose those mate perks, which are quite powerful, like wall up time increase is pretty potent, but there's no good situation. I mean, now it's terrible. Now it's really.
I tutor him. That's why.
Yes, I mean,
if you were my tutor, I'd shoot myself.
I'm kind of worried about that in that type of situation. Is VP. I feel like this is a must-win fight because if you lose this here, I mean, what? It's going to be over 3 minutes on the clock to get through the second part of the match, and they're playing the Diva, which is a little bit better to challenge that high ground. Brutal if they lose this.
Oh, Mew brought down. It's a great overclock from Shockwave and a very important...
Get Legay, get Legay.
Would want to try and disengage back to safety. Shy getting a pick might have opened things up, but Shockwave has maintained a great output in this fight.
Good kills, good kills, good kills. They need to kite they need to kite once again's initial aggression and focus Mew. He's getting so much value because he's playing so aggressive, but if they just kite... Also, Gala's dead right now and they're playing up. They need to be careful. Gala's dead. They have no heals. They need to kite the initial aggression, wait for Mew to blow dash or blow bash, and then go on him.
On the Inspire, so just kind of passively
I like the Diva here from once again, too. Hey, I was calling him Liege. Uber started calling him Legay. Whatever Uber says goes.
I guess the wall for the ability to disengage from behind seems fair.
Monk pops it. Gala doesn't have his ult yet. Fix it, mirrors it with the fix up.
There's Mew. Burst into the action.
What the fuck was that?
Proper raid boss here with this orbital raid.
And Gala just got his orbital raid. Where was our mail?
DPS ultimates for later.
And that's Rally and Blizzard used there by VP. Did end up layering both support ults on top there for once again. But you can play close to that door, right? With
good
this
hold though.
And this overclock, you can get a lot of this cart progress for cheap, essentially.
Yeah, wants to play close. Blizzard in that previous fight kind of went off without really being noticed.
Dojo from Shy. Estola's gonna flux it. Shy, he fucking hit nobody.
He's trying to slide away. Overclock is active right now, and Music League is a problem in that backline, and there's nothing Pistola can really do. Thankfully, Gala, the Mini Blaster, is able to bail out the rest of VP's backline. And Shy realizes there's not much more to do here for them.
Get aggressive here, get aggressive here, get aggressive here, but don't trade. Gala's gonna die, I'm calling it right here. Ready, watch. Gala's gonna be the one to die somehow.
This rally is second point already here for once again.
Alright, Orbital Ray in play for the moment. Dangerous though, Shockwave has that overclock active. Another strong fight there for VP.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Like, it feels like VP's put a few really good fights together. There's still 3:14 on the clock. I mean, this is still a really difficult.
Yeah, but this is hard to retake now, dude. This is VP has to troll to lose this now. Now it's once again game to make a play. They don't have Blade. Wait, this is a great spot for a Legay bomb. If I'm Legay, I'm tossing this shit and screaming Poco Bomb on the stage.
Rally here for Fixer means that Lee has to respect the backline, the disruption potential. Shy was hoping for a pick there.
Right now, I would send it. Watch, Poco Bomb.
Be a self-destruct here available for Liga, so you'll be able to get a new
Poco Bomb
back. Looks like VP on the retreat. A few players low.
He's edging me.
Using the rally.
Yeah,
Thinks he's funny.
He thinks he's going for a bit of a stun in the front line, but here's the Orbital right now for once again. It's going to be a Blizzard to try and slow this down, but League gets in there anyway. Shine does get caught out. Orbital right now expiring, but Vistola's caught in a corner with nowhere to go here. Throws the shield up, trying to fight Tide, trying to stay alive. Gala desperately trying to keep this Sigma in the fight, but eventually...
Why are we using Mail defensively? Go in, bro. What the fuck did we even Mail there? His Mail was like that one guy we VOD reviewed who was just throwing his Mail at people. You want to throw your Mail into their team to fuck up what they're doing.
Towards the end ends up, Vistola was staying alive for a very long time. Gala doing a great job keeping him up. But that rally and just the extra healing there provided by Mew for once again.
The Gage still got bombed too.
Makes it almost impossible to get those players out. And I mean, you see this golden box of victory here marked blue for once again. They don't have to get that far, man.
No. And honestly, they made good progress already without there being a fight. Overclock now. Shy's time. He was the deadlock breaker in the previous round with a flank play off this Overclock. He's looking for a target. This is a great one. Now, though, it's set up in a pretty nice spot. The blade for Leave. That could be devastating, though. Gala already torn in two. And there's much more for Leave to have his way with. Shockwave's done well, at least getting rid of Shy, but it's just still a lot of threat, a lot of pressure. And Vistola again gets sandwiched. Going between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to go. And now Virtus Pro don't even really have time to get out of the spawn properly. Once again, the victory lap here as they will advance.
Oh, no, it's not over yet. And VP fucking suck. Honestly, once again, looks a lot better than I expected.
Announcing themselves, the heirs of Chinese Overwatch have come to throw down.
That is a statement win there from once again. Coming in here 2-0 against VP.
Does that mean that VP plays Qadsiah or SSG? No. Qadsiah, right?
Look to be trying to put together good performances at the international level, and once again shuts that down right away.
Come out of Circuit Royal, we talked about it. It's VP.
They play Qadsiah.
They try and set up the Sigma composition. They try and answer the strengths of this once again team.
Who the fuck is on Team CC again, chat? I think Nightmare's probably gonna win, right? Damn, chat, I was wrong, dude. The LAN has been sick so far. It's been a great LAN. I'm very happy with it. There's been small delays in between games, but the production's been great. The vibe is good. It's been fun.
We felt like the wall gave us time to sort of regroup, to fall back, get topped up, and continue to fight in the front line. But this is a once again.
I'm a little tired, but that's okay.
For more from you. Keep
a little tiredness never hurt nobody.
Have extreme mobility with this composition. And I think
that Preds up for Team CC versus Nightmare. Go to the next game.
Winston, this team has the depth in terms of players.
What's ICNB mean, chat? What's that?
To have their thoughts brought out over a great reawakening now for once again.
Okay, maybe our predictions didn't go quite the way we expected. Jake, Johnny, you coughing over there? You have something to say?
Yeah, you know, as expected. In the end, once again, they really
watching one more game. I think I'm watching the next two games. I don't think I'm gonna watch the lower bracket game.
On leading tower, I was like, this is just like story.
I gotta say, I think VP looked a little flat. Like I really like they ran out with the. I wanted to see a little more Torb Sim. That was a little bit too much of a cook.
Yeah.
Into the Winston, you know, and honestly, I think once again,
I voted for once again. Wait. But I clicked once again.
VP, like, I thought
did I click VP? I'm pretty sure I clicked once again.
I thought that would be maybe potentially an answer to Gooseface Winston, but they go a very different direction, and they got caught flat-footed. This is a VP team that isn't used to losing.
Yeah, so you're saying here in this situation, once again, yeah, they looked insane, right? We're seeing it right now in the highlights, but you think that maybe it's a little bit about Virtus Pro not.
Yeah, make sure you guys do Preds, man. I think this next game should be better than that game. I got Nightmare here, I think, but who knows, really.
It was a great point Matt made about the Baptiste ban on Circuit. I think that really limited the potential for Vistola's Sigma to be as lethal as it otherwise is. And in fairness, I mean, Shy is just firing on all cylinders this series. The Sojourn creating so many picks, so many big opportunities. I thought the Brig Juno in particular from Monk and Mew was fantastic.
Hi, Parfait.
Whether they're playing, I mean, even the Lucio Curie, right, with the Winston, or in this map, the Brig Juno, it's just really strong backline, those supports. We talked a lot about the DPS and the tanks, but I was also really impressed across the board here for once again.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, and looking with
I'm impressed with once again too. I don't know why I doubt it.
I don't think there's any surprise, Johnny, with this one.
Well, you could have picked.
They played good in the last World Cup too, so.
There were a lot of player of the match.
Well, the last World Cup was so good. I wonder if we'll ever get a World Cup like that.
A lot of excitement. Shy had some incredible.
Bro, it's crazy how good like Overwatch players have gotten. Our World Cup used to be so trash. Like it literally used to be Team Korea. Like, bro, like fucking Poke Laws was on Team Canada. And I feel like last World Cup was so crazy, bro. Fucking Saudi actually won the fucking quartz.
Really took it to Bastola early on there on Circuit Real, which forced the May swap to come in.
The Saudi fans were
they just kept
crazy during that World Cup.
The May walls and dealt with the resource management accordingly. So I was mightily impressed by the backline off once again.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them make their stamp on home turf, right? And let's see where they're headed into the bracket as well. We've had 2 matches pan out so far today. We saw earlier Team Falcons take that win up against Qadsiah. No surprise there. And that means that they'll be facing up against, once again, with the 2-0 victory that they are just able to take now with Virtus Pro, who dropped down to lower bracket.
I'm pretty sure Yveltal is Mew.
Match Falcons versus once again, like not super shocking to see.
Oh, dude, Falcons versus once again tomorrow is gonna be sick, chat. That game is gonna be fucking sick.
They looked lethal beyond. I mean, they played a few different comps in that series.
That first game of the day should be dope.
Like it didn't matter what they played. They brought ridiculous.
That do be a huge favorite, like a ginormous favorite. Type 1 in chat.
Whenever they have any kind of ulti, they're going in super deep on Circle Royale. And so, I mean, we talk about the energy of the hometown crowd, but they're clearly, you know, transmuting that into their gameplay, right? Like the aggression is ridiculous. They're swarming over the enemy team, and that's the way that you want to play on land. You need to be really.
Yeah, what is this profile picture? I always see people have this profile picture. What is this? What is this from?
Executing exactly how they need to potentially go far in this tournament, and I think Team Falcons are probably just watched that match and are like, okay, like this is.
A lot of people have that profile picture.
I don't think Falcons can come into that match full of confidence. I think they have to put some respect on what, once again, it put together.
I love the storylining that we have going on here.
And
speaking of that home crown advantage,
that Neo?
We've also got to take a look at our next matchup. That is going to be Team CC versus Nightmare, coming up right after this break.
Old meme. I'm usually old, but I'd be too young for that. Oh, there it is. Overwatch videos, chat, everything ties back to Overwatch. Everything is Overwatch. Alright, chat, fire sale. Nice, Teddy. You better put your fucking points back in then. Got 14 more minutes for the Preds. That might look a bit sus. Why? Worst music of all time. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Andre. That TTS fire sale, $1,000. $1,000 TTS fire sale. Thank you for the follow, you blind tomato. Got a 3-minute break, chat. Yo, hey yo, hey yo. It was crazy. Parfait only has 1 ball. He doesn't have 2 testicles. That's why he didn't say balls. He said ball. It's funny, chat. I say so much crazy shit. You guys probably think I'm trolling. He really doesn't have a testicle. He showed chat.
Kaka.
Hell yeah, owners, you definitely can. Probably gonna get delayed again. That didn't even work. He was in the war. Wait, did you lose the left or right one? Yeah, does it go in the middle, or is it on the side that it was born on? It floats there. Wait, so it low key, that's kind of sick though. Bro's got the house all to himself. Hi, Toxic.
Niggas be saying, Con, you have to chill, cause I be spazzing still. I swear these sucker niggas weird. Rap is good, but I will clap them still and fuck on my career. I ain't worried about a jail, don't give a fuck about them years. While until
I got a fart.
Or I fucking get the chair. You got a blicky, but you pussy niggas busted out of fear. My shooter in fatigues, shotty like he hunting for a deer. Yeah. Run down, knowing you and fire.
Maybe my left. Wait, you don't know which one you lost for real? Like you actually don't know? They just took one of them. They didn't ask. That makes sense. Oh, you were born that way. I thought you just like had it. Yeah, Russell, you were 80 messages late. Someone link this. Right here. Bro, imagine how much better you would be at Realm of the Mad God if you had 2 testicles, though. Pretty sure my chances of having a kid are lower. Nah, you got one in there, bro. He'll put his work in. You're good. Oh my God, Shy! Got good
Welcome
skin.
back, everyone, to the OWCS Champions.
I think I'm gonna take his skin.
I've got a new treat on the desk for you guys. Stole him right over from the casting booth. Okay.
He can be a mean person sometimes.
Oh.
He can be a mean person sometimes.
Really?
He can.
Don't to anyone but you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm good. Don't worry.
Is this like a sensitive topic for you?
No. I mean, I'm used to it. It's been too long.
Every time he tells a lie, he gets shorter.
Yeah,
that's what we've ended up with.
That's where I.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
chair doesn't.
You know, on the chairs right now, you guys are like the same height, so.
Yeah, I mean, the magic of TV, right?
Yeah.
This is
I wonder why
This is
Zoe
super
didn't do this show.
Well, I love having you guys on the desk with me, but before we get into the action, I do want to let you guys at home know about a little giveaway that we've got going on here for Champions.
I think I don't know her name, but I think she's doing a good job.
You guys can enter the Champions Clash giveaway to earn Overwatch 2 Black Cap bundle, the Lifeguard bundle, or 1,000 Overwatch.
I think she's a Valorant caster, so she might not know much about Overwatch. That's why I think she's doing a good job. She's like starting the topics and then letting the Overwatch people talk.
You guys can read at home, hopefully. But you'll love to see it.
Oh, Necra and Jaws are casting next.
All the viewers and whatnot, but we got to get into this next matchup. We're talking a bit about the home ground advantage with, once again, this is another similar situation for Team CC.
Yeah, would you guys still like me if I was a deer?
In this matchup up against Nightmare there, Matt.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Team CC is once again in terms of like quality. I feel like there's a little bit of a step down, maybe a little bit of a tier break between those two teams. And I think we were all pleasantly surprised what we saw from Nightmare in North America. So
if I was a deer and you would up on me, I would kick you in the fucking head.
I think we're gonna see that there's like.
I would hunt you, apply. No, you wouldn't. One testicle having ass bitch.
For example, we've got amazing quality players there.
If I was a deer, I would have 2 nuts.
This CC team though does feature some like story players of yesteryear. And mixed in with some maybe newcomers and less sort of proven.
Was the lemon kiwi hate misogynistic? I think Necra's a better caster than Lemon Kiwi, but I think Lemon Kiwi's also good.
So, hey, who knows?
You never know. You never know. It's different energy on LAN as well when it comes down to for these teams too. But let's talk about predictions a little bit here as well. I'll start things off.
Lemon Kiwi's doing good on Marvel Rivals though, so I'm glad she got the opportunity over there.
Up against Team Liquid within the NA
Shout out
region.
Lemon Kiwi.
So I actually went 2-1 with them.
I think Necra's gotten a lot better. I remember when Necra first started, I wasn't big, but I think she's gotten a lot better. Her and Jaws have found good chemistry.
Home turf advantage, little one gamer there.
Yeah. I'm buying time to see my pred come up so I can remember what it was, but I do think it was probably a nightmare.
Bro, there's a caster in Marvel Rivals that does that so bad. He screams the entire time. It's bad. I don't know who his name is.
But I think it's a young squad.
But I was watching the tournaments,
like LAN experience.
And there were no hype moments because even during intermission, bro was screaming. Chat, press are closing soon.
I do think that's pretty instrumental for them because when you get onto a stage like this, nothing prepares you for that. I do at least think though that getting out of LAN recently has helped a lot.
That's super fair. I think it's also
the state of New Jersey is suing Discord for putting children at risk. Fuck it, W New Jersey, sue them.
Clash with that dust off your shoulders, if you will.
Yeah, and I think there's also, you go into,
now the Hornets announcer isn't even what I'm talking about. The Hornets announcer has a good middle ground. He's calm and then he ramps it up, right? The problem is when you're always at a 10, there's never a 10. It's always at 10. The Hornets caster is at like a 6, and then he goes to a 10. I don't even know his name, but he's a Morales caster. Bro's always at like a 10, and then he'll go to like 10.5 during hype moments.
Team Liquid, and I think they had their problems as well. But I'm generally excited about what this
Chat,
team can
do you guys dip your fry, or if you back in the day or nowadays when you were eating McDonald's, would you ever dip your fries in a McFlurry?
Young, very, very young. Like guys like Zero, I think can sort of step up. Lethal's such an interesting story for me as someone who's like kind of been around.
Gamer.
Never done that.
He's a gamer.
I never done that. Why do you question mark me? That's not even is that crazy?
Vibes guy.
Those are Europeans.
He's had to step up into this team and take it, not in the leadership role,
like
but also
set the alarm 5 minutes before the match. Roll out.
I'm seeing the vision.
Yes,
yeah, and just dominate.
I think Dairy Queen is disgusting.
I think they've also got.
If I go to your restaurant and you turn my ice cream upside down, get the fuck away from me.
Up against some of the best in the world, but I do think it's another metagame that kind of favors his preferred pool.
That's totally fair. How do you feel like that, I guess,
why'd you bring that up?
Against a team like
I don't know.
Though?
I mean, they're a bit of a wild card. Like we talked about, like the Chinese region, like maybe doesn't have the most depth, right? But I think you see the talent, the individual player talent.
At some roles, these guys look nuts. Like you have Gaga, Tank.
I wish I was a K-pop idol.
I do think this team has some serious firepower. I'm curious to see what their DPS line looks like. Kaneki only had a pretty short stint at the top level for a time, and now he's back. So
I would say this is where that year gap, like off in terms of competitive play, probably
show for these guys more than once again.
Probably shows more here. Yeah.
For sure. Well, all great points to keep in mind. We are going to toss to a quick break, but I promise we'll be back sometime soon here for an exciting third matchup of today.
This is the guy you were talking about?
New controller users.
Yeah, dude, this guy's always amped up, bro.
In the pro scene, really exciting for a lot of the console folk out there to know you can do it on PC. It is possible.
What the fuck is he hype about right now? He's explaining something about console.
And here we go as the Wolverine Terra trying to find the big tree, but takes Len back.
See what I mean? The same way he was talking about console was the same way he talked about that big kidnap. It wasn't hype at all because it was all the same tone. I forgot to VIP Eric. Eric won the coin flip and got away with it. Thank you for the 34 months, Eric. You have a cool color.
Starts dicing up and down goes one.
Oh, it's really tough. Like, Rad are trying to set up around these Groot walls, and then you're just playing Ring Around the Rosy.
Lemon Kiwi's talking. I bet this dude comes back in with crazy enthusiasm in the middle, at the end of a fight, nothing's happening. Watch.
And this Wolverine is already getting fantastic kidnaps, and when it rains it pours. 100 Thieves then just dump in all their damage, and Rad really got to have a setup, and they got to be quicker.
This game's so
it's around
ugly.
this ironwood wall from Len, and really centering your fight around that. It's going to provide that extra health. It's going to make things easier. It may even block up some line of sight if you want to deny one of these lanes around the central pillar, but Delena is going to be the one to take.
God damn, is the other guy gonna talk?
Those off angles, and it will be him against manually once again. Terra fell off the map though during that.
No, he didn't. Terra just... What the fuck are they talking about? Terra just kidnaps... Look at this. Terra kidnapped their Groot off the map.
Around the central pillar, but
they're not paying attention. Terra gets him off the map. He killed him.
And it will be him against Manuel.
Man, what are we even talking about?
Once again, Terra fell off the map though during that kidnap. What?
I mean, we could have missed the push or pull by Invis there to make that happen, but a lot of the Wolverines see a Vanguard.
Is it normal for a caster to talk with the back of their throat? Yeah, you know, I was ranting about this the other day. I think Rivals has figured out. I don't know how. I don't know how they've done it, but they've become the worst community in the fastest amount of time ever. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how. I really don't. They're worse than League of Legends. They're worse than Valorant. It's crazy. I don't know how it's possible. Here's what I think. Here's my theory. Is I think deep down they know their game sucks, so their insecurities speak very loud. That's why they're all over Overwatch comment sections. They're all over Twitch channels, right? I feel like they know that their game low-key blows dick, so they're very upset about that.
Against their opponents. Fantastic job. And
Who
of
is
course,
that?
Oh, I forgot to mention, we also have our translator, Chinese translator, Shelly here, who's going to translate Leave's answer for me. All right, I have one question for you, Leave. Big congratulations on getting the win. I mean, the last time we saw you guys was at Overwatch World Cup 2 years ago. Now you guys are finally back. You were playing in front of your home crowd. Did that make you nervous at all because you had to wait for like 2 years?
我们大概就一个问题，在上一次见到你的线下的话呢，是在世界杯的时候，咱们2年之后在你的主场观众面前们在比赛的话，你会紧张吗？
其实说实话，这么久没打线下赛，我原本以为自己会很紧张，但是没想到就是真正坐在舞台上的那一刻，发现听见大家的欢呼，就很兴奋，不会有那种紧张的感觉了。
I thought I would be very nervous, but once I get back to the stage and heard the
he looked really nervous when he was walking on stage. He looked nervous. I said that, but then when he got
nervous,
when he
not,
sat down,
not anymore. I think you got the home crowd on your back. You guys are looking fantastic. Big congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time, Leave. And yeah, that's it for the interview. Take it back.
So great to hear from Danny and Leave.
Man, bro, it's so crazy how long. They were away from the game for so long, and they're still so good.
I mean, he's so good. It's like it's wild. I mean, the fact that like they were just kind of obviously no fault of their own, like over on the side, right? You know, just watching these other teams play. There's also probably a little bit of like, man, I'm watching these teams like go to these events, and like we're clearly better than
it's
these
versus
guys.
Team
like,
CC.
I can't wait to go there, just.
I mean, and like it's funny.
Oh,
like a year
I want to do my Preds.
Really change anything.
Honestly, I don't really know much about Team CC, but I do believe that Nightmare's going to be incredibly nervous going into this game. So I'm going to say 2-1 Nightmare. I think Nightmare's going to win, but I think they're going to be really shaky because a lot of their players are new, and I think they're probably going to fumble a little bit.
Great team. They were like kind of middling when they really first started with this roster, and then very quickly, like they showed us just how great they can be. So. I'm very glad to see that they've maintained that sort of legacy that we saw over the last few years. And bro, I mean, I'm scared for Falcons. I'm telling you, man, these guys are cracked.
I mean, it's a great way to start off their run, right? Within the upper bracket here for once again, that opportunity to really solidify their stamp early on here in Champions Clash.
Yeah, I think to also like kind of like how Leave mentioned, like, you know, the nerves potentially, right? To just get that first game out of the way and get it out clean, right? It's not, you know, 2-1 down to the wire. You can feel everybody in the crowd getting nervous, and then all of a sudden now you're nervous, and then it just kind of snowballs. Where I think just getting that first one out early.
TCC got Gaga, the guy who benched A-Mangle and Ball.
One of the other region's best teams, I think, is a huge.
You kind of prove to yourself as well that you can do it. You remind yourself of.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a few years, I think.
Seeker is on SSG.
They've come very, very close to.
And all of them have LAN experience. Maybe all of them except CJ.
Final, they were third. They had incredible reverse sweeps for that tournament. Unfortunately, you know, just Florida were a better team in that tournament and couldn't quite get there. So
who's their flex support chat, or no, their main support?
They still seem to have that same like passion, that same desire to compete here in a different era of Overwatch.
talent-wise, they've always been extremely close. It's
Bliss.
just like that.
Yeah, they all have stage experience except for CJ, or maybe CJ's played. I think CJ's played on stage before.
Back in on our next matchup, our third matchup of today, right? And we gotta welcome the new casters in the
OMG. Wait, what is this? What is this?
And Rose, how are you guys doing?
Why did they tell the one of the men casters to wear hoodies?
Yes, okay, we're back.
Mr. X made a joke earlier that the Chinese casters were able to wear suits, but he had to wear a sweatshirt. And now Jaws is wearing a sweatshirt, but I've never seen them wear sweatshirts. I feel like they were told to keep it casual. Why though?
I could feel it coming through the screen. It just got me so hyped, and so I'm really excited to be here to jump into the action.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, I want to see everyone in this suit.
We already handled our predictions, but you guys are going to have a chance to talk about yours in just a second, because I believe the players are ready to get onto stage. It will be Team CC versus Nightmare. This is an incredibly exciting matchup.
But I think Nightmare's going to come out shaky.
I can't wait. I think this is going to be really fascinating, especially with what we get from Team CC. I think is a little bit unknown. I expect Nightmare to be the team we saw in NA, though.
Can't wait to see them take it onto the stage here. Team CC versus Nightmare.
I mean, SSG has the hardest bracket out of anybody.
From North America.
Bro, this announcer is so good. Yeah, they play Crazy Raccoons game 1.
Nightmare has been extremely strong throughout.
And then they play
North America. Zero and Lethal as the damage dealer duo.
Yeah,
some of the most exciting young players we have in the region. Qadsiah as well can play just about every tank. Really excited what him and the rest of the squad can do.
This guy's so hype. Nah, I got Zero winning this. They all look like virgins. I got DJs. But you know what I think a common virgin act is looking at another person and calling them a virgin. I call chat virgins though. That guy's wearing PJs, dude. That guy's so drippy.
I think this team is definitely a dark horse, but has got what it takes to compete here.
Well, I cannot wait to see how this matchup is going to go. We just talked to Rose and Jack over in the casting booth. I cannot wait to hear their predictions going into this
bro, I'm
matchup.
nervous for Qadsiah, dude. Qadsiah's been playing so good lately. I hope he can play good on the stage.
Finicky one. I'm not going to be like Jake, though. I'm not going to instantly switch my pred and then instantly lose it. Absolutely not.
Bro, I would hate to have to stand and cast, man.
Winning this one, but
I would hate to have to stand and cast. I'm bad with my hands. I wouldn't know what to do with my hands. Look at Jaws. Jaws is like cracking stuff. I would definitely be doing the same thing that Jaws is doing.
On LAN, right? Yeah. And you can't underestimate this roster. I think there's a lot of star power hidden behind the curtains, and so it just might take a little bit of that energy to bring it all out.
What's the scoreline then?
I think it has to be 2-1 Nightmare.
Okay, 2-1. Okay, I'll go the other side of things. I think I'll take Team CC. But let's talk about Nightmare coming into this one. Rose, of course, coming in as the #1 seed from North America. Their first chance here to really show the stage and the crowd.
Am I mudded?
What they have.
Am I mudded?
In terms of points. I mean, look, the idea of Dive coming in, like, the Chinese teams are going to be very good. Gaga, extremely good on the Winston, but I think Qadsiah is going to be up there too. One of his best heroes is that Winston.
Absolutely, but it's not just the Winston dive that I think makes this team a particular threat. They have a lot of variety in terms of the other compositions that they can run that make them super scary. If Winston gets banned out, that's not something that Qadsiah is going to be upset about. He can go to play the Ramatra. He was able to be super proficient in that for the first couple of weeks of North America, but he also has a fantastic hazard that he could also pull out of pocket.
Let's chat Team CC then. Their opponent, second seed, obviously, coming in from China.
Pineapple is such a good name.
And a lot of these names, you're going to recognize them from the days in the Overwatch League, both on Charge, Hunters. Like, Gaga especially, an absolute beast on the wrecking ball. Any kind of dive.
I don't know why Far Away is such a good name.
It's going to be a tough match for Nightmare. That's why, you know, I'm going for Team CC in this one, Rose.
And that is a really
Wait, was Far Away's name always Far Away 2025, or did he change it every year?
Early days of Overwatch contenders in the Chinese region, and so when they had that dominance.
Wait, it was 1987, bro. Changed it.
Players that made it onto the Chinese Overwatch League teams like Hangzhou Spark, like the Guangzhou Charge, and so to see them back on this roster together, it's so exciting because it brings me back just a couple of years ago when Team CC were running the table.
It was 1987 because his wife was born in 1987. Did they get divorced or something?
Every single name that I see on different teams, I'm like, oh yeah.
If it was his girlfriend's name 1987, then he changed it to 2025. Who's his new girlfriend?
Looking at the backline, Ultraviolet, easily the best flex support in the West.
Yes.
I would say, not even just North America. And then Admiral too.
Maybe he's just gonna change it every year. That's kind of hard. Putting the year in your name. Next year he'd be far away 2026. I like that.
Just being able to dish out a ton of damage too.
It said 2025.
That's what is required in this kind of meta. You're going against someone that's a team that's going to be really aggressive on the dive.
I'm feeling good, Leaf. How are you feeling?
Up. And I think Admiral and Ultraviolet, they're going to have their work cut out for them, but they're going to be pretty alright.
And that's exactly what you want to see, though.
Winston banned from Nightmare, Cass banned from CC.
Teams to run dive, it really
okay, so we're going to be playing Malga then.
Yeah. That's public enemy number 1. That's the exact target that these Winstons are going to want to go
Doge,
after.
Genji, Malga, Uno, Brig.
To keep each other up. That just means
clock it, chat.
Even better shot to actually win the overall.
Doge, Genji, Malga, Juno, Brig. Maybe Gaga's on ball.
First to 2 here in the upper bracket.
Nice, Benny. Yeah, it's fun. I'm getting a little tired, but it's okay.
Now, Nightmare, that's their map.
I'm definitely not watching every single one of the games.
Anything here about what they want
I think we're gonna watch this game and the next game, and then I'm probably off.
So I feel like we're gonna see that a lot from our first map of each series.
It's the best control map. Come on.
Maybe it goes fast. Maybe we'll watch it. We'll see. Dude, my sleep schedule is so good. I usually go to bed at like 11 a.m., 12 a.m., like 12 or 11 a.m., 11 p.m.
Like the dive.
We've already seen Malga.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Malga too.
Well, I low-key might just keep the stream on so that you guys can get drops while I go to bed.
Throwback.
No, but luckily, I think what's been really nice is that the meta has been very open. We've seen dive, we've seen Malga rush, we've seen a little bit of poke as well.
Time's it? 1:12 a.m.
Circuit Royale. But Lijiang Tower does show us a few different.
Holy shit! He and his wife met when he was 27 and she was 32. My dude's a victim. Is that real? Was that fake? Do you post fake news?
Hazard or even the Malga, like you said.
I think it definitely depends on the stage, as you've already alluded to. For each individual stage,
wait, did they break up?
See different flavors of these compositions.
That's 5 years, bro. He said 32, not 23.
It is going to be.
You count?
Okay, there you go. Lijiang Tower. We're not going there. We're jumping on to Ilios as our.
So how old is he now?
I'll take it. Don't mind a little bit of Ilios. Means we might see a little bit of Roadhog. Probably not on well. But
well, we actually could see the Wrecking Ball.
I said 27, 37.
Think it might be even more popular on Ilios than it would be on Lijiang Tower.
Honestly, it's pretty good
on
on
Wrecking Ball.
So,
ooh,
yeah, that is
a
vintage pick. I'd love to see it. Now, speaking about backlines,
wait, she's a gazillionaire?
Far away is nothing to scoff at either. Like, his Ana play was sick back in the Overwatch League. And I'm curious how he's going to match up against Ultraviolet, who I would say, like Admiral, has just seen just a drastic improvement over the last few years in his play. I think Nightmare, although even like Mitch was saying on the desk, a little bit of an upset over Team Liquid in North America, I think the team is still just
I'm listen, if the roles were reversed, I think everybody will be up in arms about this.
Going to be the best North American team
because
it was very top heavy. We had 4 teams that were really vying for those top spots in North America.
Yeah.
and they all beat each other at some point. We called it the circle of equilibrium because there wasn't really a clear favorite in those top 4. But Nightmare coming out on top, I think this is a really great opportunity for
How'd
them
they
to be able
meet?
to
Is there
prove
deets on
themselves.
that?
Looks like they're even getting some fun.
They have a
with their
Valiant
mics
jersey.
before they actually,
OMG!
get into
Yeah, that person knows who I am. Probably
2020
not, bro.
LA Valiant in the back
Wow,
there. Okay,
that's a throwback.
Okay. I see you.
That's me.
I see you. That was a strange time for LA Valiant.
I just realized that is not my team. She's in China. She was a fan of the Chinese Valiant team. What the fuck am I saying?
In the crowd as well as they've been.
Oh my god, the sign game for this audience has been
crazy.
so
The neon
on
signs
point.
and stuff.
They definitely
And then we
fuck with
also saw
Silver
some
3,
really
not
good
apply.
printed signs too. I don't know.
It's different, man.
It does hit different.
Lands hit.
Gig was really big in China, only for
We'll
the
be loading
first
into
game
that
though.
in just a moment. Of course, it is Ilios, and like you alluded to, you know, you can actually play the Wrecking Ball there. We'll obviously see the bans as well, which I'm sure the teams are kind of discussing at the moment.
So it might be Gig.
Kind of spinning his mouse a little bit there, ready and warmed up, I'd imagine. Looking fresh as well.
I love how there's smiles on this team. I feel like that's how you know that they're really excited about what they're going to be getting into. And we get a chance to take a look at the bans now.
Okay,
Winston,
if you find good emotes, you can link it.
Hey, a Winston ban from Nightmare. Okay, a little bit scared of Gaga there.
That's okay. Salamar's just
rings
joking.
you
We'll be
for
alright.
Nightmare. How do you expect them to respond
I'm
to
sure
this in terms
far
of
away's
tactics?
fine.
Well, I was going to say, actually, that it almost feels like we should expect to see Gaga on the Wrecking Ball.
Sure.
I feel like that gets opened up even more. If you know that Winston is now not an available tank option, why not just go down that route of being able to still play a dive, but with something like Wrecking Ball?
Maybe as a
Maybe
sugar
I just
mama,
got
bro. What do we get mad about that?
This Gaga Wrecking Ball happen, but I'm hopeful.
I mean, we've seen a lot from
Nah,
Team
I
16,
like
to be
okay.
fair. I mean, you look at their most recent games,
Wait.
they've been playing Sombra, a little bit of Reaper, like
This-
a lot of
What is
different picks.
this?
Very
Is this the right
versatile
emo?
DPS line.
Why is this okay?
Ooh. Wait, that's kind of clean with
Ooh,
it.
those
though.
are
Can we?
heat.
Hey, can we get one of those?
Why is it
I do need
okay?
new deathmatch, so if anybody can grab me one of those, that'd be sick. Let's jump in though. Ilios, our first map. Nightmare banning Winston, and then a Casti ban on the side of Team CC. China's number 2 seed versus NA's number 1. Their first showing here.
Wait,
North America,
they
have to
hid
do
the
them
brand
proud.
of these chairs.
Something that we actually
They put
have
tape
seen
on
Nightmare
it.
play a lot is the Sombra coming out from Lethal.
Thank you, Jem
If it
Birdie,
isn't
for the
going
100
to be
bits.
a Winston dive that we've seen Nightmare go for.
Aw,
Maybe it's going to be
UV.
something like Genji Ashe or Genji Sombra. That's definitely on the table now.
Sojourn just still incredibly strong though. The Winston bans.
Yeah,
could
Cass
also
is really
lead to
good right
maybe
now.
A bit more of
A lot of
Malcolm
teams are
play,
playing.
pick
Maybe
as well,
Nightmare
to be
plays a
fair.
lot of Winston Cass. I'm not really sure what Nightmare plays
To be
anymore.
fairly easy to lock people
All I know
down
is that
to
Cuff
Malcolm,
has been
bit
playing
difficult
so
on
good.
Ruins, but
Oh,
Lighthouses,
Gaga's on the
not a bad one.
ball.
And there it is. I mean,
Oh,
Gaga's
I
already
forgot
hovering
that
the ball.
Nightmare plays this hazard
Oh yes,
comp,
here we go.
man.
5 seconds till the gates unlock. Nightmare versus Team CC.
This is on live patch.
Kuffa running out with Hazard. Okay, Hazard versus Wrecking Ball Rose.
Got the Hazard versus the Wrecking Ball, but still.
Bro, I hope that
opportunity
Far
for
Away
Lethal to switch
changes
to
his
something
name
later.
every
But the
year.
fact that
That's
you
so
have this
hard.
hit
If
scan,
he
you
just
were
changes his
prepared
name to the
to
current
see
year,
Kaneki
next
Farah
year
come
he
out,
goes Far
with
Away
that the rest of the team
2026.
being able to support this Wrecking Ball
Like,
dive.
you'll never
See
forget
how
what
you're
year
able to
you're
actually
watching
get
him in.
set up here as we see Kaneki trying to get a wrap.
It's like arcs of his life.
Need to scout out these hazard walls and see if he can pick
Arc.
somebody off from the back.
Doesn't quite find the direct hits there. Lethal
Like,
going super
when we're
low,
talking
kept
about
on
him,
the back line.
we'll be like, nah,
However,
bro.
that buys Team
Far Away
CC a lot of
2026 was
space.
way
Looks like
better than
Kuffa's
Far Away
gonna try and contest
2025.
the point as much as
2026 was
possible
his
here,
year.
but Pineapple is going to be there to
That's
match.
genius. I'm changing my name to Apply
Not willing to
2025.
let go of the point just yet.
It's going to be a hard
Or
ball,
maybe
though.
he's running for
Which team
president.
is going to be able to get the first pick. And you can see these health bars starting to fall, but it's going to be Lethal that's going to fall first.
Yeah, first kill, Super Rich taking out Lethal. Okay, points capped though by Nightmare. Pineapple and Gaga want to set up for these dives, but it's still hard against the brick. Pineapple, no recall there, goes pretty low. Receives it back, has to get back.
The
but look
sound's
at
been
that.
bugged
Nightmare
the whole
instantly
tournament.
lose the cap.
I don't know why.
Only
It's
6%
there
on the
hasn't
board.
been an Overwatch tournament on LAN that hasn't had a delay audio. I wonder what it is.
Kuffa's already so low.
Well, I
and
think
he's going to start to
I
run
think
out
it's
of
because
HP.
they use one main audio source and then multiple different camera POVs. Like there's like camera 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and they don't sync up the audio to the camera switches. They have one main audio source and then they just switch to different things.
No, I mean, take a look at how many picks Team CC are getting in the backline. There's no more DPS available here for Nightmare, and Team CC still have control of this point. As you see Kuffa start to make his way back, this is where Nightmare can really start to put their foot down as they build up to these
One
ultimates.
sub away
But
from
it's been
800.
Team
Can I
CC
please
that
get 100
have to pull
gifted?
the trigger first. Pineapple already throwing out that pulse bomb, but Farway's getting ready to go with this Kitsune rush.
Mine's in 10% as well. Look at his backline
Damn.
presence here.
Holy shit.
Picks up a
I
kill
hate
on
the Ash
Ultraviolet,
pick.
rally pop like April. They're
Oh,
gonna try and push
but the
forward off
cast
this
ban
one.
forces
Not only
them on
leading
Ash.
Team CC, but they're close to a beat. Kaneki eventually falls and the point gets capped. But Team
Nice,
CC
Zero.
don't invest a lot into that fight, Rose.
They know after you see the downpour and you get locked in, the rally invested on top of that was just
that
so
blimp.
much for Nightmare to be able to push into that
so
point.
cool.
Now we have Team CC coming back with 4 ultimates. Feels like it's just going to be an overwhelming amount of damage.
Orbital Ray.
Yeah, Zero's a good name.
Ultraviolet.
That best
Bob
name
from
in this
Lethal
lobby, I gotta go
thorn in the
Pineapple.
side for Team CC on the high ground currently, getting
Yeah.
poked a little bit. You can see a couple of direct hits, but nice shots from Lethal.
Why would
Gonna get no
Katakai
business
go
in
that
that
way?
fight.
Why would he go that way?
Okay.
You should definitely play over the building.
They're not hitting either. Lethal with a
Ooh.
little triple.
So you don't need ultimates if they're just going to be able to get
Yeah,
the picks
Ultraviolet's
here.
tough,
I was going
too.
to send
So is
everybody on
Lethal.
TUCC back
Good
to
night,
spawn
Sammy.
and having to rethink how they want to actually engage. The fact that Ultraviolet was able to hold onto that orbital ray is huge. Can just
You think
send it down
Gaga
for
likes
Nate
Lady
as you see
Gaga?
Lethal start to get set back up on the high ground
Better.
with the Bob available as well.
Gaga's now behind enemy lines. He's going to try and come in onto Lethal. Coach gun available in 1%. Mines deployed on the point. Bob's going to be there to try and clear them out. An ult dump here from Nightmare as they also use the orbital ray. Team CC are going to try and
Pineapple
just
always
play
a
the
DPS
periphery
player?
now. Just wait for Nightmare to maybe overextend. And there's the kill
On
onto
the move.
Lethal.
This guy's pretty
An
good at
off-field
Farah.
barrage, In fact, 2 for the Farah. Sound barrier does connect, but not quite in time to save the
Hi,
Farah's
Zero.
life. Point's going to get capped here for Team CC. Although Nightmare's going to be able to get back on the point in time. A rush on the point's going to get hard though for Comfort to stay around. And well, Gaga has a triple boot on the hazard to get him off the point. And that will be that. Team CC recap.
But take a look at this.
Here
Lethal's
seems locked in
actually
right now.
coming
He seems
back
stone
on the
cold.
Sombra. Now you have the opportunity to actually hack out the Wrecking Ball, which is something that Nightmare might have wanted to try to play for. See if Lethal decides to stick to this. But there is enough time for Lethal to be able to come back in on the Sombra and actually build up to an EMP to try to finish out this map. They have a couple more ultimates to work with here as Zera can open up some space with something like the Pulse Bomb.
Apply
It's a whiff
pulse.
and a miss though.
Pineapple.
I wish
No
they
pulse
fixed the
bomb
audio,
connection.
man.
Zera's got a pulse bomb of his own now. Overtime is rapidly approaching Rose. Zera's in a good spot here to harass the backline, but he is alone right now. Can't really team up with anybody else.
Cover has the downpour.
Downpour available, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
can they actually find anybody though? Look at Pineapple's positioning right now. It's going to be tough for him to re-enter that fight.
Damn,
Downpour
Cover got the
connects,
ball.
And it connects with Gaga. One of the best players to actually take out of the fight right now
Nice.
because the touching of
Cap.
the point is going to be
Just
so
chase, just
tough
chase,
with
chase,
just
chase.
Pineapple alone.
Every kill
10%
matters right
to
here.
go as Nightmare
If
wants to
you
have
get
to
a
find this
stagger
first
here, the
round.
game's over.
Kaneki falls,
There's someone above the
Gaga's
points.
going to come back in just a moment, Rose, but Zera's still holding on to the pulse.
The pulse could be just the perfect thing you need to just stop that wave coming in from Team CC.
Yeah, Cuppa's got.
Okay, they do
I think
manage to
Cuppa's my
trigger
most improved
OT,
player
but
last
how long
year.
can they actually stay alive? Gaga's going to be ring around the rosing on the point, but the rest of
My
his
go-to
team,
pickup
while
line
he's
is
trying to
God, I'm
contest
so
them,
ugly.
just getting torn
It's important
apart,
to tell
be
the truth in
honest.
relationships.
Pineapple's trying to land a connecting kill onto Ultraviolet, but too little, too
Pineapple
late.
is. It
That'll be the rally
cannot
to
match
finish it off,
Zero.
as Gaga is slain by Lethal Sombra, and they take round 1.
Zera didn't even
Yo,
need
link
to
me-
use his
link me
pulse
the-
bomb
link
there
me the
either. You
Chinese
saw the
cast.
rally
Where's
is
it
just
at?
kind of that extra little treat on top to be able to finish out. Going to see these two dive styles against each other. This is what
Billy
you should come
Billy.
to expect.
Lethal swapping over to the Sombra. I mean, you called that at the very start of the game, right? We know Lethal likes to play a lot of hit scan. He had that insane Widowmaker performance on Junk Attack.
Yo, let's do this one for a little bit.
去换阵容，他自己想过去，但是对面也会有出错，包括让害灾去补伤害。
Bro, I love Billy. Billy is hilarious. They have the fucking thing that fly across the screen. How do I turn that off? Oh, I turn it off. I just guessed, bro. You would think I speak this language.
给了一炮，但后面结果没有打出来。
Where am I, bro? How do I close this,
再拉扯
dude?
一下，整个的压力给的还是比较足，但是收不了人的话，对于现在来讲，应该就是 非常亏的，因为他们打破坏球是需要把节奏打开的，要打火来了这波，远方很残。
Bro, I mean, it's actually way more watchable. I can hear the game.
部署特别的大，嘎嘎再转过来点位的话，是由戴利贝尔踩下，同时利索说这个卡尼基这个法老金确实可能打出来效果。看一下这波利索很残。
Their audio's a little bit off.
有一个人的互换呢，来看一下后续的结果，嘎血也很残，这局下能不能吃出来？这一轮对于 CC 来讲，要想办法先把点位控下来。嘎嘎的曲线不是特别健康，可能。
Now their video's worse, yeah. At least for me, it's dropping.
其实对于 CC 来说，他每一波开端失败，其实都会。
I wonder how hyped these casters get.
看吧，有点激进了，5人起火直接强行秒掉对面前排，这是残局。
Yeah, I think it's like impossible to fix delay without them restarting the stream.
效果，而且可以看好前能量是非常。
Maybe that's what the delays are. Maybe the delays are to restart the stream.
没有人过来补伤害，只能稍微拉扯一下。而自己这个血量一直抬不起来，而且点位是一直在对方手里面的，放不掉点啊！侧线再过来补一下，打的也稍微有点乱了。CC 还在这个时候返场，状态非常健康。好前先掉点。
What? I heard the stick sound.
Liso 在收掉 Pineapple， 在这个第一张。
That has like weirdly low FPS. How many viewers does it have, chat?
远方，这些整个的节奏并没有打出来
14K?
的结果。卡法再杀一个。
Wait, they have an embedded thing in here. You can see it on the website. Wait, that's kind of sick.
的话，他们还是比较执着于选择打自己的法老基因的。是的，但很可惜。
Shout out Billy.
For Team CC, but the fact that we saw Supers go down with the sound barrier, you gotta go back to spawn now and reset after that one.
Cuffer just wrapped him up with a nice little bow on.
Now this quality is definitely better. At least for me, the quality is better on the NA site, but the audio is so far.
I mean, you can keep it up with the downpour here. Just lock everybody down when you look at this in its last fight territory.
Orbital Ray from Ultraviolet to start us off. Bomb available in downpour 2.
Oh, Cuffer, man.
Instantly killed. Far away. Didn't know what happened. Didn't know what hit him. Pulse bomb available from Zera 2. The mines have hit the point. Same with the sound.
I mean,
here comes the downpour locking.
Team CC's comp kind of blows. Like,
nowhere to hide. Lethal just tears your head off.
The ball isn't a good fight win con. No one really loses the ball. No one really loses the mines. The ball is so easily marked by Tracer. The ball. I mean, yeah. It's not even that he's not Junbin. Gaga is really good at ball. The reason Junbin can play ball is one, he is the best ball in the game, but also he has the best players on his team. Like, you can't play ball with Pineapple as your Tracer. You know what I mean? Like, it's different.
From Team CC can touch. Gaga's trying his best, but looks like Nightmare are gonna take it and the map.
100-0.
Like, Junbin's able to play ball because his team has like the greatest pace in the game.
But Nightmare shore things up in the second. That is one map win.
Scenario 2019 Permagood. Super never signed a shock. Smurf playing Ryan. Are they still beating Vancouver Stage 2 finals? Yes, 100%.
Damn, what a performance there from Lethal. I said, might be a little bit of a struggle getting a good angle on the Farah, but the backline just so stable, just keeping Lethal alive against the Wrecking Ball dives, against the
Smurf was never bad at Ryan. It was just Sinatra and Super were better at communicating with each other. That's all that mattered in Go. But I feel like if they played Smurf like forever instead of Super, they would have got good at it anyways. I think Nightmare is really underrated. I'm 2-1. I'm predicting 2-1 Nightmare. I don't know why I think Team CC can steal a map here. Maybe they go with their map pick, play something crazy. I'm gonna wait. Look at all the money in the pot. Yeah, Gaga changed his name. He used to have a 9 in his. I kind of like the 9s. I mean, that would be insane, owners. But Rascal on Zarya for... Nah, I mean, they would lose. Or Rascal sucks at Zarya. Alright, chat. New Preds going up. 10-minute Preds. Go! The Chinese players really do love changing their name. But I get it.
On the the second round, you could really tell that the pace of Team CC got thrown off a lot. It took them a lot of time to actually engage onto the point.
Like a paw.
They were going down.
Oh, it's his bedtime. We're supposed to be sleeping right now. He's so mad.
Because of how fast.
Oh, look at his tongue, chat.
Where do you expect Team CC want to go? Obviously, Winston's been banned already, so with that off the table,
again.
Just go Winston. Just rock out with the Winston.
Maybe we see something like Esperanza. I think there are a lot of really great dive maps.
She had the proper pronunciation of Esperanza right there. I like that.
And then we get an even better test of strength between these two teams because
my favorite is when someone says the proper pronunciation of Kiriko.
I feel like Wrecking Ball can sometimes be quite exploitable with just
yeah, do you say the proper pronunciation of words?
Can really start to tick up. So maybe you do go with something that has a little bit more delineated attack and defense.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, look, Kuffer wants to run this. Does he end up just matching the Winston mirror? Obviously, coming out of that, you're feeling pretty confident in yourself. And again, we spoke about at the very top of the show how Lethal loves to play things like the Sombra too. I can't imagine we're going to see a ton of that if Winston's going to get played.
True, I think I had to say what
on the other
says.
side of things, Team
True.
CC.
I think she says
played Reaper Echo. Look at like
but I think
their recent games that they've just had. A little bit of
I don't know how you pronounce it. Pulse 3, yeah.
DPS lineup, Rose. I mean, they do have Insane, obviously, on the bench, who will end up coming in for Tracer if they want a perma picker.
Yeah, we did see Pineapple actually pick up the Tracer a little bit on Ilios, but we do see Insane come in.
Do press. Now we still have last game of the day, Crazy Raccoons versus SSG. I'm excited to see SSG, dude. I do think Crazy Raccoons is gonna own them, but I don't know, man. SSG has the highest clutch factor out of any of these teams, I think, besides the Korean players, of course. I mean, they have fucking LeBron James.
I mean, a little bit of Runasapi wouldn't go amiss. I'm not gonna lie.
Feels like Runasapi could work too.
Seen New Queen Street in forever. I wouldn't complain there. I mean, we saw Circuit
Nice,
Royale.
Day was been pretty fun so far. Production's been good. Only audio issues.
Exactly. Not a dive map, but you can make it into a dive. Those changes on first point, a bit easier now.
What
for
map
teams
are they
that
talking
don't
about?
want to force the Sigma versus Sigma, like the pure poke. A bit easier to get to the high ground through the mega room, and then you've got little stairs, and then you jump over, and then you're on the high ground for free, almost. So we'll have to wait and see where Team CC want to take us. Looks like actually it's going to be Suravasa.
Team CC ban Hazard
and
and Nightmare ban Brig. So that means they want to play Kiri Lucio.
Pretty pissed at Cover.
Okay.
Or maybe they play Ana. Oh, they might play Ana.
So
as UV Ana.
The fact that you can just go in and get a combo onto the Kiriko, and then the Kiriko gets completely sent out of the equation, you just are lacking such an.
Puffa's not dog shit off Hazard. Have you even watched?
Look at all the other utility that Kiriko provides to these fights.
He's been so good this season.
No more being able to set up with something like the Rush.
His Sigma's gotten crazy good. His Winston's not bad either.
Well, without the Brig either.
Like his Winston has gotten really good. I mean, they played Winston mainly.
Lucio, you can just go fast. You can go hard. I mean, look, Ultraviolet, Admiral, they can be super aggressive now. I mean, you can be aggressive on Brig, sure. But
I want them to go
in your face. So you got to pick that Lucio. Maybe.
Nah, they're gonna go
well.
Lucio Kiri.
Let's see what they want to end up playing. But with the Hazard ban, yeah, I want to.
No
see
way
the
they play
Ana
here without the Brig. Maybe Ana Lucio.
Matchup against Gaga.
I feel like they're gonna go Kiri
real
Lucio.
Test of strength for North America. Obviously, everybody expected once again to run away with that first seed coming out of China, right? But once again, they have a.
Oh god, dude.
Dude,
if I'm Nightmare, I low-key might throw this game and go into lower bracket, because if you win this game, you got Crazy Raccoons next.
Has, of course, back in 2021, but there are some very, very big names that have been found for a long while, so they're here.
We have to play them again eventually anyways, so you might as well win.
But
and then lose and then go lower.
Look, they've been around the block. They know what it's like, and there's always been an NA versus EU rivalry too. Even if they don't end up winning against Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, they want to go as far as possible.
Man, Ana Lucio could work if you play really aggressive.
But I think there's also something to be said about just how North America has actually been able to stand up on an international stage. I think that North America as a region has had some more recent disappointments when it's come to how they actually perform.
The thing about the Chinese region is that, once again, absorbs all of their good players. They could have a couple good teams if they didn't all go to once again.
Incredible talent. It's just been hard, I think, to hold a candle to some of these Asian teams.
That's gonna be rough.
Yeah, that lower bracket's looking rather scary too. You don't want to go out. Hey, you don't want to go out of the bracket in general, but
I don't
getting
think you
knocked
want
down.
to go to any of these teams though. Like they're all so strong.
Getting knocked down this early, not great. I'm ready to go. I mean, Survivor.
Wait, this guy says Leave is better than Proper, and Proper is better than Lip.
Like, the pure Mauga meta, it was like Mauga.
You know what?
Right?
I rock with that take.
With Sim, just a lot of like big brawly team fights.
Fuck it,
but
dude.
the opening fight is just so important a lot of the time. And so your initial picks can really dictate.
Nah, I got Lip is better than Proper, and then Proper is better than Lip. I think Lip is better than both of them.
Hazard ban, like we mentioned, maybe.
What about a flip though?
Well, by the way, we could also see Gaga Ball again. A map that's pretty decent for it. Like, there's a lot of ways you can get in and out of the backline.
Got Predator closing
soon.
soon.
A lot of mega health packs. Map's obviously rather large, and Ball thrives in a place where you can just escape, get the mega, run back to the team, slam the backline, get a kill.
It puts a lot of the responsibility
The only way
on
that
the rest of your teammates' shoulders, though. Because if you are playing Wrecking
Chinese
Ball
region
and
has
you're
more than one
skirting
good
around the
team
point,
is if
trying to
Shy
find
and
health
Leave
packs,
split up, and they
then
never
who
will.
else is there to actually be able to stall out the point
How many
for
people do you think own in the
or
Fly
take
Valiant jersey?
advantage of it,
A
right?
couple of them.
Just like a small pause on the Nightmare side of things. Cover yelling at one of his teammates.
Like 2 or 3.
Plug his mouse. No, I'm not sure what the issue is, but I'm sure it'll be fine in just a moment.
Great spares.
Sure, a quick hover there from Puffer, actually. Was the Ramatra. And then
Those are nice glasses. I wonder what brand those are.
We've seen Kuffa play
look
Ramatra
expensive.
a lot, especially in the first couple
Who's
weeks
that?
of the North American
Who's that?
Stage 1. Kuffa was playing a lot of Ramatra. I think the rest of the team being able to support that
Who was
kind
that?
of just an interesting choice coming out
That
of
was
North
super.
America in general. We saw Zera play
I don't know who
Genji,
that was.
Lethal oftentimes
I've
playing
never seen that
Ashe,
player
and then
before. They
Admiral
just put
and
him in the
Ultraviolet
game.
Being able to follow that
Who
up,
was
playing
that?
something like a Lucio Juno or a Lucio Ana, just to be able to put Ultraviolet on one
Who
of his
was
best
that?
heroes.
Yeah, his
That's
Ana's
Kuffa.
just filthy.
Oh, that's what
Oh, the
Lethal
sleeves
looks
are
like?
disgusting.
Oh.
Hoping we get to see a little bit more Ana from UV.
Thank you, Guzzler, for the follow.
Thing to think about too with this Ramatra matchup, if they do end up rocking out with this, you can play a lot more defensively too. You hit a Vortex on the Winston, he's basically dead. Doesn't leave as many
I
avenues for
don't like
Gaga to
Juno
really
Lucio
get in the
here.
backline. Although because there's no Brig, it's going to be a little bit easier, I suppose.
I
of course, as we
I think
observe
UV's probably
ourselves,
going to speed
we'll
ring out and go
always get
Kiri.
The Pigeon Cam.
We always have to have Pigeon Cam.
Surely he doesn't say Juno. Saying Juno here is
Gaga,
troll.
Winston, Kiriko, Lucio in the backline for Team CC. Ultraviolet
Troll.
on the Juno. Cover and Lethal actually too. On the Casti. Was banned that first map. But now Lethal's back in this. This is going to make Gaga just...
Oh, Juno troll?
He's gonna have to
It's
take
not
some
troll,
very,
but
very
Juno
strong
Lucio is
painkillers
troll.
after this, 'cause this is
Your
gonna be so
backline's so
bad.
killable.
Yeah, I mean, the
If
fact
you
that
can
the
get on the
Cassidy is
Juno,
being
they're
picked
just
in
dead.
this matchup, you're
Like,
kind of prepared to
if
see
Kanakai
Winston or the
is
Wrecking
good
Ball,
at
you're
Tracer,
gonna be able to have those hinder grenades
like,
actually
if
slow
you
down
replace
this Winston
Kanakai with
and hopefully
Proper,
make it a little bit easier for the rest of the
Ultraviolet's
team
fucking
to
dead
actually follow
forever.
up on this. But I'm very excited
That's
to
why
see how
you
Zera
play
and Kana
Juno
compare
Brig
against each other with the
and
Tracer
not
versus
Juno Lucio in Malga meta.
Gaga knows he is not welcome on the point.
Why do you say his name like that? Can of Kai?
And look how forward Letha is playing too. He knows that Team CC has to invest basically their entire selves onto him or onto someone else.
I'm surprised that Nightmare plays more
Cass.
Cass.
Way harder to dive than something
Yeah, I
like
know
an
it's
Ashe.
Kaneki.
You only have that one coach gun to actually get away, and Lethal gets a chance to play.
Is that also a
closer to Kuffa,
Pokemon?
as you were just pointing out. So very difficult to get access to an individual person when Team CC is trying to set up for this dive.
All right, Kuffa's now run out of CDs. You saw.
How do you
everybody
pronounce
just running through
the
ravenous
Pokemon?
vortex.
Is it
The one
Arcanine
pain in the arse
or
is dead. That's, Lethal, but can
Arcani?
actually deal with everybody else. Pineapple on the high ground is going to dispatch Recover quick, sharp, as that rush is going to aid them a victory in this fight. And a flip.
Arcanine?
Really good setup there from Team CC to just play a little bit patient. Now they're going to be able to take control of this flashpoint. Not before Nightmare's able to capture 57% though. Quite a lot to be able to get away with when you know you get a chance to come back into this one with ultimates at your disposal. You're going to be able to have this high noon from Lethal, maybe help push people back. You also are going to have the Annihilation pretty soon here from Kuffa on top of the sound barrier.
So it's Arcanine.
This aggression from Team CC there. High noon. Unleashed by Lethal.
I like the cast from Lethal. He might need to swap Sojourn against the Winston though.
There's an attempted flip, but it's not looking pretty. Especially with Pineapple on this high ground.
I think Lethal is just better at cast than he is at Sojourn. That's why they default to cast. Yeah, he swapped Sojourn.
To that ult.
The flips almost come through as well.
Bro,
as
Qadsiah.
halfway through the fight. And Qadsiah, despite losing lethal that early on, still manages to get the job done.
I mean, that's just the power of the Annihilation. You've got so much self-survivability, and you're able to just go in and get some big punches onto some pretty small, squishy
Oh my God, help
targets.
him.
Lethal, after falling in that fight, though, is going to come back on the Sojourn. Just has a little bit more presence to be able to deal with somebody like Pineapple that's going to be playing the same
Who's clear?
Should be able to get a
Is
touch
Clear on Nightmare?
OT
I didn't even know Clear was on Nightmare.
He's going to force a little summit here. I mean, Soundbarrier comes
Could
out
be.
from Apple. Same with this Ray. I mean, this is a fight for Team CC to lose. There's just too much damage. Pineapple 2 HP.
Oh.
Eventually taken out by Zera. You just don't win these fights. A Ray's Soundbarrier fight almost unlosable from Nightmare's perspective.
No. Oh, they C9. They got 2.
Couldn't quite get back to it in time, unfortunately, as Zera and Cover finish off Farway and Kaneki.
Yeah, super good effort there by Team CC, and maybe had they been able to touch the flashpoint, then that's
Is Jaw saying it right? Kaneki?
I think you're right. Just having invested both of those support ultimates in, Nightmare should win that fight 9
Kaneki
times
or
out of
Kaneki?
10. A lot of investment to put into that last fight, but it was worth it to be able to get that first flashpoint of this map. Now that we go over to a smaller one,
Oh
Zera
my
is coming
God,
out of
Pineapple.
nowhere, as Pineapple just says, free feeding.
No?
Yeah, and with the 5 seconds,
Yes.
the point unlock, like, how much are Nightmare going to invest?
I mean, the position goes over to Team CC.
Yeah, I mean, Cover's going to take so much damage. I think it just ripped the rush.
Good
Both
ult.
support ults used in the last
Man,
fight.
I think UV should swap.
Luther gets a little bit of revenge there. Tracer down, but Team CC should be able to cap. There it is.
The cap comes through, but I'm actually wondering for how long.
Chill, Cover, chill. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down.
In his pocket as he's earned that from just being able to get some punches in.
Yeah, he's just going to run it down as well. Pineapple, a little bit too close to the sun.
Aniki?
Annihilation just doing so much work for
So
Nightmare
Jaws is saying it wrong.
already.
He's saying
Who
Kaneki.
can walk up to that?
Well, literally zero.
So it's Kaneki.
It's just so tough.
Aw, someone's gotta tell Jaws he's saying it wrong. Not our fault, we're white.
Qadsiah is one of those players that's taking advantage of them pressing the S.
How you say Team CC's Lucio player? You notice how no one said his name yet because they don't know how.
Lucio behind you to also help speed up those engagements.
Is it Heyokin?
Text as well, Gaga there in a corner. Requires immediate medical attention. Farway and Super Rich just healing him up. But all the time,
Heyokin?
stalling Rose is going to
Oh, that's Super Rich?
maybe find a couple of kills with this overclock.
I think Super Rich is a good name.
Down. This overclock is not doing too much, but it's actually just making sure Team CT are too scared to peek, and that's exactly where you want to be right now with your Nightmare. You've almost got the complete
Oh
cap,
man,
and it's just
Zera, dude.
You're hiding behind a wall, scared of lethal. You got to be more scared of me, son. 85% and building.
I'm so glad that Zera stepped up, bro. We were lacking an NA DPS talent.
And maybe even this pulse bomb as well. It's going to set them up for success heading into potentially the third and final flashpoint of this map. Nightmare are really starting to run away with things.
All right, sound barrier for Admiral here. Same with this pulse one for Zera. A little 3-0. Is this what I'm seeing right now from Nightmare?
Damn.
Okay, really started feeling themselves on that second control point.
I'm really excited to see Qadsiah versus fuck, bro. We'll see if I stay up for it, bro. I'm already tired as fuck. I don't think I'm staying up till 4 a.m.
I mean, Cover, honestly, at this point, looking like a dive.
And it might be the worst region. Well, it's not fair. It's not fair. Don't. Like I said, bro, it's hard to judge the Chinese region because once again might be better than Nightmare. Is that they take all the good Chinese players. So like they're not even a region, they're just a team.
Invested by Admiral there. They're in a 4v4 now as Pineapple also ends up going down. Gaga juggling away lethal. He's going to be able to find a nice little angle onto the backline, but Ultraviolet is taken down far away.
EU?
Those torpedoes.
Yeah, maybe EU is the worst. Wait, who's the other? Oh, but Qadsiah is good though.
Everybody else around him.
I mean,
like, I think Qadsiah could do really good against once again.
You saw 3-4 ultimates get invested to no avail.
They look so strong. They look really like.
They stopped them in their tracks, and now we're looking at.
They did really good against Falcons. Gunkbuck coaching that team helps a lot.
And Cuff has got another one.
3-man sound barrier as the orbital raise on the point. Super Rich evaporated by Ultraviolet.
Hey, he's saying his old name because he can't pronounce it.
From Team CC, they should be able to get a recontest
He
here.
dead named them.
but that recontest is going to be very, very difficult. Pineapple's already so low. Who else is going to go in and touch? And you know Nightmare's sniffing this out.
Admiral's managed to chase him down. Zero's still got a pulse bomb in his back pocket. They got an annihilation too. I mean, this Rose, this is
I don't
just
even blame him,
over,
bro.
surely.
I'd be afraid to embarrass myself.
Annihilation rips.
Loki, if I was casting, I would avoid saying Kaneki and Hayoken.
3-0 after the 2-0 of control.
Oh,
North
it's
America
his name.
need to stay in China as Lethal with a victory firework shooting up in the air. At overclock, not even required. Nightmare, 2-0 Team CC.
Never mind, then his name is still Super Rich.
Nightmare looked very good in that particular match, and I know the home crowd is probably cheering for Team CC there.
Oh, they're silent now.
But
damn,
Nightmare,
they silenced the crowd.
They really earned that win. I mean, they just look so clean.
How are Nightmare winning most of these fights 4v5? I mean, not to be a dickhead, but I don't think Team CC is very good.
Super close that first round, 99 to 100% going Nightmare's way. But that flashpoint wasn't really close at all. And I expected, and everyone was kind of expecting Gaga, Winston, big things, jumping into the
Team Cover do not have matching cuts. What? I guess we kind of do. We now have Crazy Raccoons versus SSG. Chat, new preds are going up. The game of the night. $20 minutes. Do some preds.
Like a lot of the different things, they're kind of quirky. Like where they play a lot of Ashe, they play a lot of Hazard. These are things that they were like finding success with in North America.
Bro.
And it's like a
Qadsiah versus VP is gonna be so good.
This style, so even for Team
maybe
CC,
after this next game, I watch one of the lower bracket games because no matter who plays Team CC, they're gonna win. If it's Crazy Raccoon, they're gonna win. Space Age is gonna win. But I want to watch Qadsiah versus VP.
A huge impact over the game, and you can start to see some of the value proposition for Ashe in general, right? Against these ball comps, these dive comps, Bob is amazing at staving off anyone who would try and get into your backline, and not to mention...
I need water, Chad. Don't forget to drink water. How much water do you guys drink today?
Tried to play Ramatra all the time in NA, and there are some metagames that are pretty, like, you know, hostile towards him, but you can absolutely play him into these dive setups here, and it's something that like has to be looked at to ban. I think that we've seen teams try for that. He's really favored into Winston. Player like Cuffer as well. It's going to be happy to go
swap
there.
matchups so we don't see EU versus
player,
EU.
Make no mistake. I tell you, he's one of the biggest talents in NA. Great showing from him.
I mean, that's just how seeding works.
Yeah, he played extremely well in this matchup here.
I think Nightmare's a really good team, and I think they can in NA. I think Zero is the only way that they compete against other regions for sure.
A ton of work, wants to be there at these big events, and it was awesome to see them qualify. I know, although obviously we had to say goodbye to Team Liquid.
Ushui said that he teared up when he went on stage, and it's been a long time since I've been on this kind of stage. Tomorrow I'll keep fighting cheer emoji. Go.
What's scary, I think, as well, like Lethal is like a really sick player. He didn't even really like pop off that series. Like you imagine there's going to be a few games where he kind of like...
Teddy, they have like a different website. I don't really know. You go on Liquipedia.
See, there's a ball you want to try and hinder. He's got...
Maybe this is our event.
Bro, we were robbed of Jushui versus Gushui because of Team Liquid, dude. That could have been the first ever. The first ever Jushui versus Gushui matchup.
This seemed like they got the jitters out.
Shout over the new Preds.
A map at Super Cup against second-rate teams like from all around the world. So it's great for them.
Yeah, my bracket is cooked, dude. Or what did you make it? Prediction? Predictions?
Team CC are potentially the
There we
weakest
go.
team here at the championship.
What was my bracket again?
Got to see more from. It's a great start.
I got Falcons right. I got VP really wrong. I got Nightmare right. I got Crazy Raccoons 2-1. And then my bracket's pretty much cooked after that because I was wrong.
With Crazy Raccoon and SSG even coming up next year, Matt.
I'm looking at That's going to be a banger. Yeah. I was also looking at match 5. It's like some EMEA on EMEA crime there. You know, sending somebody
You got VP winning?
That's
Oh, they lost, bro. What did you say? I said I had VP winning.
Like Crazy Raccoon, SSG. That's going to be... I mean, SSG is not a typical number 2 seed. Like, they're very good.
They have a lot to prove to me. I think
sometimes I realize that I say sentences and you guys fill in every 4 words.
I'm not satisfied. I'm a bit of a downer on this desk, honestly, but
I think VP's good.
I think that's the reality of it. They've got amazing players.
These preds are straight up laundering. Who's putting money on SSG? Well, the only way you can make money is by betting on the underdog.
You're gonna have to be more than just a little serious in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
If everyone bets on CR.
Going up against here in the upper bracket quarterfinal, but we're gonna throw to a quick break, so grab some snacks, and we'll be right back with match number 4.
Oh, look at the cosplay. May, Farah, Mercy, Diva. That's what's up. All my life, I accidentally won 200K on SSG. I'm not refunding. I am not 7 minutes? Do they know what time it is? I'm not refunding. I'm not refunding. Everyone, Omega lol at Scoot. I'm not refunding. Everyone bet on Crazy Raccoons. You can steal Scoot's money for free. What's up, Nova? Usually, dude. What team is that with Zero and Tree? What team was that again? Oh yeah, that was M80, right? Flyers on that team. Oh, Nos was a pro there. Bro, being good at Winston looks so fun. Gushue should do a gene test. Maybe he's got some Korean in him. Because this isn't normal. Waking up to an apply co-stream during spring break, this must be heaven. What's up, Sir Ren? How you doing, dude? Yeah, when do you guys start spring break? Random Arisa. Oh, he ate the grab. Did 160 FPS too. I could never. I got FPS problems. Oh, oh. He's back. I know name life. You have 28 days off? That sounds like a zombie movie. 28 days off.
I just watched CJ one shot at Kiri.
Hi, Tomatin. Actually, I think Marvel Rivals is Overwatch, and Overwatch is Marvel Rivals. Face green smiling, face red droopy eyes, cat orange whistling, face orange frowning. That W rage bait chat. Bro, YouTube chat is not real, dude. How's my YouTube chat? I forgot that I'm live on YouTube. What they be saying over there? Why no Ana? Cause of Kiriko, bro. That's why. Badly. What's up, Hangman? I'm on top chat. I need to go to live chat. Live chat is where all the creatures live, dude. Nah, the new dev team is more worried about changing the game instead of saving it and the pronouns of all players. Yeah, yeet. Yeah, yeet. Dad, do preds. Man, like, what do you think that guy is really like in real life? He that angry?
Hey, what nightmare? And you're watching the Champions Clash.
Welcome back, everyone.
Dad, do preds.
And so you guys got the intro. Oh my God! Wow. I mean, if you guys are just tuning in right now, I want to remind you guys at home to link your Battle.net accounts here.
Link your Battle.net account.
Okay, thank you, team. Let's go, team. Just because there's plenty of time to lock in on a lot of these drops. We've got unique drops
Demon
through all 3
box.
days. For day 1, they've been super sick.
You a demon.
What's your favorite one here?
On phone them.
Look, I like my chances with the loot box.
I tried the loot box.
Yeah, look. I mean, you give me.
Loot box enjoyers.
Yeah, it's like, look, you get a little toss up, right?
Demon.
With that loot box, but then
angry.
Listen, your boy, I like my little bit of gambling. You know what I'm saying? What are you gonna get? You're gonna get a blue one. You're gonna get a gold one. You know?
We're gamers at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. So here's the play, right?
Okay.
You turn the stream on.
Yeah.
You know, you've already got your 30 minutes. You hit that 1 hour.
Okay.
Maybe that loot box isn't great. You're not.
Hands can either stay on your lap or bringing them down by your side. We're just going to shrug those shoulders up, squeezing them up. Big inhale. Release. Inhale, squeeze up.
Leave me alone, lady.
Yeah, those are receipts at dinner too. I didn't buy it. Yeah.
Learn so much.
I need the old people stretches. That was way too hard.
A little content piece coming in from Danny. So
Where's the old lady?
What's going on in China?
Daddy!
Guys,
Who is
look
this?
how amazing this Ashe cosplayer is. I mean, she got it down to a T. The details.
My left ear.
Let's look at Ashe one more time. Come on, one more time.
That's pretty good.
Poses,
Why is she in a
contact,
box?
Everything. I swear, I think I would say Hangzhou has probably one of the best cosplayers. And Ashe isn't the only hero that's being cosplayed. There's one more, guys. My personal favorite, Hanzo.
Yo. Shoot it.
Let's go. Let's go. Do you work out? Yeah. Oh, he makes me look small. All right. I heard that you have a special move. Yeah. Let's show it. Yeah, let's show it.
Is he about to ult?
Hanzo came ready.
Is he gonna put a dragon out?
Hanzo came ready with his sword. All right.
Yeah, let's go. Doesn't even have a sword.
You got this.
Woo!
Boom! Perfection. There's so much to enjoy, Hanzo, guys.
That would be Genji.
Thank you so much, Danny. Love to see that he's made some new friends over in China. Do you think
you got his Shimada brothers mixed up?
Yeah, Hanzo swore against Blades.
Could you pull those moves off?
That is not very accurate to the lore. Whatever though.
Really? You're flexible.
Here in Toronto, I literally almost kicked Danny.
We the fuck we hating? Stop counting. Not doing with me. That lock in. But yeah. Oh yeah. Actually helped.
The team that, so Team Liquid comes in NA, they pick the best players because they got the money. The other best players sort of come to SSG, but this is a team that was really born from, Sugar Free and Seeker wanting to play together, and they built an incredible roster around them. But they like to have fun. They really this team really cares about the enjoyment factor of playing Overwatch. But when they get serious, they can really deliver. They should have been the #1 seed in NA though.
Right, but you say you were disappointed in them. I wouldn't say they had one slip up, at least in my opinion. Towards the end of NA, I wouldn't exactly say oh, this team I'm down on them, right? Clearly Nightmare's good.
Yes, I mean they're amazing and they're really well rounded. My problem sometimes with SSG is that it feels like it's so much right.
Can you touch your toes?
Sugar Free can get his Genji and take a game over. And it's fun to talk about that, get in the back line, and win fights with that ult advantage. But it's a lot to ask.
I've been stretching more lately. I'm gonna do it. That's my goal by the end of this year.
That's a huge thing when it comes down to those win cons. So we
stand
don't
up straight and
the
bend over.
predictions coming in here, which I feel like our predictions honestly have not been that spicy on the desk so far today. I don't think today it's gonna be much.
You guys are spicy thinking you'd give CC a map win. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Fair enough.
I gave CC a map win too. Hi Tender Bug.
I thought maybe the crowd would get involved. I'm like, man, this one, crowd ain't getting involved.
3 days?
No,
I don't think so.
We got wait, hold on. You put one map for SSG.
Hold up. He goes, oh, I'm so disappointed.
I got 2-1 SSG.
Gives him a map.
Explain yourself.
What's the deal?
I mean, I like these guys. I just hard on them. I genuinely like.
They owe you drinks or something? What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, Lenny, hit me up. You know who to call, bro. No, look, I think these guys do have it in them to win a map. The thing is, they had to play Dive Mirror. They have to do it. They have to win a map in the Dive Mirror. But Kellen is the kind of player that can hang. I really do think that, him up against Junbin. And look, we just need one Lenny time game, guys. Just give me one Lenny time game.
The one thing I would say, and obviously, we go 2-0. The players on SSG are players who play better in bigger moments.
Yeah, they're a match day team.
Yeah. Like the online stuff probably doesn't excite them that much. That's where I think you see some kind of slip-ups at times. But in these LAN environments, these players have risen and had good success internationally.
Risen?
Now I think if you tell them, hey, that Nightmare game is either you get to.
I got 2-1. I got 2-1 CR.
Raccoon. I think they probably go into that one with a different mindset of we must win this.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I also don't think this.
You are my favorite black streamer.
Thank you, bro.
Probably look at least if I was SSG, I'd look at the situation of hey, almost in the same way that Qadsiah, right? Where it's hey, if we get two maps here early on, we get by Crazy Raccoon, we send them 2 lowers, and then we play Nightmare.
To the map. I mean, I think SSG is really good. Like I said, Winston meta, Kellen's Korean. Anything could happen.
He says, okay, so we get a CC in round 1 by getting #1 seed. We're going to play Crazy Raccoon in the second round anyway. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So for them, they're locked in. I do think under match conditions, they're a much better team.
Yes.
They've got
not a bad
a lot of
coach.
experience at those levels. Seeker wanted to link up with the other best DPS in NA. This team has got the firepower, right? But I'm looking at their ban strategy. I think it's going to be really important. It's something that this team hasn't always shown as their biggest strength. I think Unter gets vetoed a lot on veto strategy by his team, so I'm curious to see what they come up with.
Okay, well, let's see who the Lanimals are going to be as the teams take the stage here with Crazy Raccoon and SSG.
I wonder how tired the desk workers are. I love this guy. Dude, this guy is hype. They need to get this guy at every fucking land. This guy is so hype. He wakes me up.
And realize this is a region with incredible depth. This team has got what it takes. You've got
listen to him announce SSG. Listen to him.
Alongside Shu, who is hailed as one of the greatest flex support players of his era. These guys have got
God, Crazy Raccoons would definitely win a basketball tournament. Shu and Lip are both 6'5".
And now, the second seed from North America, Space Station Gaming!
That was way less hype than Crazy Raccoon.
And SSG always steps up in the big moments. Seeker and Sugar Free leading the way. You got
their jerseys are pretty cool.
In the back, looking fresh. And this is a team that's coming in. Yeah, he's got a notebook here. He's ready to go. And this is a team that's coming in, prepped for an upset, prepped for a deep run at this tournament. This match is going to be nuts.
It's going to be an insane one. I think Crazy Raccoon, no doubt the favorites here.
What is that?
Jaws,
I need one of those. Was that a Lip poster?
Thank you very much, Ash. Yes, Crazy Raccoon facing up against Space Station Gaming. Rose.
Nah, I think
Mitch
they're
gave
gonna
him a
be
single
fine.
map there. I like it. I like the gumption. Are you giving them a map versus Crazy Raccoon?
I think they could absolutely take a map, but I don't think I can give it to them. I think this has and should be a 2-0 victory for Crazy Raccoon.
Imagine
Do you
a
want to
Lip
know why?
poster right there.
Because
right there.
I think history can repeat
Dude, that
itself.
would be so good.
I have a crazy statistic for you from Crazy Raccoon.
I think Lil would let me get a Lip poster in our room.
Raccoon in the
Lip would watch us
2024
sleep at
Overwatch
night.
Champions Series lands went undefeated against Western teams. Western teams couldn't take a map off of Crazy Raccoon.
Secret will lose because of karma for saying the word 20 years ago.
At Dallas, where they won the whole thing. They did it again at the World Finals, just short
All of Crazy Raccoon smoke cigarettes. Therefore, they're going to hell.
I don't expect
and they
them
lose.
either to lose a map here. I mean, this team, and isn't historically accurate, I think, for a lot of teams in Overwatch history.
I swear, the astronaut helmet, they should have put that on.
Insane. I mean, SSG have got such
Dude,
a
I'll never
large
forget
task
Season
on
2 of
their
Overwatch
hand.
League. I went outside one of the events, and I saw all of NYXL smoking cigarettes and Jonak, and I had a never meet your idols moment. I was like, damn, they're really smoking cigs, bro. I thought Jonak was a clean guy, dude.
Gaming is actually a team that could surprise a lot of people. Maybe didn't necessarily have the performance we expected out of this roster in North America.
God, Sugar Braun.
This is absolutely a team that could have gone undefeated, but this is their chance. Actually come in, show that they have what it takes to be the best dive
Nah,
team
he did look
in
cool
North
as hell.
America,
Jonak was smoking the cigarette with his tattoo arm. It was so cold. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Despite all the records and their trophies,
Bro,
the
he
medals,
looked
etc.,
he
it's
looked
just
so cool.
hard to bet against.
I should have started smoking cigarettes, bro.
4 out of the 5
I probably could have
players
joined
on the
NYXL if
starting
I
roster
asked them for a
won an
cigarette.
award in the
They probably thought
OWCS
I would have been
inaugural
cool.
season. They are role stars. They are MVPs. This is a roster that is expected
God,
to
Lip
win.
scares
Why
me,
they are
bro.
considered
Look
one
at
of the
Lip.
best, why you can't take a look at them being the second seed and think, oh, it's a done deal for Team Falcons.
I think he
Crazy
wins off of
Raccoon,
intimidation.
It starts here.
Some of the best to ever do it. I mean, look, as well, Junbin on the roster. We have Max as well. They can swap in and out in a meta that is currently a little bit more dive favored. But if, we don't want to play Junbin this map. Oh, we want to.
Not only is he tall, but he's thick too. That's rare.
World beater in Max. I mean, it's going to be tough for Space Station. What do you think would be like the key success? Do we need a Sugar Braun flu game?
Like his hero pool.
Where is the key? Where is
he actually is built like Jokic.
I think part of it for Space Station is kind of what the desk already touched on. It's maybe just having that pressure off of your shoulders a little bit and saying, We got Crazy Raccoon as our first pull.
Right.
That's unlucky. Maybe just take that and run with it, because sometimes it is about having that weight off your shoulders, and you go, okay, we're just gonna enjoy playing the game of Overwatch and see.
Do you think Liv has ever played basketball or even thought about it? Because I mean, he's genuinely like 6'7".
Just have fun.
Just have fun. Just load to the server, have a little bit of fun.
It's a video game at the end of the day.
So true. Just with a lot of money on the line.
That is also true.
And a trophy.
Dad, did you buy the Juno skin? I don't even play Juno, but I bought the Juno skin to support the players.
Seeker, of course, in the DPS line. Look, they're pretty well equipped in this meta. Seeker is a phenomenal Sojourn. Sugarfree is an exceptional
I don't want to
flex.
do any more stretches. The game's
DPS,
starting.
The 7-foot gaming warlord of flip. Like, we've even seen a little bit of Sombra.
Who's that?
One of his best heroes.
Who's that? Is that
Honestly,
Bliss?
there's not too many heroes you can't really call his best. He's just still that good. And Crazy Raccoon, I think a lot of people are going to have them going all the way through this upper bracket, maybe even winning it. I personally have Crazy Raccoon winning here in China, but I think a lot of people also have Team Falcons, to be fair. But we've seen some upsets. Can we continue to see them? That lower bracket is.
Why are you pretending you're too cool to look at the camera, bro?
Go down there at the hands of SSG.
that guy was pretending. He was so nonchalant.
Okay.
Oh, that's so
Draft
funny.
dogs.
Okay, that was what was in the notebook. Okay.
Damn.
I knew there were no notes in there.
Thesaurus's face.
Just
That's all
Thesaurus's
for
face.
show.
Just the aura, the energy.
After bro didn't make land.
It is about the aura and the energy, though. I think in all seriousness, you have to take a look at these DPS players and see what kind of numbers can they actually put up in the server. Lip is a
Why don't
very
Americans
tough
make
opponent to
signs?
actually go up against, but you do have these incredible stars in the North American roster of SSG that are really hoping to actually cement themselves as some of the
Our
best,
crowds at
not just in
esports
North
events
America,
fucking
but the
suck.
world. And this is absolutely two players that can do that when you take a look at the caliber of the DPS.
Bro, look at the EU Counter-Strike scene.
These series as well.
They're
especially
crazy.
first to two, can go
In Asian
very quickly.
regions,
Sometimes
they
you
have
can't
signs
even
and
find your
cosplays.
footing in a game.
Dude, I don't
Feels
remember
like
anything
in
at
the first
DreamHack
two,
Dallas.
First to three,
Who
like,
was even
okay,
at DreamHack Dallas?
We go down a couple, maybe we can kind of
Nobody.
maybe take that third map. Looks like we're going to Ilios as our first one. Winston ban for Crazy Raccoon and a Farah ban for SSG.
I think we're going back to Wrecking Ball. What do you say? Junbin has an amazing Wrecking Ball. Loves to play the Wrecking Ball. We just saw Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to see more Wrecking Ball.
Can probably play Hog too. Just saying.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody's
That
playing
was a
Hog
great moment.
Jaws.
It was. I mean,
Yeah.
look, they won that tournament too. I'm just saying, like, hey, Jimmy can pretty much play anything he wants. And Wrecking Ball, honestly, at this point,
I
in
can see
time,
the ball
wouldn't
coming
say
out
it's a
here.
bad thing whatsoever.
No.
Can Seeker and Sugarfree kind of shut that down? Do they?
I think
force
that's
over to a
smart.
Sombra, not a hero
I think
that they, used to play? I'm pretty
SSG's
sure they
strongest
prefer
comp
to
is
play
probably the
someone like
Winston.
Tracy, you know, in the long range hit scan, or even a
And
Sojourn.
the Winston
They
play the
really
ball,
wanna
start
just be
off
like,
fast
okay,
with
we
high
have to now deal
momentum,
with
map
this
1
guy,
win.
like he's being such a pest. I mean, Junbin and the rest of the dive. This team was built really to play dive, if you think about it as well. Like, shoes on it. It's just gross, man. Like,
Bro,
one of the
Crazy
best
Raccoons
to
is built to play
I mean, in the
anything,
last couple
bro.
of weeks, though, I think this is where we can see
Flip
sort
and
of the
he sang.
growth of Space Station.
Whatever the
They've
fuck
really
they want,
locked
dude.
into trying to play the dive. Now, not being able to play the Winston, it does beg a couple of questions to be answered of where do we actually see the roster go in terms of what Kellen is going to decide to play, but we're gonna have to wait to find
What
out.
does
It's a
Kellen
short break.
play
When we
here?
come back, we are going to kickstart this match between Crazy Raccoon and SSG.
I mean, for me, Crazy Raccoons is just like the best team. Like not just like roster, but like you can just tell when they play, they're just the most together. I'm fucking tired too. I'm so tired. I woke up way too early this morning. I woke up at like 8 a.m. I'm sleeping in tomorrow, so it's easier to stream. I really want to watch the next game though. I need to hurry this the fuck up, dude. How is it for you? It's 2:12 a.m. We'll see. I'm probably not gonna watch the next game. We'll see. I'm tired. The game's good. The game's been fun so far. I mean, it's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. The first game was really fun though. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today, by the way, chat. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys are having a. You're streaming tomorrow? No, I'm streaming tomorrow. Doing the same thing I did today tomorrow. Why would I stream the first day and then not the second day? I can't take melatonin. When I take melatonin, I see lip in my dreams. Dude, I've been having crazy dreams. I had a dream that Lilith ran my grandma over. It was such a weird dream, dude. But my grandma rolled over the car and was fine. It was such a weird dream. It was pretty easy. I told you about it, but I only told you about it when you first woke up, so you probably forgot.
Before we went live, but you said that things were crazy. Can you expand on that?
I mean, this venue is just insane. Like, I've never played on anything like this in my life, so it's kind of just a blessing to be here, and I'm really grateful. And, you know, we'll just keep going with it, keep the energy going. And,
yeah.
W Cuff interview, that was a really good answer.
Really crazy too, right? Good stuff, good stuff. All right, one last question. Your next match is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, it's either going to be SSG or Crazy Raccoon, right? I have a feeling it's going to be Crazy Raccoon. How confident are you going into that one?
You know, I mean, they're like the best team in the world, so I think we're going to give it a all, see how we go. But you know, no promises, but maybe we can cause an upset. Maybe we can be the one team that can beat the Koreans. 'Cause I think we're the best in the West right now, so I think if anyone's going to beat the Koreans, it's going to be us. Yeah.
I mean, upset
they might be the best in the West.
The NA side, anyway, so yeah. Big congratulations. Good luck moving forward. Kuffa, thank you so much. That's it.
I think I'm big on SSG, but
Kuffa,
I'm just nervous they're gonna choke.
Best in the West. All right. So
in my opinion,
you know, bring in their all.
I think Sugar Free's gonna play good regardless. I think Sugar Free's the best player, best NA DPS right now. I think it's really on Seeker. If Seeker steps up to the plate, I think SSG's gonna play well.
Fair if Space Station end up winning here.
I once dreamed I was walking on the street where dead grandma's house was, and she called me. I knew she was dead though in my dream, and the whole thing was creepy.
Get a few more reps in, I'd imagine, to hopefully win through that lower bracket.
That is scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's good experience, but it is going to be a tough task, as we've already said. Crazy Raccoon has yet to drop a single map to a Western team in any of our international lands for the Overwatch Champions Series so far. That is an incredible statistic for one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best teams in the world, some of the best players in the world too. It was Ilios, the map, I believe that was chosen with a Winston.
Oh, it was Ilios, sorry.
So, like we were saying, maybe a little bit of wrecking ball here. I mean, Kellen started off a bit slow on the ball when we saw it like quite a while ago, like last year. The Eichenwalder game just sticks out to me like a sore thumb. The impact that Kellen was having just wasn't really there, but as time has kind of progressed, and
I do like Jaws' sweater.
He's just improved so much on the wrecking ball pick and was one of their pivotal picks for the team in winning some of these big
I wonder why they
they
definitely told the casters to wear casual wear.
On Ilios, or like we were saying,
how did it take this long?
We were in that small break.
It's probably usually what happens is the stage, they can't always test their peripherals, and it's usually something fucked up like a USB or a connectivity issue. Usually some shit like that. Especially because every player used the same PC after each game, and like a player will change settings and all this shit. It could take a while.
Into the USB port, and there's just Qadsiah pictures everywhere. So we have to, you know, kind of system wipe that.
Incoming
Curry
stinker.
Trailer for the new
I'm hoping good for
soon, and then we'll be into the first match.
Are they playing, bro? This fucking trailer again.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough.
Yeah, did you guys know that it's season 16's out April 22nd, baby?
They nearly clinched the win this round.
this? How Labda was in the Qadsiah locker room.
LeBron. I mean, I know you mad at all, but I mean, you got to take over. You LeBron. I mean, look at Devin Booker. He taking over. Look at me. I'm about to lose to the sides. Get off me, damn it. Hey, LeBron.
It's 2:18 a.m. I think this trailer's pretty good.
The hunt begins.
Yeah, did you guys see that Asmongold said that the new marathon game better make their female characters more fuckable or he's not playing it?
I've always liked a challenge.
What's up, Jeremy?
I always deliver.
Goodbye. Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe!
It's not a problem. That guy will perish in due time. W counted message. Rare one. I mean, bro, he's due, bro. Something bad's gotta happen to that guy. Dude, there's bugs fall on him daily. Like, where do they even come from? Like, where are those bugs coming from, dude? Dude, you guys have to see. We uploaded an Asmongold short, and the comments on that Asmongold short are hilarious. They really love him, dude. I fuck with that, though. No offense, I wouldn't be mad if a meteor fell on his head.
My spirit grows strong.
Oh fuck, dude. Fucking silver balls, man. I don't know how he's a fan base. I mean, he used to just play World of Warcraft all the time. So originally, he just got popular in the early Twitch because he was a gamer, and then I don't know. I guess he just thought he felt that grifting was good for longevity. I guess I'm not sure really. Because at first he was just stinky. Now he's stinky and annoying. I don't know. Choose one, bro. 5 more minutes. Oh my god, I'm not watching the VP game, bro. I mean, isn't inhaling mold like actually bad for your brain frequencies? Like, and doesn't he have mold all in his house? Like, I feel like he used to be more normal. He used to play games, but I feel like he's been breathing mold for so long that it's not going good. Like, bro, don't get me wrong. When I was younger, I was definitely a messy person. Like, I used to have, like, Coke cans everywhere. I used to have, like, bags of McDonald's everywhere. But, man. Want to chess 1v1? I don't know how to play chess. I don't know how to play chess. Should I know how to play chess? Lil explained the rules to me the other day, but I forgot everything. Hey bro, like he said that there used to be a dead rat somewhere in his house, and it would it would wake him up in the morning because the sun would heat the rat up and it would smell more in his house. That's just crazy. Like I but apparently his mom was a hoarder and very similar. So whatever, bro. It's probably just traumatic problems in his brain, bro. What can we do? Maybe. And I blame every fucker around him that goes to his house and giggles. What are you giggling at? He's a freak. Stop giggling. They should host a fucking intervention. Is hoarding hereditary? Probably not, but I feel like if you live with it your whole life, maybe you adopt some of the ways. Yeah, true. He gives raids. Someone had a good theory that his house was this way when his mom died, so he feels like changing that is like losing his mom. And that made me sad, but somebody's got to just pull the trigger on it. Someone's got to give him some sleeping pills and clean the whole house, and when he wakes up, it had to happen. It had to happen. Machete putting the Batman suit on tomorrow. Yeah, but here's the thing though, chat, is you remember he's also making a fuck ton of money. So his brain is convincing himself, why would I change my lifestyle? I'm way richer than everybody telling me to clean. Clearly they're doing something wrong. Like, he's in a fucked situation, bro. He's living the 9 months. Bro, he said that he didn't brush his teeth for so long that his gums would bleed and he would wipe his gums on the wall. I don't know, dude. You geezer for the 9 months. Glorp, 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 glorp. Count his dumb ass is broke and doesn't clean. Oh, fuck. We are not being Tom Fold.
Feel it a little, feel it a lot. I'm swimming a bit but deeper in thought. Keeping my head on top of my shoulders. Into some shit
We're running the trailer again.
Right now when forever is gone. Baby, the weather is strong. Whether it's hot or cold, we're coming knocking on your door. Well, I'ma maintain, I'm staying so high. Put the ladder all the way up till we touching the sky. And you know you're dead wrong, you in love with a lie. All I wanna do is free your mind. We don't see no lines. We don't call
Someone asked him, he's answered that question before, like what would he be doing if he wasn't streaming, and he said that he planned on like bumming off of government benefits because of something wrong with him or something. Not a bad plan, I guess.
I guess that kind of day is really all I'm trying to say. We don't have a lot of time to waste. Somehow we gotta find a way.
Dude, it would be great content if someone brought a therapist to his house. I would watch that. I would be at 100K viewers, I feel like. It's been almost an hour turn. It's the time of night where I wish harm on others. What? Bro, now they're just playing anything, bro. They're playing the fucking Freya cinematic, dude.
living this life different than missing the flight, bullshitting. I had a plan to change, you can't stand the rain, little delay, but I came and you cool with it. I don't trip, flip, or lose my grip, and I don't know it all, but I do know this. Before you know me, better know self. I've been in this shit so long that it don't smell. I turn a hotel to a castle, living like a king for a grand. I don't do nothing that's a hassle. Besides, even that castle made of sand. Just might
no fruit game.
Fuck it all if it all ain't me. Maybe we inside the maze. Somehow we gotta find a way. Okay. Somehow we gotta find a way. No matter how many miles it takes. I know it feels so good right now, but it all come falling down when the night meet the light. Turn the day.
Hi, young goat milk. Alright, child, I'm getting tired, dude. It is way past my bedtime. I should be tucked in with my nightcap on, going honk shoe, honk shoe, honk shoe. Pat, 2 years. My goat. My fucking goat. Keep watching? I'm gonna keep watching. I'm definitely watching this next game that's happening. You guys won't understand my sick, twisted sense of humor, dude. Now, what are your predictions on what's actually wrong with this? Like, what's actually going wrong? I think Seeker and Lip got into a fist fight on the stage, and they had to cut to the fucking cinematic for a reason. Someone is pooping. Someone's not playing, bro. He's not even on a team. Good. I'm too lazy. I'm too tired to do stretches, but I'll watch this guy do stretches. I do these. I used to do these all the time. Yep, and then you switch it up. Yep, I do this too. This is a classic.
Right for what?
For a problem.
I am the best tank on console Overwatch 2. You did album tonight, right, chat? Or it already dropped?
I'm just shooting flies, it ain't shit to me, it's just you and I.
I'll listen to it at some point.
They can't get to me, Lord knew they try, but like Denzel Washington and Book of Elijah, niggas moving blind and a little behind. And if you forgot, here's a little reminder that I'm still chopping wood, still grinding, still rhyming, popping in, I be on kill timing. In a rough, I'm like a real diamond. In a cut.
I don't know why I don't like Jid. I think it's his beat selection. Oh my god, are we gonna fucking play the game?
Away with I know everyone's really excited about this hero.
I cannot wait to play with hero. I think my teammates would probably think the opposite. You know, they're not excited for me to jump on because it looks like a hero that like obviously you need a ton of like mechanical skill, which I have occasionally. Occasionally hit or miss. You know, I run.
We're going fast.
Hot, I run cold.
Inconsistent.
Well, inconsistent.
It feels like we're adding another hero into like that mid-range designation that previously like only Qadsiah kind of like, you know, occupied, but also with like way more mobility than he ever had. But then an ultimate that is really about like, you know, CC. It feels like a mini graviton surge in a lot of ways, and being able to draw everybody together as well gives us a great combo opportunity.
I think the mobility is key though, because it seems like there's so much mobility in the game in general that if you don't have it, you kind of
Cassidy.
Yeah, right. You know, you gotta wipe the dust off every time he comes out. But
I'm gonna touch somebody in this chat if they don't start this fucking game.
I think she can be a
playmaker.
Yeah.
No, for sure, for sure. I think especially with like how the meta is looking right now, with how things are consistently shaking up week to week, it'll be a really interesting addition to see how that kind of.
Freya's not in the game right now, Denko, but she's really good.
Yeah, like how diveable is she? Is like the question I am going to ask about any DPS that isn't super long range, because I don't know.
I think Freya will be played a little bit
into poke compositions. I think that she's probably a little bit more limited than that, but. I think, like you mentioned, it's got to reward like your individual skill. Because so take aim ability right, slows her momentum down, lets her float a little bit, and then like fire for like a really high-powered bolt. So a lot of options. Her perks are also really cool if you've sort of seen some of them. Even like the minor ones, like final blows, like every third final blow giving you more ult charge quicker. Like it's all stuff that rewards.
That could get dangerous.
Exactly, it rewards, and at this level as well, like you're going to see her do pretty dirty things.
Super exciting, super exciting. I know something that you are obviously really excited about. The Doki skins?
The Doki, right?
Chat, we're gonna educate this guy.
So look, I mean,
we need to teach him.
I didn't really know any of the anime skins we had. Now I know just about all of them. I know that Bebop is not a character; it's a ship.
It's the ship.
Bebop?
What do you know about Gundam Wing?
That was a deadlock slip. I don't think bro meant to say Bebop.
Like mechs.
Just kidding. He said Cowboy Bebop.
You know that because Doa used to build
the AIs become the sentient, and they become. I mean.
Maybe we're overcooking.
What do you guys think, chat? Is he accurate there? It's not bad.
I mean, I'm close. Yeah. So the Doki thing, I thought like this was kind of. Like, because there's so many animals with the skins, right?
Yeah.
I thought there was like more to do with the animals, but Mitch told me that it's like aspects of the heart, right?
Well,
okay. Aspects of the heart.
It's basically, I'm using a lot of IP here. It's Care Bears, but anime with costume changes, right? Obviously, do you know what Maho
Is that what it is, really? Care Bears?
No.
Translation is magical girl. So, it's like Sailor Moon, card captors as well, like all anime like that, where it's like there's a distinct transformation. There's actually anime right now called Zenshi, which also like throws back to that era a ton, which is really nice about an illustrator.
Animated
out. Her power is that she draws things into reality, but it like captures a lot of that, and she like kind of draws things from in the past in the anime. So I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, I just see these, I'm like, oh, they're cool skins. I'm just gonna buy them.
Think like magical superheroes type vibe.
Right. All right.
Except with more hearts and lens flare. Lots of lens flares.
Okay.
And also, like the Mercy.
What's happening? What's happening?
Fits into that as well. It
that was crazy.
As, like Stave from Card
Good night, Des.
Very similar. So.
No, it's really cool. I know that like for you viewers at home, everyone like all Overwatch fans, I feel like have been always super excited for a lot of these like anime skins and whatnot. The Magical Girl one's always super popular. So super sick. We're gonna have to keep.
But then there's other people out there like me who have no idea what's going on, but they're like, hey, those are cool.
That was a Tyreek Hill skin.
Cool. Yeah, those are pretty flashy.
NFL collab.
It's a learning opportunity.
Exactly.
You need to learn about this is what the people want, bro. I mean, you've got to keep your finger on the pulse, man.
I am.
And we're gonna figure out what our anime is to get you into the genre. There's gonna have to be one, but it's gotta be enough. It's gotta have no books. The problem is you have to read. You have to put it in English.
I can't read. That's the problem.
Alchemist because it has great.
Oh, wait.
I was gonna say we have to get him on a sports anime.
The basketball one is actually.
Nah, see, whoever screamed high Q is troll. If you're trying to introduce someone into anime and you show them high Q, you're an idiot. I'm sorry. It probably is a good anime, but if you're introducing someone who doesn't like anime and you show them that anime, you're stupid. I'm sorry. I'll just watch real sports.
To keep in mind, guys.
I don't know if we get.
I don't know why I signed up.
You volunteered.
I don't know if we get owned for copyright, but that could be so.
Now I'm
an anime quiz.
But
I'll
take a quiz. You know, Eric and the boys back, cook something up. I'll take a quiz.
Okay.
I mean, outside of that, like obviously, like season 16.
Now, what do you think the producers told them when they went back to the camera?
I think that's like something we're super hyped about because
they all start talking about random shit.
Experienced a form of Overwatch. I think Perks explores that a little bit, where you can build in a
I watched a single season of Haikyuu and I didn't like it. I promise you, bro, I'm not gonna like it.
As well. And obviously, Overwatch. A map isn't like a super long form, but when you have like shortened, truncated maps in like a series, and it's only ranked, right? So I just like how it pushes it in a direction where
like there's so many cool ideas and crazy ideas with like Overwatch characters that like you just don't want to.
What could actually be going wrong right now though? Like I don't understand. Like they've had multiple games already.
An opportunity to put all these crazy.
It has to be like an individual person idea. Like somebody's gonna be throwing up on stage or something. No, someone's got to be having a panic attack.
At the end, you end up with just this like overpowered, just demon of a hero, and I think that's like super cool. I mean, it'll get addicting. I think.
Does the time move slower in China? I think so.
We're gonna put together different types of like guides and strategy and different builds. I mean, it opens up a whole new kind of direction. I'm super hyped.
Yeah, it's funny when we sort of first picked up. When Overwatch first came in and kind of revitalized that arena shooter genre, we wondered if there'd be this like almost itemization aspect to it. It's really complicated and really deep. I think we've been able to like explore it in Stadium in such a way as like there's a lot of depth, but also it's not like overwhelming. I feel like there's like a decent, like the fact that Reaper can now TP forward and Death Blossom for a brief window, like after he does it, it's kind of sick. Ana also nanos whoever's in her field of view with one of her sort of abilities here. So, and also like DPS Morris can, do their thing.
It's sick. It's sick.
If you could make one ability for any of the heroes, this is like all the guardrails are off going into something like Stadium. What are we doing?
A 360 Reinhardt Shadow.
Wait, what? Activates in a ring
around you. Yeah.
So what is the counter to just not exist?
Oh yeah, just put a shield up, bro.
Shield up?
Yeah, shield up.
Okay.
I want
Shields
Reaper,
up, gladiators.
There was a trailer like ages ago, and he could use his wraith form to go through walls. I want.
Oh, that was ridiculous.
I want to be able to go through walls, but not just go through walls. I want the ability to hide in the wall and jump out.
That was like a glitch in the game. There was actually a bug in the game where if you Reaper TP to the right part of King's Row, you could actually see part of a in-development PvE map that was in the game.
I want to be able to
it was in the game. It was crazy.
Now, what's your sleep schedule looking like?
Jump scare people.
I'm like 4 hours past my bedtime.
At least you don't know when they're in the wall. Like you want.
Yeah, I'm just no audio cue, no visual cue. I'm in there and then boom.
Am I late?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's Reaper, he has to say, I'm in the wall when he does it. Otherwise, there's no point. He's got to announce what he's doing.
That's fair. That is fair. I think for me, I would cook up like, give me original Mercy Res plus self-resurrection.
Yeah.
Like she self-resurresses, and then you hit the original ultimate.
That's crazy. That is a wild one.
Fun.
What about Cassidy? His ultimate slows the game down for everyone, including him. So everyone's
Once
like moving
again.
like this. He's got like some bullet time. Like,
Nightmare.
Mercy should be able to put her staff in the ground.
I'm waiting.
Mercy does this already, by the way.
Hold on. Yeah. And then it exists as a respawn.
What have you been up to, Void? Why are you late?
Let's say 45 seconds.
Okay, whoa.
That might be
For anybody who dies within that time in that area,
and call like, I don't know, 100 yards.
Perk unacceptable.
100 yards.
Okay. 100 yards.
Yeah.
Let's scale it back. Maybe 20 yards, 30 yards.
Bro, what is going on?
They did that.
What?
They did that.
That's pretty good though, wasn't it?
What if Bastion could turn into like a little helicopter? We haven't gotten like a helicopter.
That's true. You're like an AC-130?
Dude.
You're talking about how you're anti-helicopter, though.
I'm cooking. I'm just scared of heights. And helicopters are obviously up there, so
when they tell us what to happen, someone better have been shot.
I don't even really like planes that much. I just don't like being up high.
Fair enough. I think we're overcooking a little bit on the desk right now. I gotta shut this down before you get a little too crazy. So we're gonna head to a quick break and we'll be back soon with match number 5.
After this 2 minutes, if they put 2 minutes to stall even more, I'm going to bed. Bro, chat, there's 3 more games. Like I said, chat, the final game of the night is supposed to start at 4:30 a.m. my time, right? We're already delayed 2 hours. The final game of the night's not gonna start until 7 a.m. We're fucking cooked. Back in my day in Overwatch League, this would have never happened. Happy there's so many delays in Overwatch League. I actually wonder what's happening. I feel like these waits wouldn't be too bad if they just told us what was happening. Like if they were to tell us like, yeah, like Jumpman's got a little poopy. I'd be like, okay, that's fine. Let Jumpman poopy then.
We're back, but for real this time. Yeah, I've arisen from my slumber, and I think they sorted out the issue. I think it was a PC issue or Summit, not entirely sure. It gave Hunter enough time, at least, to raid the Library of Alexandria to find some ban strategies, I'm sure. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station.
What PC issue could be happening? Like, I don't understand, bro. It took them an hour to figure out a PC in a room full of gamers.
I mean, we take
they couldn't figure out a PC problem?
The second seed coming in from Asia Pacific, going up against Space Station, which is also going to be the second seed of North America. And yeah, I mean, it's been
I really have
quite
holes in my
some
mouth.
time. I hope the players have been able to actually stay warm for this one.
He's fine.
Maybe just getting into Zen mode before we go in.
CJ, you got to get up, my guy. Upright the seat, get into game. There's the bans. Winston for Crazy Raccoon.
Winston Farah, let's go. If I wait an hour just to watch SSG get 2-0, I'm gonna break something. I'm gonna throw my mouse at chat's forehead.
For the obviously extended break there, Rose, but
alright, chat, wake the fuck up. Game starting. Let's go. Wake up. Type Glorp.
Be a little bit of a disappointment for them.
A's on the screen.
When they took all of
What's that mean, chat? What's that mean? Let's go leave. Let's go
and
leave.
didn't drop a single map to a Western team. They do not want that trend to start now, especially when this is a huge tournament and
Come on, baby.
huge
Here we go.
prestige on the line for this
No
team.
more. Start
Crazy
the game.
Raccoon in the APAC finals honestly had a disappointment themselves.
Lip kiss. Hey yo.
Wow.
Hey yo. Chill out, bro.
There he is. There's the
Freaky ass motherfucker.
I'd run away from that.
He's too tall.
He's too tall,
He's
yeah.
actually just too
Beat his
tall.
ass, Lip.
Like, how
Oh,
tall is
this
Johnny
shit's a
versus
game.
Lip? Johnny is
It
taller
ain't
than
funny.
Lip, not by much though. 7-foot gaming warlord.
I mean, both of them are just too tall.
Oh, a grown ass man kiss
It's pretty
kiss.
funny watching Lip walk out with the rest of his team. Shoes pretty
Beat
tall
his
as
ass,
well,
Lip.
to be fair. So it's both of them, and everybody else is kind of short. It's
Like
kind
a
of
whole
funny.
head
come on,
taller
bro.
than everybody else.
Yeah, seriously.
Start the game.
All
Oh, I
right,
see
there
it.
you
It says
go.
starting.
He got his
I
hands
see it. It
warmed
says
up,
starting.
ready to
Look.
Rock and roll. CJ, chair upright. Coach is shaking.
Oh my God, they're in the game.
There it is.
I could
Secrets
shit
exchange.
myself.
Good lucks and well wishes either side as we're about to rock and roll. Here we go. Crazy Raccoon.
We
versus
did it!
Station Gaming. We're in it, Famalamps. So a little late over here. And I can't wait to get this one started to see how Crazy Raccoon end up matching up.
A lot of people coming into this tournament expected that dive was going to be one of the more prominent strategies for these teams to go for. So the fact that the Winston is banned out right now means that we get a chance to see something maybe a little bit more interesting come to the table for this first map of the series.
Okay, here we go.
Crowd's very ready as well. Just praying for no more pauses. All that I can see. I call this the ant cam because everybody looks like ants. And there we go. We're in game.
Oh, I'm gonna shit myself. Let's fucking go.
Crazy Raccoon and Space Station Gaming. And is that what I think it is?
Looks like it.
Oh, yes.
Surely Lip doesn't come out here on Genji, right?
Ball is one of Junbin's best heroes.
Preds? We already did Preds, literally 3 hours ago.
It's natural for Junbin to go in the direction of being able to go for the Wrecking Ball.
Lip will probably swap Tracer here. Yeah, Lip goes Tracer. Sombra, Tracer, Diva. I like the Sombra. They probably knew they were going to play Junbin. Pack the packs. Don't let Junbin play around the packs too much. Counter the Echo with the Diva. Good comp from Space Station here. I like what Hunter made them come out with.
Junbin's not going to stay around for too
Now
long.
it's just having good timing here.
Seeker's ability to stay
Crazy
in
Raccoon's
flight,
comp.
now that you can't go permanently invisible can be quite tough.
Good job, Kellen.
Kellen
Good
does get antsy
space.
there by shoot. Seeker goes down first though.
There we go.
However, they do end up trading.
The trades.
Sugar Free a little bit low though, only one blink to his name. Liv trying to chase him out. No recall for Lip.
Now it's gonna be really hard. Nice Bliss.
With the double kill.
It's gonna be. What is CJ doing?
Crazy Raccoon do own the
It's gonna be hard for Sugar Free to fight Lip because Junbin can help him. I think CJ just trolled that. They were winning, but CJ tunnel vision.
Despite the trades here, Crazy Raccoon taking control of the point first and eventually taking control of those damage trades later on.
Bro, it's probably so fun to be good at ball. I'm the worst ball player in the world.
Have a pretty tough go of things. Not only are you trying to target down this wrecking ball, but you also need to make sure that you can keep yourself a part of the equation of these.
I hate Sombra.
You have to act a lot quicker.
I know it's good in the ball, but I hate Sombra.
Limited invisibility can just be such a pain. Normally you'd want to like hang around on the periphery, wait for the ball for the engage, but you can't do that anymore. And already actually spotted out on the high ground, so not too much longer. Can see get
like you see how you're just kind of like
was about 50 miles away from him.
Kind of like sitting here looking for a hacker, looking for a play, and you're wasting so much time.
Kind of all you're gonna get.
Well, the audio is fixed. Maybe that's what they were trying to fix. Wait, did they fix the audio in that time? Was that the issue?
But you're missing a lot of these other critical engage tools, like Secrecy and P.
Seeker's dead. Okay.
I like the Sombra comp, the idea of it, but I think we need Seeker on a character that he can carry on.
Crazy Raccoon are not giving them a
like I said, the only way that NA and EU can beat Korea is if they play crazy up. Like they need to play like way higher than their average like play level is.
And make it so much easier for Hisang to get an angle.
Did they retire? No.
Tools here for Crazy Raccoon, and Space Station don't have this EMP yet.
Is she gonna miss?
Bliss died to mines and he had the beat. That was their real saving grace. Seeker 1% away from the EMP, but
you guys think I'm joking, but Shu really does play like me.
They got choked out. Man.
So they play so perfect,
Is anybody
bro.
surprised? I mean, this is Crazy Raccoon we're talking about.
Not super surprised.
In my opinion, Space Station's play. I don't know why they banned Farah. They probably banned Farah just so they can play Sombra. But I would ban Ana, even though Shu is good at other heroes. It's just so hard to play against their Brigana,
I want to
dude.
see Space Station Gaming go back to not necessarily trying to defend away from this particular strategy from Crazy Raccoon, but try to actually play a little bit more fast-paced, like with their own.
Just nervous.
I don't know, maybe just not the Seeker Sombra. It just doesn't feel like Space Station to me.
Lip is hounding him down too. And that's what you need.
I mean, watching Shu gameplay is basically useless if you watch Crazy Raccoon gameplay, because like I mean, watching Crazy Raccoon's play to learn is basically useless. The reason that they can all do what they all do is because of each other. Like you can't do the things that Junbin does when you have Steve Jobs 13 on your team as Brig. It's not the same. Like you can't play at their tempo, you can't play at their pace. It's like it's no point.
Though does have to play a little bit more careful, but you can tell that's kind of the game plan here for Space Station is make Junbin's life very difficult.
Yeah, Junbin do be
bro, what is CJ doing?
A slam, Lip follows up. I mean, this really does feel like taking a hedge trimmer to a single blade of grass. It feels complete overkill for Crazy Raccoon. Backline down though, but quickly traded. Look at that, instantly. It's like, oh, we got the kill on Trong and Shu. Great. Oh, wait. Hisang and Junbin.
This isn't looking too good.
Well, Crazy Raccoon end up capping the point again.
And now we're on Hazard.
Take a look at this though. Space Station are finally going to make an adjustment in their strategy, putting Kellen on this Hazard.
Yeah, Lip has gotten a lot better at Sombra. You're right.
That we've seen Space Station go for in some of these dives. Maybe this will help them engage a little bit better, knowing that Kellen can actually go in, maybe isolate somebody on Crazy Raccoon.
Like, look at that. Look at Seeker's doing. Seeker's just shooting the ball who's a mile away from him. Just don't even try to counter the ball. I think you should just commit to playing a comp where you can just like try and win off of like carrying. Like I think just play maybe like Cast Tracer or Cast Torb.
Online, but I think it's like it's gonna take a lot of this coordination from Space Station to actually win a team fight here.
He's dead. Junbin down. Now's the chance to strike. Hisang. Oh, well, they got two traces now. Uh-oh. Sound barrier coming through from Bliss. Nice little sit there from Lip. Holding up the arm, though, is Kellen, so reduced damage there on the Hazard. And guess who's back in the action? Oh, it's Junbin. He's got mines in a couple of moments. They didn't even let the point go. A duplication, post bomb.
Yeah, that's what I would have done.
Down and Space Station.
NA needs to bring back Aspire.
There's no chance you win in this fight against that rally, and we are looking at final fight territory woes with Mind and Nano Boost still in the tank.
And a very similar situation what we saw in that last round, where Secret is still 15% away from being able to get this EMP.
What's up, Scamboni?
Set up for Space Station to be able to execute on that particular game plan. And so while Crazy Raccoon are going to be in the driver's seat here, gonna walk into all these mines.
Okay, what is Charon doing up there? I mean, they're super far forward. I mean, surely Shoot dies. Scott Nano deploys it onto Hisa.
I wonder what it'll take for someone to dethrone CR Falcons. I'm not even swollen. You said I look like a chipmunk and I'm not even swollen anymore. You're an asshole.
Seeker ends up falling, a good sleep onto Kellen, and now still Space Station Gaming need to find another pick for this to be worth.
I can tell. No, I'm not swollen anymore. You're just fucked up.
Actually settles the score. Charon falls
I'm
down
fat.
to Mantis Blades as the downpour does manage to connect and kill Shu.
Shu goes down, but he's saying is quick to follow up
Not
on
even dry
Kellen.
sockets. The only way that any other region, the only way that NA and EU could beat Korea is if we combined regions. Like if we had, like, you know, an EU NA mixed team, or if NA combined all of their talents.
Coming online for Bliss and CJ, but Crazy Raccoon, they aren't missing a step here.
Yeah, that sound barrier and that rush just so crucial. Look at that defense there from CJ. Narrowly.
Like I think Sugar-Free Tree.
Sound barrier now. With the pulse bomb, like they want to try and force this one out of him before they try any meaningful
Sugar-Free Tree would be crazy.
Shu and Seeker ends up going down.
RuPaul.
Still in this fight. Sugar-Free with no recall and no blinks left to his
RuPaul, UV, Admiral as a triple support lineup.
Space Station Gaming as the duplication comes in onto
you would have to combine. Like you just can't. We don't have enough good players to spread out our people.
Does it better as Crazy Raccoon end up getting the flip.
They're gonna get the flip, and it looks like they're gonna
what
get
happens
the
when we're on a non-soldier meta, though?
Expires and Crazy
yeah,
Raccoon,
this ain't going very well right now.
Yeah, hello 2-0 there for Crazy Raccoon. 46% on that second round, but full control, full presence there.
Nightmare might be better than SSG. Chat, I'm not staying up for the last game, by the way.
Which they play. You're not really shocked at that at all, but and Space Station shouldn't be either. But it feels like when you go onto a LAN environment like this, and especially in a first to two, things can really start to snowball and slip out of your hands a little bit quicker than
I think get off Sombra ASAP. Chat, 10-minute preds.
Second round did look a little bit better.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Stop lying to me, Necro. No, it didn't.
Gave them a little bit more presence on the point, and I mean, just getting 46%, I think, is still a huge deal. A lot of investment from Space Station to go into this Sombra strategy, and it takes time to build up to an EMP, and I don't know if that payoff was quite worth it.
They kind of knew what was going to happen, though. I mean, you touched on that at the very start of the map. It's like, okay, Winston gone, so ball. So obviously, right now, we're going to run out as the Sombra. Sombra did get a little change, of course, like I mentioned a couple of times there, where you can't just perma be invisible anymore. You do have that small timer, so Lip is able to kind of chase you out. Same with Jumpin, to be fair, in a way. You still get interrupted when you get hacked, but when you go for a hack, like it is hard for Seeker to find a lot of value, even though it's the perfect.
Now, would you be mad at me if I shot you?
Seeker was doing a relatively good job of being able to manage the translocator cooldown. It just gave him a lot of extra mobility to make sure that you could get away from some of these more like crowd control-y type of skills that Crazy Raccoon had on the team. But I mean, still, if you're getting forced to translocate out, it means that you're not having much say in the damage department for the team, and I do think that just makes the overall job of
with Cupid. God, you've been mad cute lately.
How Kellen kind of gets caught out here, and I mean, what a statement from he's saying, like just that, you know, dupe the hazard and then lock the opposing hazard in.
That double wall was a little devious, I will say. That was, yeah, not exactly somewhere Kellen wanted to be. Literally trapped in a little jail cell.
We don't like Tiny Overwatch. Yeah. Most of the time.
I love Tiny Overwatch.
Especially with the wall, too.
Tiny Overwatch fell off, dude. Tiny Overwatch was an Overwatch 1 game.
Oh, it's so, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing him one better there. So now moving on to a Space Station map pick. Obviously, Winston is still on the table here. Do you reckon they'll go for.
If I'm SSG, I'm banning Ana.
Maybe they still want to run something like a hazard, like you said.
I would ban things that throw them off their comfort. Because Kiri, if you ban Ana, you don't play Brig. If you don't play Brig, Chorong plays Lucio, Shu plays Kiri. Like Kiri, Lucio, you can't really. I mean, you can play ball with Kiri, Lucio, but it's not as good. And that puts Jumpin on something else. And then because he's on something else, put Seeker on Sojourn. Ban Ana. Hunter's gonna ban some dumb shit. He is. He's gonna ban Diva. And you still lose, so you still gotta try though. You gotta understand ID. You gotta give your team the best scenario on how to win. That's what that's my whole rant about why coaches are so bad. Is because they don't think about how to win. They try to make their team better.
Coming into this, you're thinking Crazy Raccoon. They're definitely gonna.
Like I would just try to figure out a way to beat Crazy Raccoon somehow. Like I put.
But you know, signs of life at the very end. Can't imagine we're going to see a whole lot of Sombra. I mean, normally you're seeing Seeker rock up on something like a Sojourn, which is maybe where you want to go to a bit of a slower map where Seeker can really shine.
I got.
Just anything that's going to give you those more long-range sight lines does benefit Space Station, but I think it benefits.
And Space Station bans Brig. They ban Brig because they think Brig will stop them from playing Ana, but they're gonna play Ana Lucio or Ana Kiri or Ana Juno. They're gonna keep playing Ana.
But take a look at those bans. We've got Cassidy and Brig coming out here.
Interesting, yeah.
Honestly, bro, I'm gonna say it. I would put laxatives in Lips Drink.
Crazy Raccoon is like. We don't really mind this Brig ban because we have Chorong already, and Chorong's Lucio is just crap.
I think that's the only option.
I'd imagine what we're going to be running here is just kind of good old-fashioned dive. Like, we're just going to have the Winston jump into the backline, and we're going to have an Ana set up with those nades. And
I'd play Seeker on Sode as bait and try to trade backline every play. But how do you trade backline when you're on Kiri Lucio and they're on Brig Ana and Seeker's dead first every play because he doesn't TP or
I just want to see
Suzu?
Space Station play like the similar game plan of go Sojourn Tracer. There's a big reason why a lot of these
That's a W sign. How do they make these?
Those particular DPS. I think the Cassidy ban is a little telling. I also think that maybe Seeker could go in the direction of maybe playing something like Ash Tracer, but you kind of need to have the long range hit scan.
If anybody doesn't follow Crazy Raccoon on socials, you definitely should. The artwork they've made for the players is honestly incredible. You can see it, the little sign there. Each individual person on the team and even the support staff as well, they've got their own characters. It is really sick. Esperanza is the pick for Space Station.
Why does Space Station pick Esperanza? Maybe it's because Esperanza isn't really a good ball map. Make Gumbin play like Malga. I guess it is the Malga map.
Space Station. Don't want to get bowled over too early. See if Lenny can be the big difference maker as well. Maybe he does need that flu game.
I feel like it's still a call of Space Station trying
I don't know who needs to hear this, but there's nothing wrong with having an AI girlfriend.
Very reactive, and I would love
what do we think about that, chat?
More proactive gameplay
What's up, man?
from Space Station. So I don't know. We'll see if that's something that they can execute on. But it's still a tough ask, right?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, you were playing against Crazy Raccoon, the best in the world. I mean, even Kuffer was saying it as well in the little interview with Danny we had. He's like, look, we know they're the best in the world. Like, all their players are cracked. The team as a whole is just ridiculous. It's them or Falcons. And Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, that rivalry has been going on for the last couple of years, and it has been a spectacle every single time both those teams log into the server. Looks like we're going
Korean's so much better. It's just a region thing and a culture thing. Like video games,
I mean, this is what we've seen
Space Station play the promote it more there. Like it is like
a bit of surprise to me to see that Seeker wanted to go to play with Sombra, which is just not a hero that we've seen him play super often.
There's no genetics.
When the key to success for Space Station has been
when they're
Winston,
young,
Tracer, Sojourn,
it is okay to want to be a pro player.
And then go for
but
Bliss on something
in
like
the States
Brig.
and in Europe,
Very
their parents will call you gay.
Gameplay.
Probably.
Helen on your screen there just a second ago. Here we go, getting into game.
It's my dad too.
There's the hover. Unfortunately, yeah, I think she was going to play Kiriko. I always want the Ana, but if you're in these really super fast dives,
OMG, they'll Seraphim Mercy.
Not as good. Obviously, the enemy plays Kiriko, you Suzu the antis, and obviously your.
Hey, bro, they have PC cafes on like every corner, dude.
As well. Two small swift steps, so sick.
And it just makes sure that
All
you're
I'm
not
saying
be the
is
one
they
that gets
combine
first.
proper and stalker sperm, and have that kid. This might be the best player of all time.
But it's going to be a
The
complete
cafes are
mirror
corny
on
as
both
fuck.
sides here, as you do see Seeker.
Nah, PC cafes are sick. I went to one in Texas when we were at the Dallas land, and we ordered food. It was fun.
Seeker, though, all onto the traces now. We'll see if Hisang and Jumbin.
Yeah, this game is fucking
demolishing
over,
the back line, and this is going to be it. It's the trades of the backline. How long can you realistically stay alive? Suzy used by CJ, no Swift Step. And to be honest with you, Swift Step probably wouldn't have landed him all too far away from Junbin there, as the rest of his team were just hodling around him.
Well, Koreans don't dominate CS or Dota because the game's not cute enough for them. And that's not even like a joke. It's a reason that Korea doesn't really like Deadlock that much either. Like, it's just how it is, honestly. Most Valve games aren't popular in Asian countries because they make bland colored games.
Too early. There's the jump onto the high ground. Attempted boot from Bliss. Doesn't stop Jumbin getting up there.
Wow, he's saying his post-bomb already.
Man, I feel like some flex DPS Koreans would be so good at Deadlock. Like Stalker on Deadlock would be gross.
With his name on it. At least Seeker takes him down, but this will slowly fall apart here for Space Station Gaming. Unless Sugar Free can continue his spree.
I think Korea has like their own Counter-Strike. They're called something different.
There's a couple of trades that make this an indecisive team fight win for Crazy Raccoon.
Where is Junbin going?
Steal the bot away.
That was hilarious.
Just went absolutely
too slow? Nah, I don't really think it's a slow thing because Koreans like League, and League is pretty slow.
This is the type of performance that we need to see out of Sugar Free, though, especially when we see these
I think
it's not a cute game. Makers. And when it comes down to Space Station being able to take a map off
you don't need a brain
Raccoon,
for CS.
That's
why
Sugar Free and Seeker really show up in the server, and that's why I'm excited to see Seeker on this Sojourn, a pick that he has found so much success with in this first stage of OWCS for the season. Maybe
the answer to all this is this like a culture and regional thing. Like Counter-Strike just got popular in European places first. Even like earlier iterations of Counter-Strike, like Source in 1.6.
Space Station Gaming, but CJ still wants to push this towards this checkpoint. Another rush coming through from Shu as well. Sound barrier unleashed from Crazy Raccoon. They've got to deal with this Primal Raging Winston in their face, but they're going to take the fight to the back line of Space Station Gaming as Bliss falls. And Space Station getting kind of run over. Bot stolen. It's Crazy Raccoon. And now in the lead, or in control.
What happened with Seeker? He got glaucoma.
I mean, Jumbin just had the later Primal Rage there. Was able to get that resource on quite quickly. Lip is now going to be on a bit of an angle to try to get some access to Space Station as they sort of make their way back in. Going to have the overclock ready and just lets it rip.
86 pages of glaucoma.
Yeah, just creating a lot of space here. Kellen's on this high ground. He's super low as well. Doesn't wants to get back to the rest of his team, and no one can peek. So he's.
I also think it's a big mindset thing with Overwatch. He's like from the dawn of the dinosaur ages. It's been Overwatch's, or it's been like NA and EU's goal to like beat the Korean teams, while the Korean teams just want to win. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like
face torn off. Seeker with a triple.
I mean,
like even in the Cuffet interview, he said like, I feel like we're like the closest team that can beat the Koreans. Like, I feel like your mindset should be about winning.
Overclock not just the perfect ultimate to do that, but I think just Seeker being able to have these charged railgun shots are what's going to.
The World Cup doesn't count. They don't even allow their best players to play because they don't like boosters for some reason. Bro, Saudi does not win at proper plays. I'm sorry, I said it.
Juggle the bot. Really tough spot for the Tracer to be in it. Wants to find entrance, but Seeker's actually going to unlock the door for Space Station Gaming. Yeah, look at this. The difference here between the Sombra and the Soldier for Seeker.
Heterophobic.
And they're going to have that first checkpoint activated. So now they've got those forward spawns to play around with, and they're already starting to hold this corner. Crazy Raccoon know, though, this is where they're going to have to start to turn things around. He's going to be the one that has the pulse ball, but it's going to be the Kitsune rush around the corner.
They push so far.
Yeah, Jumbin's now trapped on the wrong side of the team fight. Force a recall of Hisang, so this could be a
nice Seeker. Like I said, bro, what gives them the win is if Seeker starts popping off, bro. Sugar Free's gonna do his job regardless on the Tracer. Why are we flipping here? Why are we flipping here? What was that? Whoa!
Leave Hisang alone, Seeker, please.
Thank you, Rafferty, for the 1 year.
Okay. Crazy Raccoon, they still lost control of this bot, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station Gaming, we're still pushing there. Now before we see Crazy Raccoon start to turn things around, they have finally got their bearings together as Space Station do have to back up. And Crazy Raccoon, they've got ultimates. So while Space Station have the lead now, there's still 4 minutes and 40 seconds to play around with. And Juma's got Primal Rage. We've got Sound Barrier as well here from Chorong, and he's saying with a Pulse Bomb.
Sound Barrier engagement. Oh, Chorong so close to Ajaxing, but they're going to carry on this pursuit of this Lucio. A little bit too slippery though for Space Station Gaming.
He's feeling it. You can tell by his aim, he's feeling it right now. SSG might be online on the low.
Primal Rage here, but it's looking a little worse for Crazy Raccoon right now. Seeker dodges out of the way of Jun.
Oh my god.
CJ and Bliss keeping him up for a little bit longer than maybe he should have been. Eventually,
good trades though, good trades.
Will win it, but they are still in a deficit in terms of meterage right now. If Space Station Gaming managed to reconvene here, they should be able to touch before the lead is gained.
Also, it is really hard for NA to ever catch up to EU, or not EU. It's impossible for NA to ever catch up to Korea now because they're not in the same region. In Overwatch League, you saw a lot of NA teams become pretty good compared to Korean teams or even mixed teams because they scrimmed each other. Crazy Raccoons and Falcons scrim each other constantly, so they're always elevating each other. They're literally like, they're constantly buffing each other up. While SSG scrims fucking, you know, random ass people for the most part. Obviously they scrim Nightmare, who's also good, but it's like 2 mid teams getting each other better, while Crazy Raccoons and Falcons are the 2 best teams in the game, is making each other better. It's really hard for them to catch up when they're not in this scrim bubble. Think Hera do that on purpose? No, bro, they live in a different fucking continent. They can't scrim, they're on 300 ping.
Deficit for Space Station Gaming, and with how deep the bot has pushed, it can be a very, very tough fight to win on that small stretch.
Like,
it can be hard. Space Station have to win 2
like I remember in ping is a mindset, true. Like in Overwatch League, there was a lot of scrim bubbles. Like Shock only scrimmed like Vancouver, NYXL, like a lot of the high tier teams, while the teams like Mayhem and like Valiant, like, well, Valiant season like 3 had good scrims, but Mayhem got no good scrims. Like so sometimes the Mayhem Al team would have to scrim contenders teams because no one wanted to scrim them. Like, how the fuck do you get good when all the good teams refuse to scrim you, or you can't scrim them? You're just gonna be stuck trash.
Double post bomb kill, Bliss Seeker obliterated. And 96 meters is looking also juicy for Crazy Raccoon now. He's saying getting his sweet revenge. That's beautiful stuff. A team kill, and they're going to get forward spawns, Rose. I said it was a danger point in the terms of the time bank earlier on, and now even more so, 1 minute and 30 to go.
Really coming down to the wire.
That's why boot camping is a thing, chat. Like, people boot camp in Korea, like they send their whole team. Come on, bro. They send teams to Korea to boot camp so they can scrim the good teams. Because when you just scrim in NA, you're capped out. You're capped at the NA ceiling.
20 seconds to go. We're going to just extend this lead. A Primal Racer and Kellen to try and settle some sort of score here, but he finds absolutely nothing. And oh, Bliss, hello. Nice to see you. There's a minute now, and this proactive play from Crazy Raccoon, this probably nets them the series.
Looks like it, especially because Lip is going to just sit with the spawn room doors in his sights with the overclock ready to go. And how did Space Station to get out of spawn?
What is Blood doing in the spawn?
I scrim like every team.
Right now, both overclocks have been used on this straightaway, but 126 meters and counting for Crazy Raccoon. There's a couple of rushes being thrown out here, but Space Station Gaming need an absolute miracle and then more to try and find the win.
The hardest team to scrim in my life was playing against Vancouver Titans during GOATS being on Florida Mayhem. It was the worst 2 hours of my life. Bro, I remember we were on both teams on GOATS. it was we were attacking on Numbani, and we went main because it was like overtime and we really had to touch point, and Bumper 360 shattered off the high ground our entire team. What's up, Garo?
Primal Rage to boot. I mean, this is a full cap from Crazy Raccoon. No doubt about it. I mean, Bliss, he's got beaten.
Shock was also really annoying to scrim because of Striker. Striker is the worst human to scrim ever. Because if you had to pee or pause or do anything, he would just, this is him in game chat. Hello? Are we going to play? Hello? Like, you could be like, Striker, my mom died. Okay, next map. Dude, he was so annoying. But I get it, bro. Bro wanted to fucking win. I don't blame him.
In this tournament with a 2-0.
I mean, you're not expecting any less.
I don't think I'm staying up for the rest, bro. The lower bracket games, I think I think Team CC is gonna lose SSG, but I think Qadsiah versus VP will be a good game. But I'm fucking tired, dude. It's 3:13 a.m. here. I'm calling it, bro. I'm calling it. I'm fucking out of here, dude. I think I'm gonna rate Dante. Dante's streaming right now. You guys, I had an amazing day today, dude. Same stream tomorrow. I have a little more energy tomorrow. I did a lot of stuff today, so I think I'm just a little more tired today. But we'll probably go live around 7 p.m. PST again. We'll be live for like 3-4ish hours before the stream for the OWCS goes live. But we got some good games tomorrow, dude. First game of the day, once again versus Falcons. I mean, dare I say it? Cinema. Dare I say it? All right, chat. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Stay safe out there. I'm going to rate Dante. 100 gifted for tomorrow's Preds. I'm so down. I'll make it tomorrow, though, because I'm too tired now. I'm going to rate Dante. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. You guys better be here. Really fun stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the co-stream. Sorry if I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. But I think we had a good co-stream, right? I feel like we had some good insight. We had some funny moments. I feel like it was a good day. We had a lot of subs today, a lot of follows. Thank you everyone watching on YouTube as well if you're in the YouTube stream right now. W stream today, chat. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm fucking tired. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow, okay? Hey, if you're gonna stay up for the rest of the games, enjoy the rest of the games. I'm probably gonna get a small snack before I eat, so I'll probably watch the VP Qadsiah game off stream for a little bit. But I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Bro, why? Bro, the round 1 lower bracket games are a best of 5. Why? It's still round 1. The next game right now is a best of 5. Why? Why is upper bracket best of 3 and lower bracket is best of 5? That doesn't make sense. They're extending the day so they can run ads. Anyways, chat, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace out, fellas. Goodbye. Go type Glorp in chats in Dante's chat. Yeah, I'll watch highlights. Goodbye.